Hey everyone, it's the Drinker here, and I'm joined this evening by that Star Wars girl. This is the first time we've streamed together, I believe, or the first time you've joined me on one of my streams. So how are you
Uh,
getting on, Anna?
It's good, good. To be honest, I just woke up.
Right.
So I'm nice and well rested. But
Man, I wish I could get up in the middle of the afternoon. That's awesome, man.
well, to be fair, I went to bed at like 9 a.m. So
Okay.
yeah.
You're pulling an all-nighter then.
I'm very much a vampire. I'm awake when the sun is not up. And yeah, when the sun is up, I'm asleep.
Yeah. I yeah, I get to probably about 2 in the morning, and I just kind of stop functioning effectively. And it's like, yeah, I just got to turn in, man. That's why, like, we have to stream at all different times of the day. But when I get to like the early hours, I'm just like, yeah, I don't think I'm very entertaining anymore. It's like time to just stop. But yeah, it's getting up the next day that's the hard part.
Oh, yeah.
But no, like yeah, like I was saying, it's good to have you on the stream tonight. I know we arranged this a while back, and we were kind of throwing around ideas for movies, and yeah, you happened to mention that Star Trek: The Voyage Home was one of your favorites, and I thought, well, that's perfect because I've been covering quite a lot of Star Trek movies, and I'm on a little odyssey through all the classic ones, and it was just the perfect one to cover next, so it all worked out nicely.
Yeah, I'm glad that you like Star Trek because well, I feel like we were on a stream together, or at least one or two, but it wasn't just you and I. So it's going to be fun talking Star Trek with you. So
Yeah, we were on Southpaw's stream, I think, a little bit.
I think, were we on EFAP together once? I can't remember.
Oh,
Maybe.
possibly. But I think it was one of those ones where they were rotating people in and out, so we probably
Yeah.
overlapped for a little bit. But yeah, this is definitely the first time you've been on my stream, so it's good to have you
Well,
here.
thank you. Yeah, thank you
And it's
for
good to
inviting
have a
me.
chance to talk Star Trek with you.
Heck yeah. So who's your favorite captain before we get into the movie?
It's got to be Kirk for me.
Okay.
It's there's just something about the guy. He's awesome, and it's William Shatner's version of Kirk as well. Like as good an actor as Chris Pine is, like he's never going to be Captain Kirk for me.
Yeah.
Um, I think, yeah, probably the bit that you know that always made me like him so much is in Undiscovered Country, where they're all having dinner with the Klingons and they start quoting Shakespeare.
Hitler.
And Kirk's like, Spock's quoting Shakespeare, and it's like Hamlet, Act Two, Scene Three, and then Chang, the Klingon leader, says something, and Kirk's like, Earth, Hitler, 1938. And it's great because it's like he's not this diplomat, and he's not a particularly learned man. Like he's this kind of working class hero, and I just love that about him. He's so kind of accessible as a character, and I just think you can't help but like him. Yeah, what about yourself?
I would say I think the most rewatchable one for me is the original series, and I love Kirk, but when I was watching The Next Generation, I was a little bit older and I was dealing with like a lot of anger issues because my parents were splitting up. And so Picard taught me how to, even when you just want to yell and scream or like, I don't know, punch someone in the face like Kirk, he taught me to be diplomatic and to control my anger. So I have a very deep love for Picard, which is why
Yeah,
I'm like just pulling my hair out watching the new show. But I would say overall, like the captain I would want to serve with would be Kirk.
yeah, yeah. I think I could go on a good night out with Kirk as well.
Oh yeah.
But it's interesting because when you talk about Picard, showing you how to kind of control emotions and all that sort of thing, and be a bit more diplomatic. Like I think it's kind of a theme that runs through all of Star Trek. Is like the guys, the captains, the crew, they're all pretty professional at what they do, and they're all capable of, to some extent, putting their feelings aside to do their jobs professionally when they need to. And it's
Mhm.
something that really jumped out at me when I was watching Star Trek Discovery, because I'm doing a review on it at the moment, and I just thought, I'll give Series 3 a try and see what it's like. And man, like it's like a bunch of kindergarteners who can't control their emotions while they're doing their job. Like everyone's crying and yelling at each other, insulting each other, like disrespecting rank. Like it's insane. Like a crew like that just couldn't function, and it's so it's so childlike, it's so immature compared to, the older movies and TNG and all that sort of stuff. It's just a completely different world that they've created.
Oh yeah, I only watched, I think, the first 6 episodes of the first season of Discovery, and I didn't mind it, but that's because I was painting and I had it on in the background, and because I wasn't looking at it and completely focused, I was like, oh, this isn't that bad. I don't know why everyone's complaining. And then everyone lost their mind because I was like, it's not that bad. And then I just sat there, and I think I was on Midnight's Edge, and they showed me the episode or the beginning where the Tribbles take over and eat everyone on the ship. And I was like, what on earth are we watching? What is this?
Oh, it's insane. I mean, I kind of had a similar experience. Like, I started with series 1, watched a few episodes, and just kind of lost interest, and didn't really go back to it because I just heard increasingly terrible things about it. And then, like I say, series 3 came out, and I thought I'll go back into it for a few episodes, just see what it's like, do a review, and like go from there. And wow, like it is something else to behold. It really is. It's like Star Trek, but done by the same people who do Doctor Who now. That's the best way I can describe it. Like, it's just garbage.
Doctor Who is one of those I never really watched. I think I've seen altogether 3 episodes of Who.
I think you're all right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been this kind of goofy, like, science fiction thing in the UK, and it was always famous for like being low budget and having dodgy looking aliens and stuff. And they brought
OG
yeah, kind of, yeah. And then it was like Britain's answer to Star Trek, but it was more quirky and stuff. And then they, it kind of died out in the early 90s, and they brought it back like 10, 15 years ago, and then it was a huge success, and then it just went super woke with the latest Doctor, and it's just been horrendous. So it's kind of like that.
See, we didn't have like TV channels because I grew up on a ranch, so you only have like cable if you live in town. And so the only time I was able to watch episodes was when we would go and travel and stay at a hotel. So I saw the one, David Tennant, where they meet Shakespeare and there's like witches. And then, of course, I saw the one where he dies. I was like, well, wait.
Yeah.
And it was good. They were good episodes, but if I were to go back and like buy all of them, but then I heard that some of the doctors, like, you can't go back and watch the old series because the film didn't get saved. Is that true?
I think some of the really old episodes, like, this was done in a time like before people had VCRs even at home, so nobody recorded it, and like I think it was just literally stored on reels of film in the BBC archives, and like they lost some of them, or they got damaged or something, and like no one's ever been able to recover them all. I mean, I think that's just like the really old stuff from like the 1960s or something, though.
But see, that's the stuff I would want to see.
I'd be curious just to see what they're like, these lost episodes. But I think it was in black and white when it was started. I mean, it's that old,
Well, that's fine. I mean, I grew up watching the Beverly Hillbillies. That's in black and white. A lot of the shows I like to watch are much older than the ones that everyone else seems to like nowadays.
Yeah. It's interesting you saying, like, you didn't have cable. Like, I didn't have that either when I was a kid. Like, I was in Scotland, and not a particularly wealthy town. Yeah, exactly. And so it was a couple of years after TNG came out in America that I first got to see it, and it was like this huge event. And like I tuned in, and I was like, wait a minute, like, this isn't Captain Kirk, like, because I didn't know anything about it. It's like, why is there a Klingon on the bridge? Who's that guy with like the white skin? It's really weird. It's something else. But I grew to really like it over time. I think probably the reason that I picked kind of Kirk over Picard is like as awesome as Picard was, and as as scholarly as he was, and diplomatic and all that, like there was always just a slight element of like stodginess about him. Like, he was very kind of uptight and constrained, and listening to classical music and drinking his Earl Grey tea and stuff. And I guess like it didn't quite gel with me because that's not the kind of person I ever was. So it was a bit of a different one. But like I totally get why people like him. Like, he's definitely a character that grows on you over time.
I was a little heathen child, and so when I saw someone like that, all I wanted to do was like make them break. And so it was like him sitting there with his tea playing his classical music, me, like the child in me, that when I was watching, I'm like, how do you find a way to go push the button so it plays different music and like drives him crazy?
Yeah.
He reminded me a lot of my dad, because my dad does not get mad. Like, I think in my entire life, I've seen him get mad maybe twice or three times, but in very, very intense situations. So whenever I was watching it, I'm like, how would I like do this to like make my dad laugh, or to make him like, I don't know, snap out of like the uptightiness, even though my dad wasn't uptight. But that's why I love those episodes, like when he has to go on shore leave and when he meets Bosch. And it's kind of like an Indiana Jones episode. So I love seeing that. And even I just recently decided to rewatch again DS9. And I don't know about you. DS9 is the hardest one for me to watch because I hate Bajorans. I hate them. They piss me off to my very core. And so I was watching the first episode, and when Sisko has to go and see Picard, and we know as the audience that, oh, we just saw Sisko's wife die because Picard was the cutest. And so we know Sisko is pissed and hates Picard, but Picard doesn't know that. And so when Sisko goes in, Picard's all chill, and he's like, oh, he thinks he's just going to have a pleasant little meeting, introducing this new captain to his mission. And he's just like, yep, I know you. I was there. And it's like, oh shit. And you can just see Picard get very uncomfortable. It's such a good scene.
Yeah, I mean, this is, DS9 was one of those shows that the premise never really grabbed me, just because, the other shows, it was like, okay, with TNG, it's like they're out exploring the galaxy, and it's like, DS9's mission is to like boldly stay where they are and hope that something interesting comes to visit them. But, it really morphed into this really like much more complex, dark, kind of political, sort of show that dealt with like more kind of moral dilemmas than even TNG did. So it became something really like much more interesting and complex. But it was still never a show that I watched as regularly as the other ones. And I don't know why, because it's the one that people point to as being like probably the best, like writing wise, out of all of them. It's just, I don't know. It's just something I never quite got into as much as I should have done.
It's probably the Bajorans.
I know. What is it about the Bajorans that you hate? Because they get occupied by the Cardassians, don't they?
Yes, but here's the thing about them. It's like I don't know if you guys have this big a problem in where you live, but so when I was living in San Francisco, the homeless population is just absolutely crazy. And so you would get all these homeless people, and so you would walk past them, and they'd all ask you for $1 for food or something. And so the Bajorans remind me of the homeless people in San Francisco that you walk past, they ask you for $1, you're like, okay, fine, I'll give you $1, and then they see that you have more than $1 in your wallet, and like, no, can you actually give me 20? That's a fucking Bajoran to a T. The Federation comes in to help them, and what do? No, we want this. We want this. They're ungrateful assholes. And I got to a point when I was watching the show the first time, and I'm like, you know what? Cardassians are evil, but fuck. I mean, I agree with them on some of the things. Like, Jesus, you guys are jerks. Like, they drive me crazy.
Is it because is it just like because they got conquered and like they're kind of pathetic, and now they've become like almost like the unwanted trash of the galaxy because they just want help from everyone?
Yeah, but it's one thing to want help and say, okay, well, we fought, or we just got out of this war, maybe we're a little bit angry, but they're so like just unapologetic of just everything that they do, and they're so ungrateful to anyone that wants to help them, and they just want more. They're like children. They're like ungrateful children, or those homeless people in San Francisco. It drives me crazy. And there's some good ones, but no. Ugh.
You're putting this into a new light now. I'll look at them differently next time I see them and be like, yeah, you guys are like homeless people. But yeah, I remember there was an episode of Voyager where I think they have to use like knowledge gained from like Cardassian. It's almost like they're the Cardassians' version of like the Nazi doctors who experimented on Jews. Like they obtained all this medical knowledge through like horrendous experiments on people, but it's like they can use that now to help someone in the present day. And it's like, yeah, but do we have the right to benefit from that? And so it created like this kind of moral dilemma for them. I thought it was quite a good episode, actually.
Wasn't that a hollow doctor that the hologram doctor, he didn't know, he just found that doctor in the programming, so he brought him, and then they found out he was basically Cardassian Hitler.
Yeah, and then they're getting mad at him, and it's like, oh, you know, this guy's a mass murderer, and it's like, you're just talking to a hologram, like he's just a computer program.
Robot Head actually just did a really good video, and I mean, I didn't even know half the stuff that he included about. It was actually about the boys and how all of the Nazis actually helped the space program and that they got pardoned and stuff. And I was like, I know, them, but not all. Of them.
Yeah, the guy who actually designed the Saturn V rocket, his name was Werner von Braun, and yeah, he was an SS colonel, I think. And so yeah, like pretty like hardcore Nazis essentially. But they were like, well, we can use your knowledge, so we'll just we'll sweep that under the carpet and use you. And you know, they obviously spent a lot of time. These guys had developed the V2 rockets that they fired at Britain towards the end of the war, and so they're like, well, you guys obviously know about space rockets and stuff, so we can use you. And so that's what they did.
We can use you to beat the Soviets.
Pretty much, yeah. I think the Soviets grabbed a few as well, so everyone kind of got their share of Nazi scientists, but I guess we got the better ones, or the Americans did. Yeah.
Well, you guys are on our side, so it counts for you guys too.
Yeah. We're just like the junior partner in this whole thing. But yeah, I know we were talking, you know, before we started the stream. Obviously, the late great Sean Connery passed away this week. As if 2020 isn't shit enough already. Old Sean's passed away. And I think for most of us, he was pretty much the definitive James Bond. He certainly was for me. Like, he was the guy who embodied everything that you look for in James Bond. And you can't help but compare him to someone like Daniel Craig and just go, oh, yeah, Daniel just makes me sad.
It's such a letdown. Yeah, I was in the mood to rewatch this. The second I heard about Sean, I was like, oh no. And so I just recently rewatched From Russia with Love, and I'm like, oh, it's such a good movie. All of his lines are perfect.
Yeah. He just, he's got that kind of confidence and that sort of magnetism about him that you don't see much nowadays. Sadly. And it's hard to describe what it is, but it's just screen presence. And Sean had it, you know, in spades.
I don't know if it's a thing with, you know, older actors, but when I watch them, and especially older movies, and it's probably one of the reasons I enjoy it so much, is it doesn't seem like they're acting. It seems so natural, the way that things happen in movies. And then you watch, I don't know, like Casino Royale, and it's like you can just see that Daniel Craig, like he's putting on the face at the poker table, and it's just, I don't know, it seems so effortless back then, or at least for those actors, as compared to the ones of this generation. And so it turns me off so much from watching modern movies. I'll just go back and rewatch movies that I've seen that I know are good, like From Russia with Love, as compared to any of the ones from now with the new James Bond.
Well, I know that when they cast Connery, you know, he was, you know, he's obviously like just a relatively unknown actor. He came from Fountain Bridge in Edinburgh, which back then was a dump of an area, like it's a real shithole. It's nice now. It's all, the whole city's like kind of gentrified, but yeah, like he came from a pretty modest upbringing, and so apparently they took him down to London and they like wined him and dined him. They took him out to all the best restaurants and clubs and stuff like that to give him a taste of the kind of life that James Bond would live, so that they would give him that kind of confidence to, you know, to wear the tuxedo, to drink the martinis, you know, to smoke properly and all those kinds of things. He actually had kind of lived it a little bit. But it's a funny one because Dr. No, like the first one he did, he was 29 when he did that movie. Like, he looks a lot older than 29. I mean, he's just got the kind of confidence and the look and the way he moves, like all of that of an older man. You know, and it's just, I guess that's just part of, like, back then, I guess people grew up quicker, you know, or they matured faster or whatever it might be.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like people were getting married and having kids when they were teenagers back then. So by the time you're, 29 years old, I feel like that's the equivalent of somebody in their 40s nowadays.
Probably, yeah.
Wow, I didn't know he was only 29. Now I'm like going back and looking at pictures. He does
Yeah,
not
he does not look like a man in his 20s there.
He looks fantastic, but I mean, he looks a lot older than 29.
Yeah, some people in chat are mentioning Connery was in The Longest Day. That was a war movie about the D-Day invasions, and I had a wee bit part in that. And I think he was doing an Irish accent in it, so it was a little bit all over the place. But I loved him in The Hunt for Red October. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's like a submarine movie.
Yeah, so my birthday is in October, so I remember being a kid and I was like, "Ooh, okay, what is this about?" My mom always gives me the wrong information about movies, and she said it was she thought I was talking about Dragonheart for whatever reason, so she told me it was a movie about dragons. And so I turned it on like 6 years old, and I thinking I'm gonna watch this movie about dragons, and it's about submarines, and thinking it was the most bizarre movie. I remember liking it, but I was so confused because I kept waiting the whole movie for dragons.
You'd be just sitting there like, why is there submarines here? Where's the dragons? When are they coming in?
Well, so I thought maybe it's like a sea dragon, and so because they're like looking for things, and I was like, oh my god, when is the dragon going to show up? And it's going to be this huge twist, and it never happened. But it was still a good movie.
Yeah, it was like one of those films that like I just remember watching with my dad, like when I was like 10 years old or something. Like whenever it would be on TV, he'd be like, "Oh, let's watch Hunt for Red October." And I'm like, okay. And I was watching it. It's like I don't fully understand everything that's happening, but it looks awesome, and Sean Connery sounds cool, so I'll just watch it. And yeah, I've always had good memories of that film. But yeah, it just looks badass. It's like the Russian captain. It's pretty cool.
So I feel like I need to watch Indiana Jones again too, but it's like,
Yeah.
Oh man, Indy.
Yeah,
it's his entire career. It makes me.
I really hope they don't make a fifth one.
Oh God.
Like, Harrison Ford, who's like pushing 80. It's like, nah, just let it go, man.
Yeah, I think that they should have let it go before the last one, though.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't argue. I mean, he looked good. Like, I think maybe if he dyed his hair a little bit, he could have passed for like a younger version of Indy. But the actual story, like having aliens in it and all that nonsense, I was like, nah, this is garbage. Like, this isn't what Indiana Jones is meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, I could have seen if they wanted there to be aliens and they get there and there's no aliens and it's just like treasure or some kind of booby traps or something. Like that would have been fine if they just thought that there was, but there never really was. And then they could have shown like something at the end where it's like, oh, there's Secret Service and they're putting something in, the bunker. But the way that it ended with like the spaceship taking off and Kate Blanchett becoming a skeleton, I was like, really? This is how you guys decide to end it. This is potentially your last Indiana Jones movie, and this is what you guys decide to do. Cool.
Right. Yeah, it's a weird choice. I think that was when George Lucas still had some control over it, and it's like, yeah, George, some of your ideas are amazing. Like other ones, you should really have someone there on hand to just say, nah, that's bad. Don't do that.
Did Steven work on that one too, or no?
Yeah, he directed it.
Oh, he did?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so he was directing and George was there kind of writing it, and I think they worked together on it.
So was there an E.T. cameo that I missed in there? Because that could be a little bit more, I could be a little bit more forgiving. Because I love watching E.T. and when E.T. recognizes Yoda, and then when you watch the prequels and E.T.'s in it.
I haven't seen that. What have I missed something? No.
Yeah, in the Senate. When you see, I forget which one it is. It's either in 2 or 1, but you can see the little ETs in the Senate.
Ah, right. Okay, just in the background sort of thing.
Yeah, so they connected their universe, which that's so convenient when you have like 2 of the best, directors of all time, and then they're just happen to be best friends, so they let their characters be in each other's movies.
Yeah, I mean that is a pretty cool like collaboration to have. Like,
oh yeah, Chet Sullivan too. too. So yeah, Attack of the Clones.
Okay.
So that would have been cute to connect Indiana Jones into it as well if they would have had like, I don't know, like a little hieroglyph and it looks like E.T.
Yeah, that's true. Someone in chat was also asking who would we recommend for Bond next. My pick would be Henry Cavill, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Faint sigh. I sense you agree on this one.
Very, very, very much. So let's just say I will probably go to every single showing of that movie.
Yeah, he's a good actor. This is the thing. Like he's proven himself as Superman. Like he's not been in good movies, but he's been good as Superman. He's got the great look. He's got the chiseled kind of face and everything. Obviously, he's got the physique. He was really good in things like Man from U.N.C.L.E. and Mission Impossible. He's in those kind of espionage stories already, and he looks good when he's doing it. So,
and he wants to play James Bond.
Yeah, and I think they've been talking about Tom Hardy, haven't they? Like,
no,
I'm not feeling him at all. Like, no. I really am not.
I mean, I love Tom Hardy. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a great actor, but he's not James Bond.
No, he can't do every role, and this is just not the one for him. He doesn't have that kind of. Well, for one, he's not particularly good looking, and he doesn't have the kind of suave. I'm sorry, he's not. Good looking? Nah. I mean, I don't find myself attracted to him, but like, I'm probably not as like the target audience, really.
Well, I think he's cute, but nowhere near as handsome as Henry Cavill. But he's still cute. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, there must be just something about Tom Hardy, I guess. Like,
I think because he's like a bad boy. And so that adds to the appeal of him. Because there's some actors that if you just look at them, it's like, okay, they're kind of average looking compared to somebody that, somebody like Henry Cavill or I don't know, who's another, like Brad Pitt, where you just see them. They don't even have to talk. And it's like, oh shit, that's a good looking person. But then they have like this personality that gives them that edge. And I feel like Tom Hardy's one of those guys.
He's I know what you mean, actually, and it comes across not just in like the roles that he plays. Well, I was going to say not just like when he's doing interviews and stuff like that, but like just in when he's able to play like bad boy roles. Like I mean, he's playing a guy called Charles Bronson, which I don't know, in the States you've probably never heard of him, but he's like a really famous like British criminal and an absolute nut job, and like Tom Hardy just plays him brilliantly, like really like intense, really like, you feel like he could just do anything at any moment. Like he just got that edge to him.
Wasn't Tom Hardy like a thug before he became an actor? Like, wasn't he in gangs and stuff?
Oh, I don't know much about what he did. Like, I remember the first thing I ever saw him in was Star Trek Nemesis. Garbage. That wasn't his finest hour. But then he did like Peaky Blinders, and he was in that for a good number of years as like a gangster. And again, he played that role really well. But I don't know what he was involved in outside of acting. Maybe chat knows.
One of my friends was telling me, because that was the first time I heard it, that he was like actually a thug, and then he became an actor. And so when he plays these roles, he's actually like not acting. He's just a hard ass. Okay.
Yeah, chat's not telling me too much here. Said he played Bane. Yes, he did.
Oh my gosh. I remember one of my friends, we went to go see it, and she's like, Tom Hardy is just, that's her celebrity crush. And she was pissed because she didn't realize he wasn't going to show his face the whole movie.
Okay.
It's like, what do you expect? He's Bane. She's like, well, I thought he was going to take the mask off. I'm like, if he takes the mask off, he dies. It's part of the character, but it's going to a movie with the normie.
Yeah, that's what you got to put up with. He did bulk up a lot for Bane, so he definitely had the physique on the go. Yeah, I see you agree.
Yep.
Yeah, so someone else is saying I'd like to see Idris Elba as James Bond. That was touted for a while for some reason. Like,
we did. We got to see him as a James Bond-ish type character in The Office. If you go watch that, oh my god. Hello.
I mean, Idris Elba is a smooth operator, and he's a really cool guy. Like he just like, there's something about him that's just, it's awesome. But like, I can't. You just can't play Bond, man. I just think I don't like the idea of like swapping characters around like that.
Mm-hmm.
And not to mention the fact that he's pushing 50. I think he's like 48 now. So like he's too old to kind of start doing that sort of thing.
Well, how old was Sir Roger Moore? Because I mean, I remember as a kid watching, because I watched James Bond when I was really young, probably too young to be watching James Bond, but I never remembered Roger Moore being so old. And then I rewatched one of them recently, and I was like, holy shit, how old is he?
He was, I believe, he was 42 when he started.
Yeah.
But he was like, unlike Connery, I think he looked younger than he was, whereas Connery kind of looked older than he was. So yeah, I think he was like 42, and then he was about 57, I think, when he did his last one, because he was in there for a long time. And yeah, he looked his age by the end. He just looked really kind of tired and uncomfortable. And I think he even admitted that he didn't want to do the last one. Like he was just kind of pressured into it because they didn't have anyone to replace him.
Well, wasn't it supposed to be the one guy that's the dad in Batwoman? Like he was supposed to be Bond, and then no, that was actually Pierce Bronson, because he was supposed to be Bond, but then Pierce Bronson came back, so he didn't get Bond.
Dougray Scott, I think you're thinking of.
Yeah.
I know he was slated to be Wolverine, and he was cast as Wolverine, and then he was doing Mission Impossible, and I think that overran, so he couldn't be available for it, and so they cast Hugh Jackman instead, which was probably a good choice in retrospect. Yeah, I couldn't imagine Dougray Scott being Wolverine. Like he would not get that kind of physique.
I don't know. He had a pretty good physique in that Cinderella movie where he was the prince. I remember that one.
I don't
You
think
never
I've
saw it?
seen
It's
that.
with Drew Barrymore. It's called Ever After. He's Prince Charming in it. When I
Oh,
found
right.
out that, because when I was watching the first couple episodes of Batwoman, I'm like, the show's terrible. But this guy's familiar. And then I went and looked on IMDb. I was like, he was Prince Henry in Cinderella. What happened? Oh my God. Because he's so skinny.
Yeah. I just remember him as being, yeah, just like kind of normal build. Like even in, I think, Mission Impossible 2, pretty serious action scenes he was doing, but he was just kind of like a normal guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess you kind of change shape for roles, so maybe he could do it. But yeah, like when you mentioned Roger Moore, like his was the movies that were always playing when I was a kid. Like
Mm-hmm.
Connery's ones were never on, but it was always Roger Moore flicks. Like when I was growing up, and so he was like the Bond that I saw most of as a kid. But he was actually really good in what's the one where with all the submarines and stuff? I think it's not Never Say Never. The Spy Who Loved Me. That was the one where apparently they got a different director in and a different writing team, and they were like they wrote him as being much more serious and more business-like, and like that was his favorite one. He was like, why can't we just do them all like this? So I think most of the time they had Roger Moore doing like the kind of goofy, kind of light-hearted version of Bond, where it was like really cheesy. But that was the one that was really serious, and it was like the one that did the best. And it's kind of a shame because I'm like, he could have been so much better as Bond if they just let him play it seriously.
Yeah. That
But
happens like not just with Bond, but with a lot of movies where it's like you just have to get the right script and the right director, and you could turn something from like cheesy, goofy, which sometimes does work. Cheesy, goofy does work with comedy, and sometimes with serious stuff like The Office. But then I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it because when I watched Bond, I mean, especially all of these, it's been so long since I watched The Spy Who Loved Me, but I'm trying to think about it. I'll have to go back and rewatch them and see how that one fares with the
it's
other ones.
it's he's kind of teamed up with a Russian spy who's like basically both sides are the submarines, their nuclear submarines are going missing, and so like the Russians have lost one, the Brits have lost one, the Americans have, and so Bond's teamed up with like this Russian agent to try and discover what's been happening, where they've gone. And she's kind of like his equal, like she's just as smart as him and just as cunning and stuff.
Oh,
And she's
yeah.
absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. It's been a long time. I remember the car in the water.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
Uh, When I was little, I watched it for all the cool gadgets and stuff. I was like, "Ooh, what cool toy is James Bond gonna pull out in this movie?"
Yeah.
That was
It's when he uses like a magnetic watch to like unzip a woman's dress and stuff.
Mhm.
It's just like, brilliant.
Such good movies. Do they even
Yeah.
have like gadgets in the new ones, or is it just, oh, this is a
Uh,
new gun. Here's your new gun.
Pretty much, yeah. I think
No.
one of them even made a point of like saying that, where it's like he gets issued his equipment and it's basically just a gun and an earpiece for like a radio, and he's like, "That's
Mhm.
it, a gun and a radio," and it's like, "Well, yeah, that's all you're getting. What more do you need?" And it's like, okay, that's just another example of Daniel Craig's Bond just being really like boring and like really sensible. It's like, come on, it's supposed to be a little bit extravagant. You can have fun occasionally. You're allowed to have fun with it. It's not illegal.
It's so dumb. It's like, with like, they give James Bond a suitcase and it's like, okay, you have to turn the knob this way because if you don't, it's going to explode. But if you turn it this way, it's going to open the secret compartment that has A, B, C, D gadgets that you're all going to need that are specifically geared to your mission. Here's a camera that you can use underwater, but you can only access this camera through your left bottom shoe heel. If you tap it 3 times, and it's like, how do you remember all of this stuff? But he does, and I always loved that about Bond because, I mean, you could have a secret agent movie and they've been done over and over again, and some of them are great, some of them suck, but there's something special about Bond that they just lost. And now it's going to be a win-win.
Yeah, it was, it was that interesting combination of like, extravagant kind of luxury, like, the casinos, the sports cars, the beautiful women, like Bond being this like, I guess this thing that every guy would love to imagine himself as. Like, he's suave, he's rich, he gets to travel the world, he's handsome, he can handle himself in a fight, like all of these things. He's witty, he's cool under pressure. It's just all the kind of things that you look for in a film. It's just, and the combination that it creates is just fun. It's an enjoyable movie, and it's lost that along the way. Like with the Daniel Craig ones, they obviously wanted it to go more grounded and serious, and Bond is no longer like the kind of suave womanizer that he was, and it just leeches the fun right out of it.
Well, it doesn't even seem like we're watching a James Bond movie when we watch it. It's like, okay, he's got the name, all the other characters, they all have the characters' names, but then it's like, I'm not watching a Bond movie. I'm watching just a secret agent movie. It's not even fun in some of the scenes,
Yeah, it's like, if I want a proper like authentic feeling, spy movie, like you can watch things like, I guess the Bourne Identity or something, where you get like an action thriller, you know. But like the Bond should be separate from that. It should have something that makes it distinct, and it kind of doesn't now. And some of the plots are just so unmemorable that I just genuinely can't even like tell you what happens. Like Quantum of Solace, that movie is just a blank in my head. I have no idea what was going on in it.
I know, what is that one about?
That's the question I ask myself every day. Still can't answer it.
Skyfall, M dies and the car gets shot. That was the most painful part of the damn movie for me. I'm like, no, don't shoot the car.
Not the Aston Martin.
No, I'm like, don't touch it. No, the better be CG. But the only thing I remember liking about that movie was the part where, I'm blanking on his name. He's married to Penelope Cruz, but the bad guy, when James
Javier
Bond
Bardem, yeah.
Yes, when he's tied up and then he has one perfect one line in that movie and he's like, "Oh, what makes you think like this is my first time?" And it's like, whoa. And he's just playing with Javier. That was good. Everything else I was like,
yeah. I did like, out of all of the Daniel Craig ones, Skyfall is probably the one I disliked the least. It kind of felt like it had a pretty tight plot, and I like the bad guy. I like the kind of poignant ending of M dying. Like, that was pretty good. And the ending was a decent like conflict, a decent battle between the three of them. So yeah,
I don't even
that wasn't bad.
That. I remember M dying. I remember the car. I remember them going up to Scotland. But after that, it just blank.
Yeah. it kind of felt like, things like the car and shooting it in Glencoe in Scotland, like it's just so they could recreate that famous Sean Connery kind of photograph where he's there. But it's like, you're not Sean Connery, Daniel.
No,
Don't
no.
try and be.
Can't even hold a candle up to Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Oh, but to bring it back to Star Trek, you want to hear something funny?
I do.
Okay, so my sisters, especially the youngest one, I forced them to watch Star Wars every single day. So they kind of are like meh with Star Wars. But then when I was little, I was told that if you like Star Wars, you can't like Star Trek. So I got into this habit, and take in mind, I was like 3 or 4 years old, where anytime my dad tried to watch it, I would scream in front of the television until he turned it off. And so my sister, she especially has it in her mind that she's like the world's biggest Star Trek fan, even though she's never seen Star Trek, or, wasn't actually looking at the screen while it was playing. And so when Sean Connery died, she posted the picture of Cybok, and she's like, R.I.P. Sean Connery. And I'm like, oh my God, Emily, that's not Sean Connery. And so we got into this big heated argument about it. And I'm like, that's not Sean Connery. And she's like, yes, it is. He was Spock's brother. And I'm like, you're getting the character right, but that is the wrong actor. And so, oh my God, it was just this hell the other day trying to explain to my youngest sister that Sean Connery was never in Star Trek.
He was meant to be. They really wanted him for that role. Apparently, that's why the place that they're trying to get to is called Shakari, because it was like their like shorthand for Sean Connery, and it was like just a stand-in until they got him cast, and then they would think of a different name, but then they never cast him. So it
would have been great to see him in it.
Sean Connery playing opposite Leonard Nimoy, like holy shit, man, that would be something else.
That would be amazing. I mean, I still think the
guy that... You have to pull the trigger.
Would they have him be Scottish, though? I feel like they'd.
He's always Scottish. Like, even when he's playing like a Lithuanian sea captain in Red October, he's still got a Scottish accent.
I feel like they made him tone it down in Bond, because I was just rewatching one, and then I was watching that interview because you know how everyone's trying to cancel him, and he's like saying it's okay to slap a woman, and his accent is so much thicker in the interview than it was in the movie. So I feel like he must have toned it down for some of his roles, at least.
He may have done. When he was in The Untouchables, and I think he tried to do an Irish accent, that was special. That was something else. I think he's quite famous for the roles that he's turned down as much as the roles he's taken. Like, he was offered Gandalf in Lord of the Rings.
Oh my God.
And he didn't take it because he's like, he couldn't be bothered reading the books and he didn't understand it. So he's like, it's just some dumb fantasy thing. I'm not going to do that. And he was offered the architect in The Matrix. He was going to be playing that role. And again, he turned it down because he didn't understand the script. And then he did League of Extraordinary Gentlemen because he's like, well, I better take something, I suppose, because all these things I've turned down have been really good. So he did that, and yeah, it wasn't.
You know what's funny, though, is I remember watching League of Extraordinary Gentlemen when I was a kid, and I remember liking the premise of it, but even being young, I remember the execution wasn't that great, but I liked the idea of it. And then I tried rewatching it maybe about 5 years ago, and I was just like, this was better as a memory.
Yeah, there's movies that are like that, and it's one of those. Like, the special effects are pretty garbage, and Connery didn't seem like he really knew why he was there or what he was meant to be doing, and not a great one. And it's kind of a shame because I think that was pretty much his last movie.
Really? Was it?
I can't remember him being in anything after that, because he kind of went into retirement like early 2000s, and he was just kind of done with acting.
I feel like he did voice acting, didn't he?
He might have done a voice or two, but like that was definitely the last time I saw him on screen, like in an actual starring role. I was just thinking as well how he was in Highlander playing like an Egyptian. And it's like, you've got a Scottish guy playing an Egyptian, you've got a French guy playing a Scottish guy, and you've got an American playing like a like Russian, whatever he was, the Kurgan from like the Russian wastelands. So the casting in that movie was insane. I mean, it worked somehow because it's great fun, but wow.
Oh my God,
Never
you're
would have thought.
right. Last time on screen was The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yeah. Hey
Ah.
ho, though. I suppose we should talk a little bit about Star Trek now, shouldn't we?
I tried bringing it back around, but
I know.
it's
I'm sorry. I get sidetracked.
it is okay. Yeah, we can talk about the whales.
With the whales, yeah. I just like honestly, I wanted to say to you, like, thank you for getting me to rewatch this film
Oh,
because I'd mentioned this I think on my last stream about Star Trek. It's like, um, out of all of the classic sort of era movies, this is the one that I kind of don't really rewatch. Like I sort of recognized that it was good, but I just never got drawn to it because I was always thinking, no, it's just the goofy one with the whales, and
it's so good.
I know, but yeah, exactly. And then I was like, well, I'm doing this stream with Anna. I have to watch it and like refresh my memory. And then I did, and I got to the end of it, and something really bizarre happened. Like I just felt really good and happy. Like it's weird. It's like seeing Gal Gadot smile. It just makes me feel good. You know what I mean? Like it's something good about this movie. It's bright, it's optimistic, it's good natured.
It's so
It
funny.
yeah, it's really funny. Like I'd forgotten some of the gags work so well. Like Leonard Nimoy being totally deadpan and like yeah, it's great. And it's just a fun film. And I got to the end of it and I was just like, yeah, I'm buzzing now. I really like that. It makes me feel good about Star Trek again. It reminds me why Trek is so good. And it doesn't always have to be like kind of deep philosophical stuff or like moral dilemmas. Sometimes it can be a fun adventure. And I think after, you know, 2 and 3, which were like great movies, but very heavy and dramatic and serious, this was just a kind of light relief. And it was a great way to round out that kind of trilogy of Star Trek films.
Yeah, I mean, and then that's kind of how the episodes went. You have some episodes that are intense and hard hitting, like, the Journey to Babel, and then you have the triple episode, you know? And
Yeah.
I love the way that they did that. So I actually, the past couple days, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to rewatch all of them because I haven't, you think about these things. It's like, oh yeah, I just watched that movie. Then you actually go and you look at the dates. It's like, oh my God, it's been like months or years since I watched these movies. And The Search for Spock, I hadn't watched since I think 2009. So it's been a
Damn.
long time. But I had reasons for that, personal reasons why I don't rewatch that movie. But I was like, screw it, I'm going to rewatch it. And I had completely just blocked out of my memory the scene when they blow up the Enterprise with all the Klingons on it. And I was like, oh my God, this is such a good scene.
Oh yeah, that whole sequence, like where they're approaching the Genesis planet and the bird of prey is closing in on them, the music's getting more intense, and they beat the Klingons to the punch and open fire on them, and all that stuff is so perfectly paced. Like it's brilliant to watch.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then I really, I don't know about you, but every single time I watch The Wrath of Khan, I cannot get through that movie without just bawling at the end because I love Spock so much. It's like,
Yeah.
it gets you. And then in The Search for Spock with him going back and becoming a kid, but he doesn't really have a memory or anything because it's not technically Spock. And I hated the fact that they killed David. I wish that they would have left some kind of opening for Kirk to at least have some kind of lineage. But then, just last night I finished rewatching them, and in the Undiscovered Country with that scene wouldn't have worked if they hadn't have killed him earlier on with him saying the Klingons killed my boy. I don't care. I don't want to help the Klingons. And so I was like, you know what? I've been upset about them killing off his son for decades now. And watching this again, I'm like, you know what? They did okay. They did it right. And I love the fact that they actually planned everything out. Isn't that great?
Yes.
Movies work out that way sometimes.
The continuity between these films, there's little differences obviously, but generally it's solid as a rock. And yeah, when you're talking about the loss of his son, that scene between Spock and Kirk in Undiscovered Country where he's saying, the Klingons are dying, and Kirk just with absolute venom, just let them die. It's so, if he hadn't lost his son to them, that just wouldn't have any bite behind
Yep.
it, but it nails it with that, because you can see what this guy's lost because of them, and you totally understand where he's coming from. And yeah, like the scene in Wrath of Khan, I was talking with Gary about this, and we both felt the same way. You know, I think there's something in all of us when you see someone who has to give a speech or whatever, like a eulogy, and they're holding it together, and when they just waver slightly and their voice shakes, you can't help but feel that kind of empathy for them. And it just, like, I think Shatner plays that scene really well. And so you really feel it when he has to give Spock's eulogy.
Yeah, well, I've been rewatching the original series with Drunk 3PO because he had seen the movies, but he had never watched Star Trek. And so he's telling me, he's like, oh yeah, the spacey, that's when you see Khan. I'm like, no, you're not going to understand the importance of the Wrath of Khan without watching the entire show and seeing just the friendship and the evolution of Spock's character as well as Kirk's character throughout it. So once we finish rewatching them, we're going to go and watch the movies again. So I can't wait to see the way he's going to respond to the films after actually watching the show and seeing all of that. Because I feel like if you just watch the movies, because that's what happened with me when I was a kid. I watched the movies first, and then I went and watched the series. And it just has so much more meaning and impact actually having that knowledge of everything that happened and watching it when he
Very
actually
much so. And things like even the destruction of the Enterprise, you know, you really feel that, because when you think this has been Kirk's home for 20 years or however long it's been, and him having to sacrifice that to have a chance of bringing his friend back, it gets you right in the gut. It really does.
Well, even like just when he goes up and everyone knows that Spock is in there, like Scotty knows, McCoy knows, and they all know that he's not going to make it. And Kirk hasn't seen him yet. He's like, where's Spock? And you can just see how, like, in their eyes, like they don't even have to say anything. And then when he sees him, and it's just, I don't know. There's something about it where it didn't seem like acting. It just felt very genuine. Like, what would you do if this was the person that you might have had fights with at conventions, but you did this show, this silly, goofy show back in the 60s, and now you're back. What was that, the 80s or the 90s when those movies came out?
The 80s, I think.
80s. And then, you know, you're there, and it's like this person is dying, this person that I did this silly thing that blew up, and now we're here and you're dying. And it's like, oh my God, my heart, the feel, it gets me every time. And then I think out of all of them, the one that because I mean, that one, it gets you. It's a absolutely fantastic movie. I think it's one of the best sci-fi movies ever made. But then you have The Voyage Home, and I just always love that one because it makes you happy. And it's because, I mean, you're not just going to go on a regular day and be like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to lay back, have a drink, have some cookies or chips or something and watch the Wrath of Khan. It's like, it's a really, really emotional roller coaster. But The Voyage Home, it's like you turn it on and you're just laughing and you're having a good time the whole time, you know?
Yeah. Like I was saying, I think it was intended as a real, almost like a palate cleanser, I guess, after like the previous two movies, which had, like you say, been great films, but very hard going. Like a lot of the, it's all about people being killed and, loss and Kirk getting older. He loses Spock, he loses his ship, he loses his son. He eventually gets Spock back right at the end. It's a real, like, emotionally draining couple of movies, and then so it made sense that it's like, okay, let's do something a bit more lighthearted with the next one. Spock is now alive again. They've managed to recover him. What can we do next? And so, they took it down an interesting path. The movie kind of quickly reintroduces us to Kirk and the others. They're on Vulcan. They've been there for the past few months while Spock recuperates. They no longer have the Enterprise, but they've got the Klingon bird of prey that they stole.
That's
the interior
whole day with.
Yeah, because it's only in like basically the two films, but actually it's a cool ship. It looks good. It can do all the things they need it to do to make this movie work, and it makes sense. Like, it can cloak and all that. It can land on the ground. All stuff that like makes sense for it to do. And Yeah, the interior looks completely different from the previous movie, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. I'm not going to give it too hard a time for that. But it lets you know what they've been up to, and they're getting ready to go back to Earth, I believe, so that they could be court-martialed because they did steal the Enterprise and it got destroyed, so they have to answer for that.
And they went to Genesis, which was off limits. Yeah, they broke a lot of rules.
Yeah, they did. You can't break rules in Star Trek. It's not allowed.
Unless it's New Trek, then you can break rules without any consequences whatsoever.
Well, yeah, no, but it's all about what you feel, though, in New Trek. It's about your feelings. It's not about your duty or your obligations or anything. It's just...
Well, you know what? I feel like a Q today, so does that mean I'm an omnipotent being now?
No. You are, yes. If you identify as a Q, then you actually get all the powers of a Q, and we have to treat you as such.
Oh, well then give me the rights to Star Trek and Star Wars so I can fix all of them.
Please do. Someone needs to. Just to let people know, actually, we will obviously answer all the super chats, or at least I will. I don't know how much time you've got, Anna, but I tend to do them towards the end of the stream, just so we're not stopping and starting all the time. But I am aware that people are sending me a lot of them, so obviously I'll get through them all towards the end, so don't worry. But yeah, so they're on Vulcan. Spock he's kind of like training to regain his like discipline and his logic and stuff, and he's like he's doing this like computer test. Yeah,
like physical therapy. Like if you just, I don't know, you're learning how to walk with prosthetic legs, you know.
Yeah.
It's not, it's all mental.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like he's been essentially put into a new body and he has to like relearn a lot of his old memories and stuff. And the question that stumps him is like, how do you feel? Because that's to play on his human side. And it's not until his mother comes in and explains like, well, because you're half human, you have to like learn to deal with that. You can't just rely on your Vulcan logic. And so that it kind of sets up Spock's character arc through this movie. Like the movie for him is about learning to readapt to that human side of him or reconnect with it, so that he's not just purely logical. Like at the end, he's having to make educated guesses. He's having to like reconnect with Kirk as his friend, all those kinds of things. And it sets that up very quickly.
I think that they set it up really well with the films because it's been so much time passed since the series, and you know, Kirk's an admiral now. They're all kind of doing their things, so I'm really glad because usually I skip the motion picture for reasons, but I decided to rewatch and to, you know, actually I'm like, okay, I'll turn on the motion picture and I'll have this. We'll do this again. Yay, it's going to be great fun. But I'm really glad that I did because I totally forgot that in the beginning he's taking that right to like pure logic to purge himself of all emotion, and he just gets that feeling that it's not right, so he leaves. And so when you look at that as, you know, part one, and he was going to go on that path to now he died and he's having to, you know, re-become who he is and find all the lost knowledge that, you know, was lost in his transfer of his chakra. And so the whole how do you feel, then I love that I'm so happy that she was still alive when they were able to film this, and they actually had his mom from the episode where we got to meet her in the Journey to Babel.
Oh, and damn, is that her?
Yeah, that's Amanda.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, I was so shocked. I was like, wow, I'm so glad that she was still alive for that, because it's both of his OG parents. And so she's there, and it's the same thing that was going on when you got to meet her and when you got to meet Spock's parents. And, you know, she's the one that's like, oh yeah, Spock used to have a teddy bear, and yes, Spock, you're half human, you know, you have to like be able to come to terms with the fact that you're half human and have all these feelings. And so she's still totally in character. She's still using the same mannerisms. Even her dress is the exact same cut as it was in the episode. It's just different colors. And she's still there like, yeah, your kid just died. He came back. And she's like, how do you feel? You know, you're half human. And she still got that smirk. And it was so in tune with what they had done decades before. And so I love that, and added that, you know, more cohesiveness to it, and it made it very special to watch. And then also because he doesn't have all of that. I mean, maybe he must have lost some of the memory, but that humanity, I felt like Spock always kind of, because it was bred into him since he grew up with Vulcans, especially from Sarek, that they're not necessarily the best things to be, as to be human-ish. And so with his mom reintroducing that, and especially in the Voyage Home and then the next two films, he's able to come to terms with his humanity a bit better. And it's all sparked by that when she says, how do you feel? And you're human. And so it's that moment where he's starts to come to terms with it more. Because OG Spock would never be using colorful metaphors the way he did in the movie if it hadn't been for all of that.
Yeah, I just love that he uses them totally out of context, and because he's not familiar with it, so it's like, you know, someone will say like, "Oh, you're joking," and he'd be like, "The hell, I'm not." You know, like, or like, "Where are you at with those calculations, Spock?" And he'll just casually go like, "1 damn minute, Admiral." Like, it's like so much of the humor is just it's perfectly played. Like, you know, Leonard Nimoy just being really deadpan, and you know, Shatner. I love Shatner in this because like he's playing Kirk as like a guy who's just as unfamiliar with his situation as everyone else, but he's the leader and he has to kind of act like he knows what he's doing. And so, you know, he's like, oh yeah, you know, this is how this culture works. You have to use these colorful metaphors and stuff. And even he's kind of doing it wrong. And like, he doesn't understand how money works. And like, he doesn't really understand how buses work, or, you know, all that sort of stuff is just really well done. It's really funny, but without like without mocking Kirk, but just like subtly, you know, suggesting he's a little bit out of his depth.
Like the whole, oh yeah, these glasses, yeah, $100. She's like, is that a lot?
Yeah.
And the guy's like, yeah, it's a lot. I always love we're looking for the nuclear vessel. The nuclear vessel.
I could be wrong, right? But I've got an inkling that was like real people that they were trying to question on the street. They just kind of put the actors there and they had a camera like off in the distance and they just had them like interact with just passersby to try and get their help, because so many people just walk by and ignore them.
It could be. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I watched like the documentaries on these movies. I'll have to go back and look. Maybe the chat knows. Chat, do you know what's those like actual people? We'll wait for the chat to catch up.
Yeah, it's usually like 30 seconds behind or something. It was according to Walter Koenig. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, so like, I think like a lot of the people were just normal passersby, and like they've got these Star Trek actors trying to question them about nuclear vessels.
Where's Alameda? And they're like, I don't know.
Yeah, this one woman's like, oh, I think it's across the bay in Alameda. And it's like, yeah, I know that, but where is it?
Oh my gosh. Could you imagine just going on your normal day and you see some like two dressed up weirdos on the street asking for like nuclear vessels, and then you just go to the movies and somebody just takes you like, yeah, come watch this movie with me, and then it's like, oh my god, I'm that extra in the movie.
Yeah. Like, yeah, damn.
I walked past Chekhov and Ahura at this part of the movie.
Some people in chat are saying as well, I love the cop just watching them like
without I know
speaking.
He doesn't say a single thing. He's just like, this is a Russian coming up asking for the nuclear vessels. Like, come on.
Yeah, in the middle of the Cold War, that must have been something else. I hope that guy was real. He wasn't just like an actor or an extra or something.
I feel like he must have been, because they zoom into his face a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like a real cop would have said something.
Yeah, probably.
They're all stoic. But it would be great if just that whole scene, it's like comedic genius. And we don't have stuff like this anymore.
No. People are saying they did Borat before, like 25 years before actual Borat.
I have never seen Borat.
I have. Oh, have you not?
No.
Oh man, like, because it started as a skit on a TV show called Ali G over here, and like the guy who plays Borat, like Sacha Baron Cohen, he played like a bunch of different characters in this sketch show, and it was kind of like they were all just interacting with like members of the public in different guises. And Borat was just one of them, and it like really took off, and eventually they decided to give him his own movie. But yeah, just the whole like basis was like you could get celebrities to say insane things because they think they're interacting with a real person. And it's just, it was quite good.
Did he get a celebrity to say something bizarre?
Yeah, he did. Well, I can't remember all of them, but like He would, like, when he's in his guise as Ali G, he'd be like playing like a, how can I even describe it? Like a kind of stereotypical kind of black guy from London, like going around in like full like tracksuit and stuff, and like he's always wearing a beanie hat and stuff. And he would bring in like politicians, like pretty well known politicians who clearly had no idea who he was, and didn't watch like TV, I guess. And he would interview them, and just like he'd be subtly like making fun of them the whole time, and like they would be completely unaware of what he was doing. So yeah, it was pretty good. Like, if you ever get a chance, you'd probably get a kick out of watching it, actually.
I'll have to go look it up. It's called Ali G.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll put that on my list. All right. Oh, didn't he do an interview with David Beckham and Posh?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's the one time I've seen him like this. Was I remember, I think that they had just had Brooklyn, and I was watching like a compilation of like interviews for soccer players, and one of the ones that popped in was David Beckham and Posh doing an interview with this character. I didn't know that was Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah, David Beckham's awesome, but like he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Sadly,
he is so pretty to look at and to watch play soccer, and then you hear him talk.
Yeah,
and it's like shh.
Yeah, because he's got a very high-pitched voice like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I was not expecting at all, because, yeah, and it was kind of disappointing. But it is what it is.
You can't be like a triple threat all the time, sadly.
Everyone has to have a flaw.
That is true. What the hell were we talking about as well? Oh yeah, Star Trek. I remember. Yeah, so I guess we've kind of reconnected with all the characters on Vulcan. They're getting ready to go home in the Bird of Prey, and that's when you see the this alien probe thing that's on its way to Earth, and it looks like just like a giant cigar floating through space. It's really weird looking, and it's making this weird noise. And whenever a spaceship comes near it, it just kind of shuts down. Like, it seems to drain all the energy out of it. Like there's like a starship that approaches it to try and figure out what it is, and all their power just suddenly goes down, and they just like are drifting as a result of that. So it's straight away you establish this thing as like quite an ominous kind of threat. Like, what the hell is it? What does it want? And how can it just like, kill starships without any effort? So that kind of establishes your stakes in the movie fairly quickly.
Yeah, but at least it's not like V'ger and like consuming everything it goes past. It's just making them deactivate. Yeah,
like it's not even aware of what it's doing. I think that's what they seem to imply. Like it damages things, or at least it shuts them down. But it maybe doesn't even know that it's doing it. It's just not interested. And so, yeah, like the starship that first encounters it just kind of drifts by and shuts down. It goes past like the space dock, and that shuts down too. And then it reaches Earth, and it starts messing with it. Like, it does weird things to like the ocean, where it starts like sucking it up into the atmosphere, and like clouds just appear everywhere. And before you know it, the entire planet's covered in like storms and stuff. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of fucking the place up pretty rapidly.
Well, you would also think if it went past you in space and you lost, like your ship just shut off, what about like atmosphere control? So like, did all of those people just die?
I don't know. Like they seem to have emergency power, which keeps some of it running. I guess they can like just, they can stay running long enough to like get rescued, perhaps. I don't know. It's never really implied. One of them, I think, radios back to Starfleet Command, and it's like, yeah, we're going to try and rig up like a solar sail or something to like give us enough energy to survive, but like never really tells you if they manage it or not. So yeah, I'm not sure. Like you say, maybe they just all suffocated to death.
I know. I was thinking about that, because I mean, what would happen if your ship just shut off? What happens if emergency power is down?
Yeah.
and your ship is damaged? Or what about if you were just in, you know, the middle of a space battle, this probe goes past you and the other ship both, well, what if your ship lost power first, other ship shoots you don't have shields or anything, your atmosphere is just disappearing, you don't have any type of power of anything, you're dead.
You're done.
You're dead.
You just be a sitting duck, I suppose. But it seems to be like anything that's within range of it gets affected by this thing. You never really get to see what happens if you try to shoot it. Like, I guess torpedoes would just like shut down before they got near it, and I don't know.
It's either way, awesome power that you would think that they would look into. Like, how do we make some kind of ship or some kind of weapon that anytime anything comes near it, it just loses power?
Yeah. I guess you can't study it because, you know, you can't get close enough to it to, like, you know, make any readings of it. And then by the time the movie ends, like, it just departs, you know? So again, it's going to be gone before anyone can get near it.
But I mean, they have that idea. And so, I mean, that would have been an interesting type of weapon source for them to use. I mean, maybe not in OG Star Trek, but maybe something to come up in the Next Generation, especially when they come in contact with the Borg. Like, they could have, I don't know, just could have been a throwaway line or a plot point where they say, oh, remember that one thing that happened during this one time in that program with the whales and how it just sucked up all the power? What if we try to use that type of technology or invent that type of technology? Because it's been done before, so it's possible. What if we try to invent something like that? So anytime the Borg tries to come near us, we just send something like that out and they lose power.
It would be handy. I mean, there's certain things from the movies that kind of never get revisited, like the Genesis device. It's like, you know, that seems like a pretty cool thing. Like, you can make planets out of it. Like, maybe you should work on that a bit more. Or, you know,
they did, didn't they, with the terraform? Remember the episode where they're on the terraforming planet and there's like, because you have to have a planet that has absolutely no life on it. And so they find out when they're drilling down, there's like some kind of life form that lives below the planet's surface.
Yeah, I think they can do terraforming in the future, but it's not like with the Genesis type technology. It's just like much slower.
Well, that's because the Genesis, the reason why it was so fast was because he used, well, it wasn't dark matter, but it was something.
Proto matter, yeah.
Yeah. And
so it's like he cut corners and it was like kind of unstable, and that's why the planet ended up like self-destructing. But it's like, well, okay, what you did didn't work perfectly, but like maybe you could like carry on working on that and maybe fix the problem. I don't know. Or at the very least, you could use it as a weapon. Like they say, like if like if you fire it at a planet, or I presume you fired it at a ship, it would have the same effect. Like it'll just wipe out everything on it and turn it into something else. It's like, wow, that's pretty powerful technology right there. I mean, you could fire it at a Borg cube and just turn it into a nice green planet that would eventually self-destruct.
Maybe it was one of those things where it's like against their ethics, which is why they just were like, no.
Yeah, it's like, okay, we'll just forget about it, and like nobody ever talk about it. Yeah, it's like, certain things, I guess they're too like universe breaking or universe changing to like have existing, so they have to just, you know, forget about it, I suppose.
Well, I can understand because that's when the Klingons kind of come into the mix for the Federation. If that was part of it, like when they signed the peace treaty and they became part of the Federation, is that we're not going to ever like use Genesis or that type of technology again. It's off limits. Kind of like the what is it? Why am I blanking on the word? What Khan was genetically engineered, and so those are off limits as well. Even though what's his face was in DS9. So it's like illegal to have engineered people. Yeah.
Oh man, they were mentioned in Enterprise. Like I can't remember what name they gave them, like augments or something like that. But like, it's like same idea as Khan. Yeah.
Dr. Noonien Soong the first.
Yeah. But in this case, so the probe's at Earth, and it's like nobody can stop it and nobody can communicate with it, and it's like destroying the planet gradually. So as it happens, as Kirk's on his way back, like they get like a distress call from Earth basically saying, don't come near us because you'll just get caught up in this thing as well and it'll wipe you out. And so they're kind of left with a decision about what the hell do they do about this. Like, their home planet's getting decimated by this thing. How do they solve this problem? And that's when I think they figure out that the noise of the probe, or the sort of transmission it's sending out, is directed at the oceans, and that it sounds like whale song.
Yeah, and they look. Is it Uhura that finds it, or is it Kirk that puts it together? What if it's something that used to exist but doesn't exist anymore because the screeching, since it's coming from the ocean,
Yeah,
whales?
I think it's Spock. So Spock's like, this is directed at the oceans, and Kirk's like, well, what would this sound like if you were underwater? And so they Uhura alters it or whatever, and it's like, it sounds like whale song. And that's when Spock goes off and he finds out that it's humpback whales. It's their whale song that it's making, and it's obviously looking for them. And I think Spock has a great line about this, because they kind of assume that the probe has gone to Earth to communicate with humans, and he says, like, only human arrogance would assume that this message is meant for man. And I was like, oh, well, that's a cool way of looking at it, actually.
What if they went to go like talk to dinosaurs?
I know. Oh, can't help you there, I'm afraid.
Star Trek with dinosaurs. What if they were specifically looking for like a T-Rex or a Velociraptor, and so they have to go back, and that would be an interesting Star Trek movie. We have to go back and get like 2, or at least 1, but preferably 2 of every single dinosaur and bring it into the 23rd.
We're going to need a big ship.
Oh my gosh. We're going to need more than one Klingon bird of prey.
But like in this case, they figure out what they need. Like if they're going to communicate with this probe and tell it to leave them alone, they need whales in order to communicate. So whales no longer exist because they were hunted to extinction in the past, and it, this kind of starts the sort of message, I guess, of the movie. It's obviously got a real environmental undertone, but what I like about it is that it never pushes it so hard that it becomes obnoxious and you feel like you're being preached to. It's more just like, this is a like this is yeah, totally. And like particularly, I guess, back in the 80s when this was made, like whaling was like a pretty serious problem, and like the whales were getting hunted to extinction. I think maybe it's not quite as bad now. I'm no expert, but I think they've got lots of like restrictions in place that, limit it. So maybe it's not quite so bad.
Certain parts of the world, I think they still do it in like Japan and Russia. And then isn't there like a thing? I remember seeing stuff go viral about, I don't know if it's some Nordic country, but where they lure all of them in the bay and then they beat the whales. I can't remember if it's whales or dolphins, even though dolphins kind of are whales. And they just beat them to death.
Right. That sounds awful.
Have you not heard of this? It's like a festival, and they lure all of these, they're either tiny whales or just dolphins, and then they get them into this bay, and all of I don't know if girls do it, but all the guys go in and just beat them to death.
God damn, that's hardcore, man. No, I don't. I've not really heard of that.
Is what people are saying. I saw it. It went viral, like I think 3 or 4 years ago, and that was the first time I heard of it. But yeah, it's some kind of tradition that they do, and I don't know if they eat it, but it's some like rite of passage where everyone just goes and beats whales to death.
Man, I've been on some nights out, man, and I've seen things, but that's next level.
Yeah. I really wouldn't want to go. Well, first off, I think I'd just be in awe, like, oh my God, how cute. But yeah, not a tradition.
If you're if you're not going to use them, like if I could see hunting one, and that could feed. I guess like a whale could feed like an entire village for like weeks, because there's so much of it, and it's like, okay, well, I can sort of understand doing that, but like just killing them for the sake of it is just really unnecessary, I suppose.
It's one of those things. It's the bizarre nature of the world when people do stuff like that. But I mean, for them to touch on it the way that they did in Star Trek, and like, okay, let's talk about whaling, this terrible thing, and it did put the whales extinct in their time, and them to come back and be like, yeah, we need to get the whales, and we're gonna kind of when they go and they meet Jillian and they're at the little whale exhibit and they're looking at it because they had never seen it before. It was very clear that they had just known it in their history book as a fact that whales went extinct because of whaling. And then when they're watching that little movie and they're just like, oh, and then they're like so fascinated by it. She's like, oh yeah, whales eat krill. They don't have teeth. Because, you and I, we know that. And then from the 23rd century, since they've never seen whales, they're like, oh, that's like new information to us.
Yeah. Well, apart from orcas, they're total assholes. And that's, scientists have proven they've got high levels of assholeness in them. Like, I think they hunt seals and like throw them up into the air and stuff and basically toy with them until they kill them.
Oh yeah.
So they're the bad boys of the whaling group.
And they made us think as kids that orcas were nice when you watch Free Willy, but no. You think you can go and swim with them, but nope, they'll kill you.
Yeah, I know what you're all about, Willie. Don't even try it.
No, stay away from me. But did you? It's so sad when you actually find out what happened to that whale is that he died of loneliness because they tried to release him back into the wild and the whales didn't like him.
Oh, really? Man, you're destroying my childhood piece by piece here.
I just had to find this out. So I went for my birthday to Vegas and I took my stepdaughter to go see the dolphins that they have there. And then people were like losing their minds that like, we animals in cages. Like, well, I didn't put them there. It's like the only thing you can take a 9-year-old to go do aside from arcades. And she liked seeing the dolphins. And then somebody left me this novel of telling me about how the whale from Free Willy just had this terrible life. And I was like, well, thanks. Thank you for that. But
sorry, chat's pointing out as well, orcas are actually dolphins. So I apologize.
Dolphins are actually whales. I learned that too. Yeah.
There we go.
Congratulations, everyone.
Yeah.
They're all connected.
Someone just said orcas are sadistic sons of bitches.
But they're so cute. They're so cute.
They look nice. They look really cool.
They have ginormous bodies and ginormous heads, and they got tiny little eyes. And it's so cute. Yeah. And they got tiny little teeth. And they got little tongues that stick out. They're like razor blades, and they're cute. But they're really
yeah, I wouldn't want to get in a pool with one though. That's,
no. If there's anything in a pool that's not a human or a puppy, I'm not getting in. Maybe a turtle, but that's about it.
A dolphin, probably. Like not an orca dolphin, but like just a dolphin, like a bottlenose one. They're meant to be. They look pretty chill.
Do you know that dolphins will rape you though?
That's part of the fun, though, isn't it?
I don't know. I wouldn't want to be gang raped, let alone gang raped by dolphins.
I mean, I suppose not. No. Like, if they buy me a drink or two first, maybe. But yeah,
I'll go swimming with baby dolphins. So that way, the second
that's threatening. Female dolphins. I'll go swimming with female dolphins because they're not going to have a go, surely.
Well, they could be mean. If they find you threatening, they'll like gang up on you, and I don't know, they'll hit you with their flippers.
Yeah. I guess the moral of this story is you probably shouldn't keep animals like that in captivity and then try and swim with them like a total asshole. No, leave them in the sea. That's probably the best place for them.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, if you go to Maui, there's this little bay where all the dolphins meet in the morning, and so if you go there, you can go and swim with wild dolphins, and they like people because they think they're going to get food, but it's what I was told when I was a kid was they're like, yeah, go there because you're not going to pay an arm and a leg to swim with dolphins. The dolphins are super nice. There's never any sharks or anything dangerous out there. And, as long as you don't fuck with them, they're not going to fuck with you,
Sounds like a good philosophy.
Yeah. And they're free. They're absolutely free dolphins. No captivity.
Yeah, good. So where the hell did we get to in the movie? Yeah, so they figure out that they have to get these humpback whales and bring them back to the future in order to stop this probe, which it all sounds like a really goofy premise, but it plays out quite sensibly. Like it doesn't seem like it's too nonsensical. Like it kind of makes sense. They narrow down like the possibilities of what they can do, and it's like, okay, well we can't just like simulate their noises or anything for the probe. It has to be the real ones. We can't get them from any other planet because they're only on Earth. The only option is that we're going to have to travel back in time to get them. And they know that they can do that because they've done it a couple of times in the original series where they slingshot around the sun at warp speed, and that'll allow them to travel back to the right time and place. And so they get that set up, I guess. It's Spock who does it. Or he does all the calculations and stuff for it. What's that?
He has to guess.
He does have the gas, yeah. He gets some nice little scenes with McCoy, because McCoy's like, I
He wants
was,
to know what it's like to die, and he's like, I can't talk to you about it since you have no frame of reference. He's like,
yes, like, so what? I have to die to discuss
die.
your insights on death.
And that was one of the great things also about the search for Spock was because he went into McCoy's mind instead of Shatner's, and so I was like, they. One of the things about them is even though they're friends, they're the bickering friends that never really see
Yeah.
eye to eye. So it's like he's like, "You went into my head, you damn Vulcan."
Yeah. There's a great little scene in that movie where Spock's body is like lying in the bird of prey as they're on their way to Vulcan, and he's kind of like an empty shell, and McCoy's talking to him, and he sort of he opens up to him a little bit, and he's like, I couldn't stand to lose you again, and like that was one of the hardest things I ever went through, and it's so rare for McCoy to like express any kind of emotion towards Spock like that, to admit that he really likes him and that he misses his friendship and stuff. I just thought that was a well played scene. So it's nice to see that softer side to him, I guess.
Well, because we all knew it. We're like, yeah, you guys, you'll love each other, you're bestest friends, but you guys are like always on opposite sides of the fence when it comes to things. And so finally getting that validation that he's finally saying it and it's in an appropriate moment, it's like, get your
Yes. So yeah, you get this it's kind of a really weird sequence where they slingshot around the sun, and it goes into like a kind of dream sequence where Kirk is like hearing things that haven't happened yet. And you see all this weird like CGI imagery of like his crewmates, like their heads kind of morph into different things, and it's almost like they had a bit of budget left on the CGI team, and it's like, oh, just go crazy, guys, just give us whatever you've got, and they just lump that in. It's odd stuff, but it works, and they're able to travel back to like the mid 1980s, I think. And that's where they set down in San Francisco.
Even though it's not in San Francisco. Like, yeah, let's sit down in Golden Gate Park, and the part that they show, I'm like, that's not Golden Gate Park.
Oh, really? I'll defer to your knowledge on that one. My knowledge of San Francisco is pretty limited.
I used to go to the park like every single day. That is not in the park.
Well, it did make me think as well, like, they land in the middle of the park, and it's like, wow, this place must be like pretty sparsely used, because like it's sat there and it's cloaked, so it's like fair enough, you can't see it, but like someone would be walking by at some point and walk into it, surely.
Oh, I know. And then also like where what are the thingies called that hold up the ship, whatever?
Like the landing strut things.
Yeah. And how those are sunk into the ground, because you get to see it when Jillian comes in, like she runs into it, but you can clearly see how like there's indents in the ground. And so it's like, you would think if you parked in the middle of Golden Gate Park, you will never find a day of the year unless there was just a music festival and it was all blocked off and people were like cleaning. And even then, you'll still have people that were cleaning up from the music festival. You will never see that park empty.
Yeah. Because there's even a scene where there's like a trash can on the ground, and it sets down on top of it, and the thing just flattens as the ship settles into the grounds. Yeah, like they I guess it would have made more sense for them to land like way out in the hills or something. So there's not much chance of people seeing them, but for the sake of convenience, that's what they do.
Well, I think there's not really anywhere that they can land, because there's buildings everywhere in San Francisco. Golden Gate Park is the most open spot. But even then, I'm like, because it's the fact that it's so open, that's where logically you would want to, but it's so packed every single day. There's no way nobody would have noticed.
Yeah. Either way, though, that's where they go. And that's when they find they've got a problem, because there's something wrong with their warp core
crystals.
Yeah, the lithium crystals. Like when they went back through time, it's drained them of their power, and so they can't lift off anymore. They need to find a way of fixing that. They need to find the whales, because they figured out that there's whale song coming from in the city somewhere, and they need to find a way of like holding the whales in the ship. Like they need to build like some kind of containment tank for them. So you've got like three big objectives that the crew have to pursue. And this is what I was going to say about this script that really impressed me. It gives everyone something to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a busy script. There's a lot going on, but you understand clearly what they have to do. Like it's a logical sequence of problems that they have to solve. It's like your ship's, got a problem. You need to find a way to fix that. You need to get a hold of the whales that you need, but you also need a place to put them. And so,
Mm-hmm.
there you go. You've got like a bunch of objectives there that everyone has to work towards. Great. Like that's a great way to set up your script.
Yeah, it's not wasted at all. Everyone is doing something as compared to like even when they do the Next Generation movies. Remember when they brought like Worf in? Is it Incursion? But or
Insurrection, yeah.
excuse me. When Worf, like Michael Dorn, he even said he's like, I did not need to be in that movie.
Yeah.
It's like I didn't do anything. I did one scene where Picard's like, "Oh, how are you liking DS9?" And like that's it. But this, it's like no. Everyone is doing something that is in tone to like what they would actually do on a mission. And I love it when he tells McCoy, you got to go do this. And he's like, I don't want to go do that. He's like, God damn
McCoy's always the one who's like, he doesn't want to do things and he's grumpy about it. Like, it's great. But yeah, like I think him and Scotty and Sulu, they're the ones who are put in charge of like making a tank for the
they have to go
whales.
figure out how to you make the glass to fit in the cargo bay for the whales, which that really puts into perspective though how big a bird of prey is. If it can fit 2 full-grown whales on top of all the water for it and still have room for everyone else and for it to just fly, not only just like fly to leave the atmosphere, but go to warp speed with 2 whales, it's like holy crap! What kind of power do dilithium crystals create?
Yeah, well, it's like Scotty says, like they weigh about 400 tons, and it's not just the whales, it's all the water that goes with them. So when you add all that up, like, yeah, it's a huge amount of weight and cargo that this ship has to be able to carry. But it does slow them down later on. Like they can't go to like full warp speed, and like it's a real struggle for them to get back. And the ship's just barely hanging in there when they land at the end. So it's like, yeah, they really kind of have to like push it to its limits of what it can do. But yeah, so they set down and they've each got their objectives and off they go. And so I think Kirk and Spock make their way to
they got to find the whales. McCoy, Sulu, and Scotty, like you said, they have to build the tanks, and then Uhura and Chekhov have to go find a way to fix the dilithium crystals, which Spock brings up the fact that we used to do currently, their past, our present, use nuclear power. And the nuclear power, because they know how to isolate the radiation, can revive the dilithium crystals. So that's where the nuclear vessels come into play. So Uhura and Sulu, nobody took into account, which is brilliant. The Russian is looking for the nuclear vessels.
And yeah, like you say, like they're questioning people on the street, and people don't want to help them. The cop thinks he's a some weird spy or whatever, but they somehow make their way to the bay, I guess the naval base in San Francisco, where the aircraft carriers are berthed, and one of them is the Enterprise, which is cool. Like I don't think the Enterprise is even commissioned anymore. Like I'm not really an expert on the US Navy, but I think that was quite an old aircraft carrier even back then, and I think it's not in use anymore. But it was when this movie was made,
which is extra special.
Yeah, and it's just really cool. It's like, it's the Enterprise out of all the ships they could have found. Like that's a nice little touch, I thought.
I think it was like they had to really have planned that out and to get that and just to make everything just hit more, because you can even see like how Chekhov is smiling when he says it, especially since they had just blown up the Enterprise in the last movie. It's like, we found the Enterprise.
Yeah, they're amazing ships. Like, I mean, you see them in the background, and fuck, they're massive. Like, we don't have anything equivalent to that here. So, like, I guess I've never seen a ship of that size or like a warship. But man, they look impressive.
Never been on one?
What's that?
Do you guys not have like a navy and you can go tour it?
Yeah, but not like we don't have huge aircraft carriers like that. Not big nuclear ones. Like we used to have them, like naval days where you could go on ships, but there was nothing as big as that.
I went on a school field trip to one when I was really little. I think I was in 3rd or 4th grade, and it's cool, like, just to see the scale of it. But on one side of my family, like, everyone's in the military, so when you get to go to special, like, military events and they have, like, the jets that fly over, or when you do have to go to, like, naval stuff, it's cool to see the scale of it, and it's like, wow. Me being a nerd, I'm like, oh yeah, this makes me think of Star Trek or Independence Day or something like that.
Yeah, just the scale of it, and like the number of people that must serve on board it. Like that's a floating town right there.
Where they sleep, and it's a giant ship, and like, I mean, I'm a tiny person, and even like where they sleep, it's cramped. You have to have, a complete aversion to claustrophobia to be able to do that kind of job. So it's very intense, but it's funny because where they show in Alameda, so I don't know how familiar you are with San Francisco or the Bay Area, but so there's this thing called BART that's kind of like the subway, but it can take you over to Alameda and into Oakland and like out further onto that side of the bay. But so one of it goes right past there, so you get like a perfect view of all of the ships that are docked now. But it's not, it's more so like cargo stuff. Like you don't really see much Navy stuff anymore.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be good to see anyway. I mean, I've never been to San Francisco myself. Like the furthest west I've been is Vegas. Yeah, which was fun.
To stop by.
Yeah.
So my bladder is about to explode, so I will be right back.
All right, no problem. While you're gone, I guess I'll go through some super chats. Just give me a second while I refresh this, guys, because I've not checked it in a while. The super chat list. It's great. This gives me a chance to catch up with chat as well. The US has aircraft carriers. All Scotland has are lake monsters. Yeah, we do have the Queen Elizabeth ones, aircraft carriers. And I actually saw one of them get launched or floated out into the Forth where it was constructed. They are pretty big. I'll give them their due. I don't think they're as big as the American nuclear class ones, but they're pretty hefty machines. But apparently we don't have any planes to put on them, which is a bit of a drawback when it's an aircraft carrier. But let me just have a look at some of the super chats here. Where did we get to? Oh yeah, here we go. Dan Ronan says, "Drinker, in honor of Sir Sean, would love it if you and your mates talk about The Rock. Nah, it'll be fine is a household phrase now. Lol." Nice. Hey, Anna. Sorry, I was just looking at one of the super chats here. I will talk about The Rock one day. I like that film. It's fun. And Sean Connery is awesome in it. Yeah, he got some great lines there. Losers always whine about their best, but winners go home and fuck the prom queen. And if Sean says that that's all right, then it's all right by my book. Right. Okay, where do we get to? Yeah, so they've found the Enterprise, so that's where they're going to beam on board, and they're going to steal the radiation or something so that they can rejuvenate the dilithium crystals on the bird of prey. So that's one problem that they're in the process of solving. McCoy and Scotty go to this like manufacturing company that builds like plexiglass stuff.
Oh no, but you gotta talk about the lead up to that, because it's genius when they're all like walking around and they're like, where are we gonna find someone that can make this, this, and this? And it's like, because they're in Chinatown and the wall is yellow and it says anything you need in the yellow pages.
Yeah.
And so they have to go find a phone book and look through the yellow pages to find a company that can like make glass.
Remember when you had to like look things up in a phone book? Well, you probably don't, but like
I do. Yeah,
there was a time when if you wanted to find something, you had to get yellow pages out and look it up. It was amazing. That's why I always
used our yellow pages, because I'm very, very short. I tell people I'm like a hobbit, and so I had that as like my booster seat.
Really?
Yeah.
The yellow pages.
Well, I mean, they're big, especially. I just remember it being so heavy because I was little. But yes, eating at dinner, sometimes the other sister got the booster seat, so I had to sit on the book.
Yeah. See, I've got kind of got the opposite problem. Like I'm 6'2", so like there's doorways and stuff. Like if I go into like an older building, like I have to duck down to get through things. It's a nightmare.
You know what's funny is I went to Europe for the first time last year, and I had my boyfriend every single time I found a door that was my size, because there's tiny doors everywhere, and I'm like,
yeah.
For once, everything is my size. It's made for little people. And so like we just have an entire little album of me with tiny doors, but they're actually my size doors.
Yeah, like people were just smaller back in the day. You know, a few hundred years ago, like the average height was probably like 6 inches shorter than it is now. And yeah, like doors were just tiny. It's weird.
That must be not fun for you, living in a place that has a lot of old buildings.
Yeah, it's the cross that I must bear. But, you know, I've learned to duck quite effectively.
Not like Scotty in, which one is it that he walks? Is that the last one? Where
yeah, it's a bulkhead or something.
Back of my hand, and then bam.
Yeah. It's individually funny, but it really cheapens the character. It's like, oh man, Scotty wouldn't do that.
Well, they had to show how he got captured.
That's true, yeah. Just setting that up. But yeah, in this case, it's kind of cool to see him because they use the Yellow Pages, I guess, to find like a plexiglass company. And they bluff their way in, like they pretend that Scotty's meant to be there on some kind of guided tour.
Yeah.
And it's great because he's ranting away at nobody. He's like, I've come millions of miles. And
thousands of miles.
Yeah, it's like, no, thousands of miles. Like, oh, thousands of miles on an invited tour, and you're not even ready for me. And the guy's just like, it's fine, I'll show you around. Don't worry. And Scotty's just like really lording it up. Like, I think he pretends that like
he's
McCoy
like, this is my assistant.
Yeah. McCoy's like, don't get too into the part.
And you could just tell like Scotty is just having a ball. Like, I'm this important person from Edinburgh that's come over to learn about glass. And it's like, how important do you have to be if you're at you're the #1 scientist in plexiglass?
Yeah. It's good that they made him from Edinburgh, though. It fits with his accent. If he'd been in Glasgow, I would have been like, nah, he's not a Glaswegian.
I cannot tell the difference, but the few Scottish people I've met, either I cannot understand at all, or they kind of are more Americanized, so you can't understand them.
Yeah, I mean, like I used to have more of a broad accent when I was younger, but like when I was back at uni, like I was working in a call center, like at the weekends, just to pay the beer bills. And yeah, like people from different parts of the UK, they just can't understand you if you've got like a really broad accent. So I had to learn to like, you know, soften it and make it kind of more understandable. And then it kind of stuck from there. So I guess as far as Scottish accents go, mine's is fairly tame. But yeah, there's
have to be if you're on YouTube and you're talking to like hundreds of thousands of people. Got to make sure everyone can understand you.
Yeah, well, when you're slurring your words, it's fine because it slows you down as well, and then people can take it in easier. So that's another bonus of being a drunkard. It's great.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, this is when you know, Scotty goes into the guy's office and he's like, look, you know, I can show you how to make this new material that'll.
Would you be interested in that, laddie?
Yeah, like transparent aluminum, which is okay. And it's like, well, how do I make it? And it's like, well, okay, let me show your computer. And he thinks obviously he can talk to it, so it's like computer.
Computer.
It's like, yeah, like McCoy hands him the mouse.
So he's like, okay, computer. He's like, why don't you use the keyboard? And he's like, quaint. And then he uses
keyboard.
2 fingers to type.
Yeah, he's just pecking away at it. But yeah, so he puts in, I guess, like the formula for how to make transparent aluminum. And he's like, you know, the guy's blown away by this because I guess this is like revolutionary.
And his face like transform because he's like doesn't believe him, and then he's like watching it, and it's like, yeah, he knows that this is gonna change the world.
I love when his assistant is about to come in, and he's like, "Not now, Madeline." But yeah, so like that's what they trade, I suppose, to him. Like, look, you know, we'll give you the formula for making this new material that's going to make you a fortune. If you give us the the screens or whatever it is going to the plexiglass we need to build this tank. And I like when Scotty takes him over to the side, or McCoy does, and it's like, well, how we're changing the future here by doing this, and Scotty's like, nah, how do you know that he didn't invent it in the first place?
And like, I love how they look at each other like, all right.
Yeah, they're just like, that'll do, fine.
It's fine. We're totally not changing the past at all. We're not. And I love the fact that they go back to the future and nothing is different.
Yeah.
Like they don't even touch on that aspect of time travel.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe it's like that predestination thing. Like they were always meant to go back in time, and they were always meant to give that guy the formula for transparent aluminum, and he was always going to invent it. It's kind of coy with that, and I guess that's something I like about this. Like, it's really easy with time travel stories to get bogged down in the mechanics of it, and I've made this minor change, and it's going to affect something later on, or you get caught into this like paradox thing where you encounter yourself and all that stuff. But they don't bother with that because it's just a mechanism to get them to like our time. So that you can see them doing like things in present day. So I'm fine with that. It doesn't create any contradictions for me because it doesn't go into that sort of realm, I suppose.
It was always supposed to happen that way.
That's it. So they've sort of done their part, and I think Sulu has
Sulu is talking to the helicopter guy.
Yeah, they need a chopper to fly this stuff in. And he's like, yeah, like, do you mind just explaining how this works? Because I don't know.
He's like, oh yeah, this is old stuff to you. And he's like, you can say that.
Yeah. Well, it's great because you see him fly it at one point, and he's like, he thinks he's, changes something on the controls, and he starts the windshield wipers, and he's like, oh shit, no, wrong button. So he doesn't quite know what he's doing, but it's enough for him to fly it. So yeah, that's cool. And the last team is like Spock and Kirk. They've got to try and find the whales. So they're able to track them down to like a what do you even call it? Like an aquarium.
Kind of, but you're missing the important part on how they got there.
Yeah, because Spock's like,
map, and then he's like, maybe they got to be somewhere at this type of place in the facility. And then Kirk sees the bus, and he's just like, I believe that there's 2 whales named George and Gracie at this place in Sausalito. And he's like, how would you know that? He's like, observation, Spock. And he turns around to get on the bus. And they get on, and then they have to get off immediately. It's like, what does he mean, exact change?
Yeah. It's just that great thing with Kirk where he's trying to put on this act of knowing exactly what he's doing, and he's sort of just as clueless as the rest of them. When a guy almost runs him over, and it's like, watch where you're going, dumbass. He's like, double dumbass on you.
Because apparently people from the 23rd century do not see walk and don't walk signs.
Yeah, like, do they not have, I mean, I guess they fly places or they beam places, but they must still have cars of some sort that go along roads, and you have to watch out for them, presumably.
Maybe he's just spent so much time in space that he just doesn't think of it anymore.
Could
or they're
be.
in such a hurry that they're just, in their own heads.
Yeah. I suppose if you're dealing with stuff like this, like the fate of the entire planet and maybe the galaxy or the Federation, yeah, you're not going to worry too much about a car that's in your way. But either way, they're on the bus on the way to this place, and there's like this dude who's like a stereotypical punk rocker from like the 80s, like listening to like music, yeah, on his boombox. Like, remember when people had them?
Oh yeah. Dude, people still do that. It's crazy. You go to San Francisco, you will still see somebody walking around that looks like that, but very much more obviously on drugs, missing a couple teeth, but with a boombox walking around playing whatever music they have.
I could be wrong, but I'm sure when I was talking with Bowles Trek about this, someone in chat was saying like the guy, the punk that's on the bus with them, was one of the like associate producers of the movie, and he wrote that song that's playing on the boombox. And
oh my god!
I hope that's true, man. I really do.
I hear it too now.
But yeah, like Kirk's trying to like tell him to shut it up, and like he just gives him the finger, and Spock just does the neck pinch, and the guy just lands on the boombox and like switches it off.
And then everyone in the bus starts clapping, because you know how that is when there's like just one annoying person on the bus, and
there's always a dick on a bus, like every time.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Nah. I mean, I'm just glad we don't have boom boxes anymore. Most of the time, they'll just be on their phone.
Well, what's the worst is when they have it and it's coming from their phone, and so it's got that especially when they have it blasting. It's got that. It's not static, but it's got that annoying extra like crisp sound to it because it's coming from a phone speaker, and it really shouldn't be playing it that loud or at that frequency.
Yeah.
And then of course it's like, do you not own headphones? Everyone in the world has headphones. Just put your if you want to listen to your music that loud on a bus full of people, put on your damn headphones.
Yeah. It's just doing it to like piss people off, basically.
Yep. Just to be a dick.
Yeah, that's why I despise public transport. Yeah, so they...
Can I ask you, do you have a license? Can you drive a car?
Yeah.
Okay. There was an EFAP where Mahler got asked if he can drive or if he had a license, and he said no. And my mind is still blown by that. Because I get it, people in Europe, public transportation, I guess for you guys is much better than it here is here. But I couldn't imagine not having a license or like not knowing how to drive a car.
I mean, I can get it. Like, you get your license and maybe you move to like London or something. You're in the city center, and it's like it's not really practical to own a car there because you'll be stuck in traffic all day, and there's not really any place to park and stuff. So it's like fine, but you know how to drive. I don't really understand people that never even got their license in the first place. Like, it was for me like at high school, like everyone got to like 17 and they just went and did their driving test and passed. And
you guys have to wait till you're 17?
Yeah, 17 before I think you can do it. But we can start drinking at 18 legally.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I mean, I was drinking a lot younger than 18, but
well, yeah, we all were.
Okay, well, that restores my faith in European countries and furthers my point as it baffles me that grown-ups or some grown-ups, cough, 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 Mahler does not know how to drive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where he lives, so maybe he's in the middle of a big city, and there's just not really any need for a car. But like, each to their own.
What if you want to leave said big city and go somewhere?
Well, that's the thing, yeah. And this is the thing that pisses me off about, like, when people don't even have a driver's license or anything. It's like, okay, it's fine if you're just getting the underground or buses or trains or whatever to where you need to go. But there's always going to be that time when you need to get somewhere else that doesn't have a train station or whatever. And then you become that guy that needs to be picked up and driven somewhere by someone else like they're a child. And like,
that is my best friend. It baffles me because it drives me crazy because she lives kind of far away from me, but I either have to go get her, and it's like, especially where she lives, there's a lot of traffic because I have to go through the mountains, and I live in Southern California by Disneyland, and she lives out in the hills. And so a lot of people live out where she lives because it's cheaper than living in the city. And so the traffic is just terrible. And it's like being in a parking lot, a very slowly moving parking lot. And so either I have to pick her up or she has to take like a 4-hour bus/train ride to get to me. And it's like, just get your freaking license.
I think like it's easy to do when you're in high school. Like I imagine it's harder as you get older. Like maybe you become more self-conscious or whatever, and like it becomes like a bigger step. But like back then it was just a natural thing. It's like, well, everyone's doing it. Of course you're going to get your license. Like, it's easy.
In California, we have it where once you turn 18, all you have to do is go in, you take the written test, and you can take the driving test on the same day. You don't have to do like the 6 months with the permit. So if she wanted to, she could just go in and take the test or both tests and then get her license tomorrow if she wanted to. But I feel like I love her to death, drives me crazy, but she's at that point where she's just like, she's lived so long without having a license that she doesn't find it a necessity. And I'm like, until we need to go somewhere, then it's an inconvenience for everyone.
Yeah, totally. It always makes me laugh in the States as well, because you guys don't really do manual transmission, do you? Like you're automatic all the way. So
well, I know how to drive both. And so, I mean, most people don't know how to drive manual. Like both of my sisters have no idea how to drive manual transmission. I'm the only one that learned, but I mean,
I always feel like, you know what, if you can't coordinate your arm and your leg to work together, then I don't know, like you're in charge of like a couple of tons of fast moving metal. Like, I don't know if you should. Like whenever I go to the States, like they never have, like, you want to rent a car, it's always automatic. So there's never like a manual that you can get.
I think, like, I mean, if you go through an app or a survey, you can always ask them for manual. It's not as common, but you can, especially sports cars, I would think.
Yeah. It's just preference for me. Like, I'm just used to it now. And it just feels weird. Like whenever I'm driving an automatic, like my left foot's always like kind of moving by itself. Like I'm wanting to change gear, but I can't. You know, that's just random.
Maybe it's just because I'm a little bit lazy when I'm driving, and I like the convenience of an automatic. But
yeah, to be honest, I've had way bigger problems in the States driving. Like I almost had a head-on collision the first time I was in Florida. Like without thinking, like I'd flown in and I picked up my rental car, and it was like, you know, I'd been flying all day. It was like 11 o'clock at night. I just wanted to get to my hotel, and I wasn't really thinking about it. And I drove down the left-hand side of the road instead of the right.
Oh my God!
Like, so I was like, oh, I'm back in the UK, and it's like heading along this road. Like, why is that guy flashing his lights at me? And I was like, oh fuck, I'm on the wrong side.
Oh my God! The wrong side of the car didn't like signal you.
No. You're not even aware of it, I guess, once you're in it. Like, because you just, you know, you don't think about where you're sitting in the car. You're just like, well, I'll position myself on the road kind of thing. And like, yeah, I think I was just, you know, it's like an 8-hour flight from the UK. So I was just kind of tired and my brain was half switched off. And yeah, I wasn't aware of it. But yeah, that was an interesting experience.
See, when we were flying back, it was weird. Our flights got screwed up. So we had to fly in from Berlin to this one airport on one side of London and then Uber to the other airport on the other side of London to get back to the States. And so I was always told, if you're not in the driver's or the passenger seat, to sit behind the driver because that's the safest spot. So that's where I always go to sit. And me not thinking about it, because I did not take into account, oh, I'm in the UK, they're on the wrong side of the car. I sat where usually would be behind the driver. And then I looked up and was like, oh my God, there's no steering wheel. And then I'm like, oh my God, that's why. But then it was really early in the morning. And so we were stuck in traffic, but we were on the freeway. And I was dozing in and out of sleep. And then like I would wake up and, you know, kind of open my eyes and I'd be like, oh my God, there's nobody driving the car. We're on the wrong side of the freeway. We're going to die. Oh, it was terrifying, but it's like, then you realize, oh yeah, it's nothing wrong. You know, everything's fine. You're just, you know, in a bizarre world where everything's on the wrong side. But I just remember like it happened like 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, oh my God, my heart can't take it anymore.
It's like, you have to kind of train your brain. Like, okay, this is the way it's done here. Just wake up, do it. Okay. Yeah. So I've never crashed into anyone head on in the States. So that's a win for me, I suppose.
That's good. That's very, very good.
Where did we get to? So
colorful metaphors. We're at that part.
That's it. Yeah. So they discuss, like, you know, the fact that you swear a lot when you're in this time period. And again, Kirk's trying to bluff his way through, like, oh yeah, I know how things are done here. You have to swear every other sentence or people don't listen to you. So like, again, he kind of overdoes it when he's dealing with people because he's not really used to what he's doing either.
He's so smug about it too.
I know.
He's got all the novels of the time, and he's like, these ones? And he's like, no, actually, these ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and Spock's like, the giants. Like, yeah.
Totally.
But they do make it to this aquarium place where the whales are being kept, and that's where they meet Jillian, who's like doing the tour that's going to tell them all about these whales.
In
and
Alameda, even though they're at the Monterey Bay Aquarium.
What's that? Sorry?
Oh, they say so. This is what I thought was funny. So the fastest way to get to Alameda would actually be the ferry, not to go over Golden Gate Bridge, because you're going to be stuck in traffic forever. Then you got to make a loop to get to Sausalito, Sausalito, not Alameda. And Sausalito, it's like a little boating city, and there's all these shops, and it's kind of more touristy now, especially if you're by the ocean. But when they go to the whale place, they're at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, which is like
yes. And I know that only because I told one of my friends that I was doing this stream tonight, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that was my favorite one." And he'd been to the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and he sent like a photo of it, and it looks like shit now. It's like the place is like really dilapidated looking. I don't know if it was just a bad photograph.
Tell me that. It's been a while since I've been there. No,
I'm sorry, but it's like, I don't know. It just looks really new and like shiny in this movie. And I don't know if it had just been newly made or something, but like, you know, in the photo that he sent, it was like all the concrete is like marked by like, you know, mold and stuff, and it just looks like really dilapidated and shitty. But you know, I'm sorry.
It's been a while since I've been there. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so I can, it's fine. You know, in this movie, it still looks nice, so let's just remember it like that.
Somebody from Scotland did not notice that. That's fine. Somebody from California that's been to all these places. It's like, I remember specifically though when I was watching it with my dad, and I'm like, Dad, that's a Monterey Bay Aquarium, because my cousins used to live in Monterey because they were at the base there, and so we would go anytime we went to go see my cousins, and it's super cool, especially when you're little, because there's one tank that's ginormous, and you just see all the seaweed, and it's like a few levels. So like you walk around this walkway, and it's like and you walk down like kind of like you're walking down the stairs, and it's still going because it's all of the seaweed, and then that's where what are they called, like sea dragons are. It's really cool, at least for my memory when I went. But I just remember because I was little and I had been to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I'm like, look at Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock are at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, but it's in Sausalito. Cough, cough. So
yeah, I mean,
to see them be somewhere where I had been.
Yeah, for me, like, you know, watching this movie, it's like, oh, so we need to get across the bay to Alameda, and we're going to park in the Golden Gate Park. Yeah, okay, sounds fine. Like, I don't know where any of these places are, so it's like, yeah, San Francisco is just like this big blur of like buildings.
They got the landmarks in there. They got the bridge. They got the Presidio. You're good.
Yeah, that's true. The bridge looks awesome. Like, it's huge, man.
Yeah,
I have no idea like how big it is in real life, but like it looks impressive. Yeah,
it's really cool if you go to like the base of it, or if you go to Baker Beach, as long as you're okay with not going to the end of the beach. But yeah, if it's ginormous because you can actually go when you're at the Presidio, and you can go walk under it, and it's just insane how massive it is. I think Vertigo does it really well. You can see the size of it, but it was cool to see them there, especially since that's where Starfleet is based in the future.
Yeah, and the bridge still exists apparently in the 23rd century. So
it's always going to exist. There's never going to be a giant earthquake that destroys it.
No. We've had that too many times in movies already. So like Jillian gives them a tour of the place and explains about whales getting hunted and all that, and you get a nice line from Spock about like, you know, it's not logical to hunt an animal to extinction, and you know, her reply is just very on the nose. So it's like, well, whoever said that the human race was logical? And they go and take the sort of tour of the aquarium, and they're looking at the whales through the tank, and then Spock just appears in the tank, like swimming next to it.
Well, because first you see them like outside, and then they're walking down, and Kirk's talking to her. She's like, "Here we go," and it's like, "Wait, where did Spock go?" And it's like, "Oh, there's Spock."
It's the look on Kirk's face when you know, Jillian's facing towards the crowd and talking to them, so she can't see it. But he's just like, "Oh fuck, what is he doing? No, Spock."
Nobody knows why the whales sing. Maybe they're singing to that man. What man?
Yeah, she's like, "What the hell?"
I'm mind melding with the whale.
Yeah. So she goes running upstairs to like pull him out of the tank and like, ask him what he's doing. And I love how Kirk's just there and he's like, "You heard the lady, speak up, explain yourself." like I've got no part of this.
He's like, "Admiral, we needed to get in contact with the whales." She's just like, "Well, what are you doing with my whales? They're not, doesn't he cuss at this point? He's like, "They're not your damn whales," or something like that. And she's like, "The hell they are." And he's like, "Oh yeah, Gracie's pregnant." She's like, "Who told you that?" "Gracie did."
Yeah. Yeah. Spock's, he's so matter of fact about it. Because I think they're walking afterwards, and that's when she picks them up and gives them a ride. And they're sitting in the car, and like you've got this like really awkward scene where, she's asking what Spock's all about, and Kirk's like, "Oh, he was at Berkeley, and I think he did a little bit too much LDS." And she's like, "LDS." Again, it's just Kirk trying to bullshit his way through. It's great.
And she's just not having any of it. But it's funny because that scene, they're supposed to be in Sausalito, but they're very clearly in San Francisco with Sausalito in the background because they wanted that shot of the bridge. And so they're walking in San Francisco at the marina, and she's like, "You guys need to ride back to San Francisco." And it's like, "You're in San Francisco. Come on." And it's like behind them it's Alcatraz, and it's just so clear. But and then he's like, "Do you like Italian?" "No." "Yes, we both like Italian." "No." It's like, Spock, you haven't even had Italian.
Yeah. But he just like makes Spock say yes. It's like, "Yes, we both like it." Yes.
"Yes, I like Italian."
Yeah. I do like when Spock as well, when he says Gracie's pregnant, and like that's when she like slams on the brakes. It's like, what the fuck? How do you know that?
It's like, Gracie told me.
Yeah. So I like that Spock's like briefed the whales on what they need them to do. It's like, yeah, okay, so we're going to take you to the future because there's this probe thing that's destroying the planet, and you got to tell it to go away.
He's
okay.
Like, "Are you sure that they knew?" And he's like, I'm sure that I, passed on the information accurately, Captain." And it's like, oh my God. So Spock just like mind melded with a whale to let them know. Like, that just shows like the level of intelligence of the whales, or that they're just chill with anything. Like, what if the whale's like, "No, screw that. I don't want to go to the future. I want to stay right here. My best friends are here."
You could be like seeing them saying like, "Well, you humans are assholes. Why should we try and save you? Like, you guys are hunting us."
Yeah, what if you guys, how do we know you're actually going to take us to the future? How do we not know that you're not going to, just eat us for our blubber? But I like the fact that he's like, "Oh yeah, they like you very much." And I'm like, how would they like her? They only see her like standing up there staring at them and through the glass. It's like, oh, this is one of our caretaker people, or these scientists that could potentially be, doing experiments on us, that only feeds us twice a day. Oh no.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't even associate her with like looking after them.
Yeah.
Like, she's just kind of there. Like, it would just be like a shape that they see occasionally. I don't think they would really understand that she cares about them and that she wants to help them. But maybe they do. Maybe whales are more empathetic than we give them credit for. Who knows?
Maybe. Insight into whales.
Yeah. I can tell you one thing. They originally wanted to have like subtitles for like the bit later on between the probe and the whales, when they're all making noises and stuff. There was originally going to be like a dialogue there that you could see on screen, because the producers were like, we need to explain to the audience what the whales are saying and what the probe's asking them. And Leonard Nimoy apparently stepped in and was like, "No, that's fucking stupid. It's going to destroy the scene. It's going to make it seem really goofy. Just leave it. Just leave it. You don't need to know what they're saying to each other. It's enough." And so eventually they backed off, and like, thank God they did, because man, that would have ruined the film.
It's fine the way it is.
So yeah, it's a funny one, because I think Kirk he knows that he needs Jillian's help in order to get these whales, because they're going to be released into the wild because Gracie's pregnant, and apparently like the calf won't survive if it's born in captivity, so they have to be released. And he's like, "Look, we might be able to help with this, because if they're released into the wild, they'll probably get hunted and killed," and she's worried about that. And he's like, we might be able to help you. Why don't we discuss it over dinner? Because it's Kirk. He's going to try and woo the ladies. What's great though is it totally doesn't work in this film.
Well, first, he doesn't have any money. He probably isn't. I mean, do they have pizza in the 23rd century? I would hope so.
I really hope they do. I hope they do.
And that's one thing. I'm like, who goes to an Italian restaurant and gets pizza? Usually go to a pizza place to get pizza.
I suppose so. Like, fuck, I hate Italian food. I love pizza. Well, like Italian food's like Mexican food, right? It's basically a variation of the same thing. Yeah, you know it's. Look, search your feelings, Anna. You know it to be true.
God, you uncultured. What the hell? Maybe you're just too drunk when you go. I have never heard a person say that Mexican food is like Italian food.
It is. It's just.
Have you had
it's going to be
Mexican food.
It's like if you have Italian food, right? If it's not pizza, it's going to be pasta in some kind of like tomato-based sauce with probably some meat. It's all a variation of that. I'm telling you, you know it's true.
This hurts my head.
You know it's true.
You know what? Oh my! Tell a Mexican that their food tastes like Italian food. See how that gets.
No. I didn't say it tastes like Italian food. I said it's the same idea. Like, you know how Mexican food?
No.
It's kind of all a variation of the same idea.
No.
Where it's like, you're gonna have your taco thing.
No.
You're gonna have your meat. You're gonna have spicy stuff. You're gonna have cheese.
No.
And it's all just rearranged in a slightly different way. It is.
You and your uncultured taste buds. Oh my God, no. Like, what? Oh, first off, have you had Mexican food?
Yes, I have.
Real Mexican food.
Yeah, believe it or not, we actually have some pretty decent restaurants, Mexican restaurants, over here in the UK.
No, you don't.
We do.
No. I was told, I tried it. I tried some tacos in Berlin. They were terrible. That's not Mexican food. You need to come to America or just go to like Texas or, I mean, you were in Florida. Well, Cuban, Puerto Rican.
What I'm saying is like Mexican food, like all of the different dishes that you get in Mexican food, they're all kind of just the same basic ingredients, but slightly differently rearranged. Like whether it's like your
tastes.
What's that, sorry?
Different spices and different like tastes.
Like a little bit, but not that much.
What exactly are you? What did you eat at these restaurants?
Well, say you have like, you have quesadillas, or you have like tortillas, or whether you have fajitas. They're all the same kind of ingredients, but they're just slightly differently cooked, or they're differently rearranged. But like the same things that go into it, and so that's the same kind of issue that I have with Italian food, where it's like it's going to have some variety of pasta in it. It's going to have some tomato-based sauce. It's going to have like some kind of meat in it. And so, much as Mexican food is the same basic ingredients, just done in different ways, it's the same with Italian food. It's the same basic ingredients done in slightly different ways.
Okay, so all of the food is the same. Like, you look at Chinese food, you got some kind of pasta, you got some kind of meat, you got some kind of sauce, right? It does not mean it's exactly like Italian food or that they're similar enough. You go in and you taste it and it's completely different because of the spices that they use. Oh my God, this hurts my brain.
It pains me to say this, it really does. But it's true.
No, it's not. Now this just tells me that you have not had proper Italian or Mexican food ever, and that
I've been to Rome. Okay, I've eaten proper Italian food, and I like everything that I had there. Have you been to
Mexico? Have you had proper Mexican food?
I have not been to Mexico, sadly.
Okay, so go to Mexico, eat their food, then get back to me.
I've been to Mexican restaurants in Florida. I've done it in DC as well for some reason, and a bunch of different Mexican restaurants here in the UK, and that was my experience.
This hurts.
I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you something different. I really do.
Oh my God. I think I just broke.
That's it. But we're gonna have to end this stream right here. I think we can't go on like this, Anna.
Oh my God. I never thought I would meet a person that says, oh my God. You just need to eat. Somebody needs to feed you the right food. I don't know what you guys eat up there in Scotland, or what you're drinking up there in the water or in your beer, but something off if you think that they're the same.
Yeah. Like I say, I feel like it's the same problem that these two like national dishes have, or these two cuisines. The same basic ingredients, just rehashed in different ways, and I just can't get excited about Italian food as a result. I wish I could. Really do.
God, no. You're strange. Maybe you're just hammered.
French food. French food. I can go there. That's like they like
snails. You're cool with eating snails, but you don't like Italian food.
I see. There you go. You see, like you're like, French food. It must be snails. No, like they've got like a huge variety of food, but like I guess that's my point. Is like their food kind of has that greater variety to it, and it's not just like those same kind of staples.
Food? Is that what it is?
What's that? Sorry.
Do you not like spicy food?
No, I love spicy food.
So what is it about French food that you like better than Italian food?
The variety, probably.
You don't think Italian food has variety?
Like I say, that's the problem. Like, I feel like I don't particularly love pasta dishes. So that's where I have the problem with Italian food. And Italian food is not spicy, really. Mexican food is spicy, which I love that aspect of it, but I just feel like most of the dishes that you get are just similar ingredients, just slightly remade or done in a slightly different way or whatever. They're spicy, which is great. I love that aspect of it. I just don't feel like there's enough variety in it for me.
This hurts.
I know. It hurts me to say it. It really does.
What do you guys eat up there? Like, because isn't all of your stuff like really bland?
Deep fried Mars bars is what we eat.
That sounds disgusting.
It really is, actually, yeah. I used to eat that in high school, and it's a miracle I'm actually not dead.
Don't you guys have, like, I don't know, some weird kind of, like, sausage stuff?
Haggis?
Yeah, don't you guys eat that? And you eat that and you won't eat Italian food. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't really eat that much. I mean, haggis is okay, but like it's not the sort of thing I would eat like every day or anything. I like Indian food.
Oh, gross.
It's spicy. It's really good.
Well, this is the most bizarre thing, is that I'm having this conversation with you because I'm the pickiest eater in the world.
And so what will you like? Is there things you avoid or something?
I don't eat any vegetables unless they're French fries. I won't eat anything that comes from the Asian continent if it's not like ice cream or mochi. I don't eat any fish. I'm very, very picky. So my mind is just blown because Mexican and Italian are like two of my favorite foods.
Yeah. Like I say, pizza I'll eat like after a night out because it's stodgy, but like just like general Italian food like pasta and stuff, I just can never get excited about it.
But it's so good, and it's always rich and creamy, and then if you get it with like chicken and then garlic bread, it's so good.
Garlic bread, yeah, that's good, but like the rest of it, just like a bowl of pasta, I'm just like, nah. It's just I can't get excited about that because it's like every spoonful you have of it is just going to be the same. That's the kind of the problem I have.
I think we need to talk about something else. This hurts. This hurts.
Yeah, this is like food wars, man. It really is. I love how we've gone off on a tangent about Italian food for like 15 minutes.
To be fair, it did have to do with the topic.
That is true. But
they were having Italian food. And here, unless you're a kid ordering off the kid menu, if you go to an Italian restaurant, you don't get pizza. You get you get pasta, or you get something else. You get oh my God, what am I blaming? My mom always gets it, but I don't like it because it's got wine sauce, like chicken marsala or something like that. But if you want pizza, you go to a pizza place. You don't go to Italian restaurant to get pizza.
So that
it's always overpriced, and there's so much else on the menu.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this place, because they do go out for dinner that night, and maybe it's like not really a high class Italian restaurant. It's just like a kind of cheap pizza place. Like neither of them has much money on hand. Like Jillian drives like a shitty truck, and Kirk's got nothing. So I assume she just takes him out to a pretty cheap place.
No, it looked nice. It looked like a nice restaurant, but I think that was her work truck. Because that'll happen if you work at like especially if you're working by the ocean, because the salt will just deteriorate your car. So I just assumed that was her work car, and that she has another one at home, like a nicer car for when she does stuff.
I mean, maybe. Like she mentions at one point the institute she works for doesn't have much money to like look after the whales anymore. So I don't know. I kind of just assumed that was hers. What, sorry?
That doesn't affect her salary. Like,
no, maybe not. And maybe she's doing okay. I mean, she has to pick up the bill ultimately because Kirk doesn't have any money. But that's where he admits to her like where he's really from. I think like they have that conversation about what he can do to help her, and he's like, look, I'll just tell you the truth then. I'm from the 23rd century, and like I've come back in time to like take 2 whales back with me because I'm going to like repopulate the species or something like that. And clearly she thinks he's an absolute lunatic. And the conversation kind of ends, I guess, like she's not willing to give him the information that he needs because like they're going to let the whales go, and he needs like the frequency of the trackers that they've been implanted with so that he can get them and beam them up, and she won't give it to him because she doesn't trust him.
My head still hurts. I'm sorry. They're not the same. They're not the same. But yeah, so she
I will not bend on this.
We're trying to move on, but I'm pondering it because I know I'm gonna have to explain this to other humans, that I met someone that thinks Mexican and Italian are the same.
No. I never said that.
Same ingredients.
Yes, exactly. Like same problem. Like there's too much like
I said move on, but I can't get over it. But yeah, so she wants because they're going to be able to track them because they're going to drop them off in Alaska, but they have the tracking, so they'll be able to keep tabs on them. But of course, that's not going to stop the whales. And so he's like, I need the tracking number. She's like, I can't give it to you. And then
because Kirk's like, I don't know if you picked up on this. Like he's really trying to flirt hard with her during this conversation, but it's kind of not working on her because like, well, one, I think he's about 20 years older than her, and like, she doesn't trust him, and he obviously comes across as a complete lunatic because he's just like, I'm a time traveler from the future, obviously. She's like, no, you seem like a crazy person.
She's like, you're a crazy person with a crazy person that was swimming with my whales, and now we're out to dinner, and he's and also because she sees the communicator, because they call him, and she's like, yeah, you have a pocket pager, and he's just like, uh-huh. He's like, I thought I told you guys never to call me. He's like, sorry, sir, we got the glass, now we're just waiting on checkoff. It's like, oh. So they got everything. They just need the whales.
And it would be so easy to cover that sort of thing up now because it's like, oh yeah, he's just got a phone. But like back then, it's like, like how's he talking to people through this magical device in his hand? She obviously like, wants to know what the hell he's up to. But I think it's
that magical thing where this is one line that's like bothered me since the first time I watched it, where she says, because she repeats about like the Admiral thing. So she already knows something is fishy. She's like, I have a photographic memory. I see words. And I was like, that's not how photographic memory works. That means that you're an audio learner. And so you remember things that you hear. You don't necessarily see them. So that line always bothered me. But so when he pulls out the little communicator and he's talking to them, and if she has that where she remembers things that she hears, she's going to remember all of that. And not only that, she's seeing like this device that, you know, nobody there has seen anything like it. So it's like, you're already introducing too much to her. I feel like she should have been asking more questions at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose what they've gotten here is like he's demonstrating just enough stuff that it would pique her interest and have her question whether whether or not he is a crazy guy, or whether perhaps there is something to what he's saying. But she doesn't, she doesn't trust him. She perhaps suspects that there's more to him than he's letting on, or that, maybe there is an element of truth to what he's saying, but she doesn't really believe all of it yet. So she's kind of caught in this like awkward in-between sort of, stage with him. I mean, she's willing to like drive him out to Golden Gate Park in the middle of the night, which I guess you wouldn't do with a strange guy that you don't trust, because bad things could happen. But like,
I love that they just drop Spock off. She's like, he's just gonna wander around the park. He's like, it's his way.
Yeah. Well, she drops Kirk off as well, and he's got like the takeaway pizza, and like it's like, well, if you change your mind, I'll be here. And she's like, you'll be here. And he's like, yeah, like in the park. Yeah. Okay.
You're going down to a level of crazy that's starting to make less and less sense.
Yeah. So, so she leaves him for now, and the scene, I think, then switches over to Uhura and Chekhov. They're in like the aircraft carrier, and they're the nuclear vessel, and harvesting like the radiation, I guess, that they need. And they're kind of there for ages, but eventually they get what they need, and it's like, okay, time to beam out. But there's only enough power to get one at a time, and so they get Uhura, and Chekhov's left behind to be arrested by like the Marines on duty there. So he's been captured, basically. And
of course, the Russian.
Yeah, the conversation that they have is just incredible. Because Chekhov has no clue what the guy's talking about, and he's like, let's take it from the top. It's like, the top of what? And he's like, name. He's
What's my name? And he's like, I don't know your name. I just met you.
And the dude, like, because he's obviously a CIA guy, and he like looks to his superior, and he's like, what do you think? And it's like, he's a Rusky. He's like, I know he's a Rusky, but I think he's a retard or something.
Oh my god, it's so perfect, because like, exactly what kind of mindset they would be, because if they really found a Russian during the Cold War on one of their ships close to where they have like the nuclear warheads, and he's just there's no explanation, nobody saw him get in, and then they're questioning him, and he's just like, and we know he's from the future in outer space, and he's just like, I don't know what's going on. And then they're just questioning. It's so like comedic genius, and it works so well.
Yeah. And then he leaps to his feet with like one of the phasers, I guess. And he's like, look, I don't want to have to do this, but I'm going to have to stun you. And the guy's like, oh yeah, go ahead, stun
with
me.
With your ray gun.
Yeah. And it just like, it doesn't work. And he's like, oh, it must be the radiation. So he makes a run for it. And
throws it at him.
Yeah, so like he makes a run for it through the ship, and tries to get out onto the hangar deck, and I think he like falls off a gantry or something as he's trying to leave, and knocks himself out. I guess he's like seriously injured, and so that's Chekhov. He's out of it. Sorry, what?
It's a big fall.
Like, it is, yeah.
The ship there, and that's not soft either. It'd be one thing if he fell in the water and he got like the cold shock and hypothermia, but yeah, I'm surprised that he like even lived to make it to the hospital.
Yeah, so falling from like the hangar deck of an aircraft carrier onto the dockside, yeah, that's got to be a hell of a fall. But and
then we have the genius, which is the hospital scene.
Yeah, so Kirk and the others find out that he's been taken to the hospital, and like, okay, well, we have to go get him.
But
But
then Julian gets there because the whales got taken. So
yes, yeah. So she goes back to the institute the next morning, and it's like, well, we've taken them out during the night because we didn't want to have the press here and stuff. And she belts that guy across the face, gives him a nice good slap. So well done. And then she goes back to Kirk, I guess, because she's like, he's my last chance. Like he's offered to help, and maybe he can.
He's so crazy that maybe this crazy thing might just be my only chance. Like that's how desperate she is.
Yeah, it's a crazy plan, but it might work.
No, and that's when she sees Sulu come with the glass, and she sees like Scotty out the top of out of nothing because it's cloaked, and she's like, "What?" And Scotty sees her, and then they sees Spock without his like little wrap, and she's like. It's like, not only was he not lying, but this dude that I talked to that I thought was a crazy person is an alien. I'm on an alien spaceship, but we also just have to make a pit stop at a hospital to go rescue someone.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot to take in. And, to be fair, like it's not played like over dramatic or anything. Like Kirk beams her aboard and then he just explains like, look, you've not exactly caught us at our best here. We've got problems and we're trying to like get one of our guys back.
But he also has that perfect, like the Captain Kirk when because the whole movie he's been a fish out of water. Now he's back to being Captain James T. Kirk, and he's got that like smug look on his face that he always gets whenever there's a lady and he's showing her around his spaceship. Yeah, and he's in charge now, and it's like, ooh, Shatner got it.
The ladies love the spaceships.
Always works, always.
It's like it's like the equivalent of a Ferrari or something, It's like, well, I've got a bird of prey. Beat that.
Not only that, he's the captain of it. So it's because exactly what you said. Like he's like kind of older than her. He's didn't exactly know what he was doing, or he was trying really hard at the Italian restaurant. And then Kirk doesn't really have to try when he's on his ship because he's the captain. It's his ship. Everyone has to listen to him. And he just puts on his smug Captain Kirk face, and the ladies just fall for it every time. And he goes into that mode now. He's in charge. And so it's like a flip of the script right there. Because she was in charge before, now he is.
Yeah.
The extra allure.
And she needs his help.
Yeah.
Like she wants to I guess the whales are gone. She knows that they're they're under threat, and Kirk is her only chance to perhaps help them. But he's like, well, look, we can't go yet because one of our guys has been injured. We have to get to him and help him before we can leave. And so that's, like you say, that's where they have that great scene at the hospital where they know which hospital Chekhov's been taken to. So they head in, they've got some like scrubs on. And it's like, okay.
McCoy is just like, oh.
He's just disgusted by everything because it's like 20th century medicine and he's like 200 years ahead of them. And he's like, there's like an old lady who's like dying. And he's like, and he's like,
the dark ages.
He just gives her a pill and it's like, take that, you'll be fine. And it's great because you see her later and she's like, I grew a new kidney.
I know. I'm like, I need one of those pills because I was born with only one kidney.
Really?
I have a lot of birth defects and the missing kidney is one.
Damn.
I know.
But they give you two, so like you've got spare. Like, well, you would normally, so like I presume you can still function okay with just one.
Oh yeah. I can't be a critical drinker though.
Yeah. Well, I could do with a new liver actually if there's a pill for that.
Well, I mean, the liver is the only organ in your body that will grow back, so
it will regenerate, but man, I'm pushing that to its limits.
It's okay. I think you'll be fine. I feel like by the time you actually need help, they'll figure out there'll be a magic pill for your liver by then.
Well, yeah, there's two things. Like, yeah, if my liver packs in, then hopefully they found a solution to that. If I get really old, hopefully they found a solution to aging as well. So, yeah, I'm counting on both things really to sort me out.
Oh,
but so yeah, they
have to go to check off, but the police are there, so they have to fake her being. Oh, and I love the scene when they're in the elevator and they're talking about like radiation, and he's talking about what they think about like the conference that both of the doctors just at, and McCoy's just like absolutely disgusted. He's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's like the Spanish Inquisition or something. So Kirk's just having to cover for him. He's like, he's having a bad day, So they use Jillian to get into the operating room where Chekhov is, because it's like they fake their way in like she's dying or something, and McCoy's like, oh, you know, she's got this acute condition or whatever, and it's like, what did you say she's got? And it's like, cramps.
The power
But
of using medical terminology.
I honestly, yeah, I think there's something in that. It's like if you sound like you know what you're doing, and you're authoritative, you can pretty much get away with anything.
Oh yeah, especially the way McCoy does, like when he's like, "I'm a doctor, Jim."
Yeah, exactly. So they get into the operating room, and McCoy just immediately like starts yelling at the surgeons. It's like, look, you can't go drilling holes in his head or anything like that. That's not how.
The artery. You can't drill a hole in this man's head.
Yeah. So like Kirk locks them in a room, and McCoy, you know, does his magic on Chekhov to bring him back to life.
Thing, puts it on his head, and it repairs the artery, and Chekhov's fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's 23rd century medicine, I suppose. So Chekhov is back up and running, and they have to get him out of there. And so they're leaving, and the police officers are like, "Oh, so how's she doing?" And it's like, he's gonna make it. It's like, wait, but like you came in with a she.
He's like, mistake.
Yeah, one little mistake.
And then they're all chasing him, and that's when they see the lady. She's like, I got a new doctor gave me a pill. I got a new kidney. Which, I mean,
everything has a payoff. That's what I love about this movie. You know, everything's set up and it pays off.
The way that they do it.
Yeah.
But this might be a little tangent. I hope the chat doesn't get too mad. It's still related to Star Trek. But so, did you watch when they had the virtual Comic-Con and they had the Star Trek cast for Picard?
I didn't watch it. No, I watched Doomcock's video on it, where it's like they're getting like 1,000 views per video or something disastrous like that.
Oh, it's so bad. Well, I watched the one with Picard because it was supposed to have Riker, Deanna, obviously Picard, and Data, all, and whatchamacallit, 7 of 9, like they were all going to be on it, but then they all barely talk except for the new people just keep talking about Patrick Stewart, and they barely let him talk. But one of the last questions that they ask the woman that plays Raffi, and then they ask 7 of 9, if you could have one thing from like the Star Trek universe, what would you have? And my immediate thought, I'm like, well, you would want, warp speed or transporters or replicators or that magic pill that will just regrow somebody's kidneys so that they don't have to be suffering from dialysis. Oh, the cure to cancer, the cure to poverty, all of these wonderful things that exist in Star Trek. And what do they say? Acceptance. And but she just has this absolute disgusted look on her face, like acceptance, diversity, and just the like typical little checkbox. And I'm like, you were in Star Trek. I know you didn't watch the show, but don't you remember how handy it was when they rescued you from the Borg and your character didn't have an eyeball and they made you a prosthetic fucking eyeball? Don't you think blind people would like that? Or like Geordi, he's got the visor, like all of the things that could, just that one little magic pill, the cure for cancer, you could have said.
It's, yeah. You can totally imagine their thought process, though, when they're getting asked that question. It's like, probably all those things occurred to them, like all the cool stuff that you mentioned. They're like, but people will be expecting like the standard diversity response, so I better just say that.
Well, they could have just said, they could have said world peace. Like that could have been the perfect SJW answer that they are going for, and it would have been fine. But saying acceptance, it's like, well, if you weren't a racist piece of shit, there would be acceptance, like normal people. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
But
it's sad, really, what these people end up becoming, and I think Alex Kurtzman said it himself. It was like, we don't see Star Trek as like a real artistic endeavor. We see it as a platform to like put across a political message. It's like, oh, fuck off. No, nobody wants your bullshit political opinions. Like, Star Trek was interesting precisely because it didn't have a political stance. It encouraged you to think for yourself. It encouraged you to like look at things from a different point of view. That's the intelligence of it. It trusted the audience to be smart and make their own judgments. This new bastardized version of Star Trek is just, we're going to tell you everything that's wrong with the world and how you need to fix it because we are smarter than you. It's like, fuck off. No, like you don't get to do that. You don't get to lecture us in that way because you're not smart in the first place. You're not even capable of writing a good TV show. Like, you're never mind fixing like all the problems of society. Like, piss off.
Have you seen the video where he's just like he's begging the audience, like, just please give it a chance? And it's like, oh my God, fuck off.
Yeah. Just even this movie, in fact, one thing I noticed, like the starship captain of the first ship that encounters the probe is a black woman. No big deal made out of it. It's just she's the person that's in command of the ship. The next guy that the Starfleet command speak to, it's like another ship that's been crippled. He's like an Asian man. He's in command of a starship. There's diversity right there. You don't have to like throw it in people's faces all the time and make a big song and dance out of it. These movies were doing it 30 years ago, 35 years ago, without making a huge deal out of it.
It just was normal, and that's one of the things I love with rewatching the original series with Drunk 3PO is just the very first episode. He's just like, they're complaining about diversity. He's like, look, like the only person that's white on the freaking, oh my God, the bridge of the Enterprise is Captain Kirk.
Yep.
And it's like, like rewatching the motion picture, like I took a couple screenshots just for the next time I get into one of these spats with one of these deranged lunatics on Twitter, but you just see the scene where Kirk goes up and he's like, okay, well, this is this probe, it's doing this, we're losing all of these people that are going out, coming into contact with it, and it just does crowd scenes, and there's one woman that's still like, she's got her Native American gear on, and you got aliens, you have Asians, Black, Indians, like just basically every single ethnicity, including aliens, and yeah, there's a few white people, but the white people are the minority in, this scene, in this crowd scene. And I'm like, all the people that complain about this kind of stuff, they've never watched movies.
No, exactly. I think they kind of feel like that movies didn't really exist before like 2015. And, like, it's only like the latest generation of genius like storytellers that are going to fix the wrongs of the past. And it's like, oh, piss off. Like, people far smarter and more creative than you were doing much better work 30, 40, 50 years ago than you will ever produce. And that's the reality of it. But like it's just the absolute hubris of these people to think that they are the ones that are going to fix the world through their medium.
Yep.
Well,
there's a really great interview with Elon Musk when he was talking about like why he created SpaceX, and he said like, the idea of being born on Earth and then dying on Mars, and then how he went to go to like the NASA website to see when the like next launch was, and there wasn't anything scheduled. And then he was talking about how, once upon a time, a long time ago, we were able to build the pyramids, and then we forgot how to do that. And then, back when it was our parents and like our grandparents' era, they were, building, the A-bomb, or they were going to outer space and walking on the moon. We can't do that anymore. And it's just absolutely bizarre how when we're not utilizing that part of our brain that, we lose that information. And it's just become a society where everything is, you would think, in a society where everything is a Google search away, we have this unlimited amount of information and resources, and how just dumb the general population is nowadays.
Well,
it's very baffling.
Look at the phone on your desk right now that's probably near you. Like, it's got more processing power than the entirety of the computers that got man on the moon, right? You can pick that up in the palm of your hand right there. That's more processing power than they had that got men on the moon. And what do we do with it? We use it to like rant at people on Twitter and argue about petty bullshit that no one cares about. Like, this is the thing. Like, when we don't have like a unifying goal to like drive us forward, what do? We just end up squabbling amongst each other over nothing. I can't imagine what it must have been like to live in the 60s when it's like, holy shit, we're like reaching for the stars. We're like going out into space and like we're going to land on the moon. These are things that we can do because we've set our minds to it and we're all working together towards that common goal. That must have been an incredible feeling. And what do we have now? Like, we just argue over everything. we all end up hating each other over like minor differences or who you voted for in the last election. Like that's what we've become as a species, as a society, and it's tragic. It's such a waste of time and effort
and resources, and it was one of those things because it was another study, because I'm not good at math in any way, shape, or form, but I always wanted to be an astronaut, so I still look into this kind of stuff. But one of the things that they were saying was that the people that worked at NASA, when they were doing, the going to the moon, they could do all of these insane calculations in their head because they just didn't have one of those, smart graphing calculators that could do the math for them. So they had to know how to do all of this crazy math. And I remember when, I was in college at the time, but my sister, she was taking pre-cal, and it was so weird because my grandmother, she's never used a computer. I've never seen her use a computer. And she was able to do the math in her head for my sister's pre-cal. And it's amazing the things that people, when you don't have this ease, because you can Google something and forget it in 5 minutes, but you Googled it right then because you needed that information then. But because you didn't take the time to learn it or to learn what it was or why it was the answer that you went to go Google. And so there's a difference in how we process information and then also how we retain information. So the people that went to the moon, they didn't have a phone. They didn't have access to the type of calculators or even the scientific tools that we have now. Like, you can go find, just the average day person, even my age, they don't know how to use a slide rule. I had to, because the school that I went to was very poor, so we didn't have all this fancy stuff. So that's one of the benefits of, that I got to learn how to use that. But it's just so bizarre. And the more and more, because you don't really notice it until somebody points it out to you. And then it's something that you knew, but you not necessarily didn't realize. And so when I watched that interview and I'm like, oh my God, the fact that the woman, like 7 of 9, and I really regret that I followed her on Twitter, because now I'm like, you say you want acceptance, but you're the most unaccepting person. You want us to think that you're smart and that we should listen to you. And I hate politics with a burning passion, hence why I'm hanging out with you and talking about Star Trek on election day. But the fact that I'm like, you want people to listen to you and vote for you, but when somebody asks you, you have this opportunity. And I know it's probably not the biggest deal to most people, but for me, being a huge Star Trek fan, you had this great opportunity to show your knowledge for Trek and also how you personally would help the world. Because if you only got one thing from the Star Trek universe, and I'm asking you personally, what one thing would you take from the Star Trek universe to introduce in today's society that you think would have the most benefit?
Me personally?
Yeah, you. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess like it would probably have to be replicators. You could essentially eliminate hunger overnight. You could eliminate want. You could eliminate, the need for resources. And so if you fix that problem, then you don't really have reasons to fight amongst each other. And you'd like to think that what would follow on from that would be like, okay, we've solved the problems here on Earth. It's time to set our sights on a bigger goal of like moving out into the universe. I mean, I'd like to say warp drive, to allow us to get out there and colonize the universe right now. But like, I guess you should solve the problems here on Earth before you do anything else.
Yeah, see, and my instinctive answer would usually be warp drive, but then when she asked that, I immediately thought of the scene from this movie with the pill, just with dialysis. Like, here, take this pill, you'll regrow your kidney, and it'll be fine. And so her answer just being, oh, acceptance. And I'm like, oh my God, that just shows you how ignorant this world is becoming. And especially these people, somebody that I looked up to when I was younger watching Voyager. And I'm like, 7 of 9 is badass. Yeah, she's got some, personal problems because refinding her humanity, but they rely on her so much that it's okay for her to have these, personal problems because she's good at her job. And so they kind of need her. She's vital to the crew and to their mission. So it's one of those things where they say never meet your heroes. And then just watching that is like, oh my God, because celebrities used to be smart because they didn't have, I feel like
I think they used to have
be smart.
Yeah, I think they used to have the veneer of smartness because they weren't allowed to speak too much. But now, every dumb thought that occurs to them, they can blurt it out on Twitter, and so you get that insight into them. And a lot of the time, you wish you hadn't. Like, not all of them by any means, but like so many of them are just shallow, narcissistic, fame-chasing morons who know less about the world and politics than you or I. Particularly because a lot of them live in insanely privileged, sheltered lives where, they live in like $10 million mansions and they have people to do everything for them. Like, they don't understand what normal people do every day. They don't understand how normal people view the world. And they want to like sit there and preach to us about how we should live our lives and the things we should believe in. It's like, oh, get fucked. Like, you're not a normal person. You don't understand what people do or how they think. Yeah, I think this is one of the things that's come out of like, Corona. It's like it's really exposed celebrities for the shallow, narcissistic idiots that they are.
Like Ellen, oh my, it feels like I'm in prison. I'm like, you're in a $50 million mansion. Cry me a fucking river.
Yeah, like tell that to some guy who's living in like a council flat in East London, like with one bedroom, and he's got like 2 kids with him and all day, every day. Like, yeah, those are people that are struggling. Yeah, it's just it's nonsense, and if there's anything good that's come out of like all this pandemic, it's that it's exposed these people for what they are, and it's shown you how shallow and fleeting fame is, and maybe people will listen to them a little bit less. I hope so, anyway.
I do too. Luckily, a majority of the world aren't on Twitter, so they don't see these kind of things, and they just see the very basic headlines and stuff. But I don't know. For me, it's just like, I love seeing William Shatner. I really hope it's him and it's not like his assistant that's running his Twitter. But it's fun to see him like kind of be like, he's an old man. He can be a snarky asshole to people if he wants to.
If I was 90 years old and I was Captain fucking Kirk, like I would absolutely just let rip. Like just argue with people all day because it's like, I don't care. What are you going to do? Arrest me?
I know, right? I love though, if you get blocked by him, you have to go donate to his charity to get unblocked.
Yeah, I'm meant to be meeting him, assuming it still happens, early next year.
In Scotland, huh?
Yeah. Hopefully I meet him, and I hope he's a total asshole. It's just like, I hope he lives up to my expectations. Nah, it'll be good. One way or another, it'll be cool to meet him. I would honestly love to, like, I know it'll never happen, but to have him talk about some of his experiences on these movies, because I think it'd be fascinating. But
you might be able to get him to talk about it. Just gotta phrase the question correctly.
Yeah, I'll just I'll say, like, look, you can talk about how awesome Final Frontier is. We can praise that all night long. But I suppose we should finish our summary of this film, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. So Jillian, they managed to rescue Chekhov, and they return him back to the Bird of Prey, and they take off in pursuit of the whales, which have been released in the near Alaska. But a whaling vessel is tracking them, so they've got to try and like intercept it before this thing takes them down, I suppose.
Oh, you forgot that she was not supposed to come. He gets the frequency from her, and he's gonna leave her there, and then she jumps on.
Oh yeah.
And so he's like, for the next stop is the 23rd century, and she's like, I don't care, deuces. I got nothing here. I'm going to the future with Captain Kirk. Wink, wink.
Yeah, it's lucky that didn't go horribly wrong, by the way. Like, you see if someone's getting beamed up and you like grab onto them, it's like, what if you fuse together into some horrifying like monstrosity of 2 people? Like,
oh, I know. Like the episode with Neelix and Tuvok.
Yeah. Well, it's like in the motion picture when like the transporter goes horribly wrong, and like, you hear this horrifying scream, and you're like, oh god, I don't even want to imagine what's going on in there.
And then did you get him? And it's like, what we got didn't live very long. And it's like,
yeah, that's all you need.
For the best.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, I don't even want to imagine. Yeah, people are like The Fly.
Oh no.
The Fly, oh god. But either way, no, she's aboard now. So they go in pursuit of these whales. The whaling ship's about to like harpoon them, and like there's this cool shot where like they fire the harpoon and it just kind of hits thin air and knocks into the sea. And then the Bird of Prey decloaks right in front of it. And it's like, yeah, it's a really cool shot.
They're like,
the guys on board.
turn the ship around.
Yeah, they're like, oh fuck, I'm getting out of here.
Could you imagine what they would say like when they go home? Oh my god, this thing just appeared right in front of us. And like, yeah, y'all are crazy.
Yeah, you guys have been at the rum too much. Yeah, you need to lay off it a little bit.
Aren't they Russian? Wouldn't that be vodka?
Well, I no, because when you hear them shouting to each other, they sound like they're Norwegian.
In Alaska?
It's a weird place to be. Yeah, like they didn't sound Russian. But like, chat could correct me on this one. I'm sure they were Norwegian. Some people are saying they're Russians. Were they Russian?
I would assume they're Russian because in Alaska, that's kind of
I would have assumed so. Yeah,
to Russia than it is to Norway. Maybe they got Norwegian actors to play Russians.
It could be. Yeah, someone's saying, "Ask Andre from Midnight's Edge." Yeah, Andre, where are you when I need you?
I would just assume they were. Because of the location, it's more logical for them to be Russian as compared to Norwegian, but because that's a long ass way to go.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go
above Russia, like through the Arctic Circle, or would you go all the way down around Africa, up past Australia, all the way up through the Pacific to get to Alaska?
Or it could just be that, like I said, like a Norwegian crew, or Norwegian people crewing for a Russian ship. So like they traveled across Russia, and it's like they're working there. But yeah, realistically, it's probably Russians. Maybe I just misheard them or something. I don't know. But yeah, so either way, they've protected the whales from getting harpooned, and they beam them aboard, and that's when they zip off to try and do their jump back to the future. But obviously it's like, they're weighed down by these whales. Their engines aren't working 100%, so they're like, everything's kind of against them now.
And Spock has to take his guess.
Yeah. And this is like, his character arc is kind of coming to its conclusion, where it's like he's started to reconnect with his human side, and he recognizes like he's just going to have to guess on this thing. But Kirk says it himself, like he's more comfortable with Spock guessing than other people's facts because he trusts him implicitly, and it's that kind of friendship aspect.
The great dynamic between McCoy and, because at first when he tells him like, oh, the guess, and he kind of just smirks, and that's when they go like more on the tour, and then that's when like McCoy is, because Spock's like, he didn't understand because he doesn't understand like the little nuances anymore, and McCoy's just like, that's when he says oh yeah, he's more confident with your guess than like other people's facts. And then we get the thing where he's like, oh yeah, I've made a guess, and then he's like, you've made a guess, Spock, all right.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Spock.
Really amused with him.
Yeah, but it's like when Spock hears that from McCoy, he's like, oh, okay, well then I'll try to make the best guess that I can. It's like, yeah, you probably should.
Precious seeing Spock this way.
Yeah, because he's kind of, I don't know, like he's almost like working in the dark. He doesn't understand any of these, references that Kirk makes. He doesn't really have his memory back yet, so he doesn't understand.
It's like, yeah, you need to fit.
Yeah, he's, he doesn't understand why he should call Kirk Jim, because that's what he used to call him. All of these things. It's good. So they do their time warp back into the future. They just barely make it, I think, and straight away they encounter the probe, so it kind of neutralizes their power, and they pretty much come in dead stick into San Francisco Bay. Like they just narrowly avoid hitting the bridge, I think, and crash land in the water. So that kind of sets up the last little bit where like the ship's sinking. They have to get the whales out before the thing goes under, and they evacuate the crew, and Kirk has to go back himself and like open like the cargo hatch thing, and he has to like swim underwater to get to it. So it's kind of a nice little sequence.
San Francisco Bay.
What's that? Sorry?
Oh, in the freezing cold San Francisco Bay.
Yeah. I imagine it would be. And yeah, he's able to like unlock this thing to let the whales out. and then he kind of surfaces with them, and like you get this like nice little sequence where they're like cheering it on and stuff, and everyone's like excited that they've kind of succeeded against all the odds. And the whales, I think one of them give birth like during this scene?
Well, yeah,
I
that
don't think
first
it's
they're
never
like,
kind of made clear.
Did the whales get out of the ship? And they're like, I hope so. I opened the door, and then you see them, and then the whale, like Gracie, has her little baby, and
the
whale starts singing.
Yeah, and it's kind of a weird sequence. Like the whale kind of turns vertical in the water, and the probe does the same thing, and it's like it's kind of experiencing the same thing as the whale is, or something. Like it's kind of ambiguous, and I like that. I like the fact that like you don't know what they're saying to each other. You don't really understand what's going on there, but like you just understand that it's some meaningful form of communication, and it's enough to like satisfy the probe, I guess, that whales are back and that they're alive, and then it can go on its way, and that's enough for it to like depart. And straight away the clouds kind of lift, and the planet kind of returns to normal. Everyone gets their power back. Like Starfleet is up and running again.
And then they have a little swim party where they're all celebrating, jumping off the ship into the water.
Yeah, you notice the bit where Kirk grabs Spock and pulls him off the ladder thing that he's on. That wasn't scripted. Like I remember reading Shatner's biography of this, and he was like, "Yeah, you can't hear it on screen, but he basically grabbed him and he's like, 'You're coming off, you son of a bitch,' and pulled him into the water."
I'd be pissed if I was Leonard Nimoy. That water's cold. I'm sure that was
I bet.
I
guess it was on a soundstage or something.
Yeah.
Probably. But yeah,
it was
so like
so much fun though, seeing all of them together, like just celebrating in the water on a bird of prey.
they just genuinely look like they're having fun, and it's so pleasant to see, like after everything that they've all been through, to just have that moment of just total joy, that they've saved the day, and so. Yeah, the sort of final scene, I guess, is that they're brought aboard. They're brought into Starfleet for their court-martial, and they plead guilty to like all the charges that are against them, like stealing the Enterprise, blowing it up, all that stuff.
And Spock gets up and walks with them, and it's like, oh,
yeah, he's standing with his shipmates, and ultimately, the charges are dismissed, and Kirk is demoted back to captain so that he can have a new starship. And you get that really nice scene between Spock and his father, where he acknowledges that he's going back to Starfleet, and he says like, tell my mother that I feel fine. That's him finally fully reconnected with his human side. Again, just a nice smart bit of characterization where it's gone full circle for him, and he's gone through all those experiences to reconnect with that part of himself. And they're given a new starship, which is nice.
The Enterprise, because it was going to be decommissioned.
Yeah.
The Enterprise, and then the Jillian gonna go work with the whales, since nobody there knows anything about whales.
Yeah, don't you think it's interesting as well? Like, I think Kirk was almost imagining that they were going to like hook up and be together, and it's interesting because she's kind of like, no, like I've got my like this career that I need to pursue in this new century, and like I've got a whole world of possibilities opened up before me. I'm just not ready for that sort of thing right now. And she's like, see you around the galaxy somewhere. I just thought that was like a cool, yeah, just a cool little like, it doesn't insult Kirk or anything, but it's like, the girl doesn't always just fall for you and like, fit into your life. Like she's going to do her own thing.
You think if he was younger, she would have been like attached at the hip?
If this was Kirk from like the original series, man, yeah, he was pretty handsome. Like I think he could swing it. Yeah, now he's a bit older. Like she's like, not right now.
Well, I mean, it'd be kind of convenient for him because I mean, he's older. I think after what happened with David, he's probably feeling like sentimental and maybe he wants to have kids. And so happens you got this lady that's completely reliant on you because you have all of the information on the Century and she knows nothing. And she could just be on the Enterprise learning about everything and can. her career is kind of done because I mean, aside from those whales, she don't really have anything, and she all of the information that she would need to give people about the whales, she can do it over subspace. So would have been convenient for him, but
Yeah.
yeah, he a little older there.
Yeah, I honestly think that was Leonard Nimoy, like had that bit put in where it's like, Kirk doesn't quite have it anymore. He's not this young stud that he was 20 years ago, and he can't just woo the ladies like he used to do. I thought that was pretty good, and so it doesn't matter ultimately to him because what he really wanted was another ship that he could command and like go off on
They all
further
got
adventures.
together again.
Yeah.
And saved the day.
Yeah, and it just honestly, yeah, I came out of this movie just feeling great. Like, I had a good fun with that one. You know,
It's a good movie. It puts you in a good mood. It's funny.
Yeah,
it's emotional. It's dramatic, and all in the best ways.
I could watch this movie and then like Italian food. Like that's how powerful it is.
God. Oh. You had to
no, look, I don't want this to drive a wedge between us. So you know what? Let's do ourselves a favor and just not talk about it.
How do you feel about Portuguese food?
I mean, I've been to Portugal a couple of times. I don't really know what's unique about Portuguese foods.
Yeah.
Like I like Spanish food and tapas and stuff like that. But yeah, what do Portuguese people do that's unique?
Oh my God. This hurts. We just never. Let's just agree to never discuss food, because this physically hurts me.
It's hard when someone shows you painful truths that you've been hiding from your whole life, and I am sorry that I had to be that person. But
no,
there we go.
Oh my God.
Tell you what, no, let's move on beyond the food talk because it's going to make us both angry, and there's no reason why we have to be like that. One thing we do have though, like I don't know how much time you've got, but there is a few super chats that have come in while we were doing all this.
Fine.
Got a bit of time? No, I don't think they're food related. So unless someone now hears this and then they start sending food related super chats in.
Oh my God.
We'll see. Yeah. So Charles Caballero here says, "Fun Rocky fact for the live stream." I'm going to be doing the Rocky movies at some point. The raw monologue that Rocky gave when he yelled at Mick was ad-lib. The bathroom really did stink. Yes, I'm aware of that. I remember seeing an interview with Sylvester Stallone where he talked about this, and he's like, I don't know if you've seen it, Anna, like whether you're into Rocky movies or anything like that.
I love Rocky.
Okay. Well, there's a scene in the first movie where Mickey comes and offers to train Rocky now that he's got this big fight coming up against Apollo Creed. And this is a guy who's basically spurned him his whole life and ignored him and belittled him. And now suddenly he's offering him his help. And Rocky's like, well, fuck you. Like, where were you when I needed you 10 years ago? And he goes on this huge rant where he's yelling and he's punching the walls and it's just absolute rage. And Stallone apparently, like, they'd had a really long shooting day. They were meant to be doing this scene, but they were running out of time. He was under loads of pressure, and he was just like they were in this crappy little apartment where they were shooting it, and like he saw like a cockroach in the corner, and he's like, "I'm ready right now." Like it just like pushed him over the edge, and he just channeled all that frustration and anger into that scene and just like let loose. And man, it's a good scene to watch. Like that is some good acting. Because it's kind of not acting, like he's just really letting out all his frustrations. So yeah, I was aware of that, I guess.
I was not. I just thought it was a good scene. That's interesting.
Rocky was done on a shoestring budget. Like many of the scenes, like when he goes ice skating with Adrian and the place is empty, it was meant to be filled with extras, but they couldn't afford it. So he's just like, oh, we'll rewrite it so that the place is shut down for the evening. And Rocky just bribes the guy to let them in.
That's cute.
Again, just little things,
there's some movies that I don't like to look at the like behind the scenes or the making of, because sometimes it takes away from the magic of what it is.
I think you'd probably find Rocky quite interesting.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like every limitation, every kind of problem that they encountered, somehow made it a better movie as a result. Like, you know, that thing where the less resources people have, like the more resourceful they become.
Oh yeah. Are you a Tarantino fan?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a huge Quentin Tarantino fan, and I love the fact that him and Robert Rodriguez are like best friends. And they were Robert Rodriguez had this show. It's on YouTube if you want to watch it, but they're like he's interviewing Quentin, and they're just shooting the breeze because they're best friends, even though it's an interview, and they're talking about their earlier movies and how they had to make everything work with like no budget, and how they both feel that every filmmaker needs to do that. They have to have the most limiting budget, and you have to just use the tools that are available. And it's really interesting when you hear Quentin talk about Reservoir Dogs because, the scene where he cuts off the ear.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, he knew that he wanted to use that song. And he's like, I wrote this scene knowing that that was going to be the song, but the budget that or the amount that they had for the music budget, that was the amount that they wanted for the song. And so he's like, you know what, fuck it, just film it with the song. I'll figure it out. And then the way that he figured it out was they had, I guess, a certain budget for like making records or for the music distribution. He's like, fine, we just won't come out with a soundtrack. We'll use that money that was going to go into that budget, and we're going to use that for the rest of like the sound mixing for the movie. And so it's like little corners that he was able to cut just to get that song into the movie.
And what a difference it made, because like you can't imagine that scene playing out to any other soundtrack now.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I like you say, sometimes these restrictions just result in such a better film because they have to get inventive, they have to get creative, and they have to take risks, and that's kind of what you need. Another one from Charles Caballero says, Cobra Kai fact, most of the teen actors are either black belts or trained dancers. That explains how Hawk is such a legend amongst losers. I can go with that.
I love Cobra Kai.
Yes, Cobra Kai is awesome. I'm really looking forward to series 3.
Well, isn't Elizabeth Shue coming back?
I've heard rumors.
I hope she is.
Because she's not really doing The Boys anymore, so yeah, it'd be good to see her back. They've got everyone who's still alive. I think they've got them back. Spitfire Mark 1A, Star Trek 4, a gentle film with heart. The cast are all busy. Some great Trek moments. The final scene between Spock and Sarek, touching. Tell her that I feel fine. Yeah, it is a real film with heart, and it's interesting because it's a film that doesn't even have an antagonist when you think about it. Like, the probe is just kind of a problem that they have to solve. It's not really an evil person that they have to beat or destroy. But even with that, they managed to craft a really good film. And yeah, like I said earlier, all the characters are given something to do. There's like loads of objectives that they have to complete to get the movie, or to put their plan into motion. And it requires a team effort, and that's really good. I like it. Matt G says, I think Anna deserves an honorary mod wrench. Mod wrench? I'm not sure.
Oh, for the chat.
Yeah.
Moderator wrench.
Okay. Tyler Donovan. But drinker, you articulate wordsmith, you hear me say. Sometimes when you say go away now, it sounds like grow a wiener. Huge fan. I never thought about that, but now I can't stop thinking about it. I don't know. Grow a wiener.
The person who is sending that super chat, get your mind out of the gutter.
I know. So what are we doing? OK Native says, I bet Star Wars Girl has seen Quigley Down Under. You probably don't know, Anna, but this dude, like, he's desperate for me to watch a movie called Quigley Down Under, and like he's on every super chat. Just like he mentions it.
What is this? I'll Google it.
I have no fucking idea. Like, I have pledged to see it now because like this guy is so passionate about it. It's won me over.
It's okay. Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers got Mahler to agree that if he passes 1 million subs, he has to do a review of High School Musical.
Oh, okay. It'll take him like 6 months to make it, but yeah, I'm sure he'll get there.
Yeah, 1990. Okay. I'm I'm assuming these are cowboys in Australia.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a Tom Selleck movie, so you have me sold.
Yeah. Tom
I am
Selleck
not.
and his Tash, man. Like you can't beat that.
Ooh, Alan Rickman's in it. This looks like a good movie. Let's see what is this about? Sharpshooter Matt Quigley is hired from Wyoming by an Australian rancher, paying a very high price. But when Quigley arrives down under, all is not as it seems. Dun, 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 dun.
Is this like capitalizing on the whole Crocodile Dundee thing, where it's like, Australia is like a really interesting place. Let's set a movie there.
1990. What year did Crocodile Dundee come out?
Well, they had a bunch of them. I think it was late 80s, early 90s. So it would have been round about that time. Like maybe Crocodile Dundee was late 80s, and they're like, cool. Like Australia's like the next place to be. Let's do another movie there.
It really is. Ever since I watched those, I've wanted to go to Australia, but also there are koalas, and I want to hug one because they're cute. It's the land of things that can kill you and really cute animals.
Yeah, pretty much everything in Australia wants to kill you, and that includes the people. Evan, what's his name? Evan Remillard here says, lifting a glass of Jack for you two from Texas. Thanks, man. I'm on the Buffalo Trace tonight, personally.
I am drinking Mio with caffeine, which has kicked in, I'm glad to say.
Perfect. Justin Foster says, rate the original series from Enterprise era. Sorry, to Enterprise era. Star Trek television shows from worst to best. Give details as to what you did and didn't like about that show and tell why it ranked and what it did for you. For me, it's Enterprise, original series, Voyager, DS9, and then Next Generation. Okay.
Did he just, was that from worst to best?
I assume so, yeah.
I've never met someone that ranks Next Gen worst. So
it must be worst to best, I think.
Well, Jesus.
I probably agree Enterprise is the worst of the bunch.
I feel like I can never rank them in that way because there's episodes in every series that I'm just like, oh my God, this is like painful to watch. Like the Lazarus episode from the original series. It's like, oh, sweet Jesus, no. Next episode, please. But I just rewatched Enterprise while I was doing Inktober, and I feel like I'm the only one that really likes Enterprise. I think it's good. I like the characters. I think they're endearing. I wasn't feeling Archer at first, but then I think he filled out to be a good captain because I always felt like he was too nice. But he just is one of those people that's a friendly person. But when you do see him get frustrated or in command, he's in command. And even though he is very kind, everyone takes him seriously. And so...
Yeah. You know what the problem I had with Enterprise? It felt like it never had a strong sense of identity. It felt just a little bit bland.
It was like Stargate. And I really like Stargate, especially SG-1. So it reminded me of that. And I mean, there's times when they, when they have certain writers, it's very clear. It's like, oh God, it was that person's turn to write an episode. Let's skip this one for now. But then there's other episodes that are just absolute genius. And so I feel like Enterprise gets a lot of hate. And maybe that's just because when it was airing, we didn't have that wonderful skip intro song option. And so everyone is just like, fucking A, this song. So they just redid it. 'Cause
I got faith of the heart.
And then season 3, when they changed it to the remix one, and it's even worse.
Yeah. It's just early 2000s trash, like the music for it. Yeah. It wasn't great.
Better. But I would say I have never been so frustrated with the show as I am when they're dealing with Bajoran cunts or some of the stupid Voyager holodeck episodes that just, like the one where Paris and Harry are doing the like 1930s space, like Flash Gordon kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Janeway has to be queen the spy Queen Arachnia, and because the holodeck is taking over, and it's like, oh my god, why?
It's so funny, and it's so like innocent where they think about the holodeck, and it's like, that every person would use it for porn. Like that.
Or like
It would
Riker.
be like the only, yeah, Riker. Oh yeah, that man was he would be active on the holodeck, I would imagine.
Well, I think that they did a good job with that with Seven of Nine, and how she wanted to see what it was like to be in a relationship, but she couldn't do it with any guy on the crew, so she made Chakotay her holodeck boyfriend. And then the doctor finds out. But it's like that, like, especially even with Barclay, like, people would just have these weird little fantasy worlds. And if you're stuck on a starship and you have like these fantasies about your superior officers, like he did with like Troy, and you got this perfect tool, which is a holodeck. Like, if you think for 1 second, I wouldn't, if I had access to a holodeck, heck yeah, I would have a Henry Cavill boyfriend. Like, come on.
I was going to say, yeah, he'd be hard loaded into that thing. Like, you just like walk in and it's like, is it your usual, Anna? Yes. You know what I want.
Well, and it's also convenient because you're not really allowed to like fraternize with fellow officers. So I mean, they have, especially when you're in outer space, you're not going to spaceport for months on time.
Yeah, if you're on Voyager, like, you're not going to be pulling in at a starbase anytime soon. Like, you're gonna need something to take the edge off, I suppose. Like, yeah,
especially if you don't have like with Tuvok, like, what happens when you're separated and you're a Vulcan and you're going through Pon Far and your spouse isn't there, and you kind of got to do the deed or you're gonna die, which is really shitty. You think that they would evolve past that, but
I think, like, if I was to rank them, like, I would be like from worst to best. Mine would be Enterprise would be first, then probably Voyager, then original series, then DS9, and then Next Generation. Like, I think as much as the original series has got charm and it's got like the amazing characters of Kirk and Spock and stuff, like, Next Gen is just so much more polished and more sophisticated, and I don't love Picard and Riker and stuff as much as the original crew, but like the storylines they gave them were just a cut above, really. Like, when Next Gen at its best was just tough to beat.
What's your favorite Next Gen episode?
Oh man, The Inner Light is up there.
Really?
Yeah. Just like such a brilliant self-contained story. In one episode, it's like, it's really rare for it to be able to do that. There was another one where, and for the life of me, I can't remember the name of it, but I think Picard has to recruit a Bajoran member of his crew to go on like an undercover mission, and she ultimately gets captured.
Roe?
No, not Ro. It's like another young woman. And like, I think ultimately the episode ends with her getting captured and she gets killed. And Picard just kind of has to accept her loss as like a necessary evil. Like, chat can probably tell me what.
I know, I'm trying to remember that episode. I don't remember it.
Lower Decks? People are saying Lower Decks or Chain of Command. Yeah, everyone's saying the Lower Decks. I think he recruited her from like the least competent crew members, or like the ones who are like,
Oh yeah.
They're doing shitty jobs basically on the ship, but he needs her for like this mission that she has to go on.
Sure of this, so I can.
And I just remember it being like, God, this is like quite hard hitting for a Star Trek episode. Like, you just have to sacrifice members of your crew for this greater cause. And yeah, I just thought it was pretty good. What about you?
Oh yeah, the blonde girl. Yeah,
yes.
See, she was annoying. All Bajorans are annoying fucking assholes.
She's less annoying than most of them. I'll give her that.
Let's just say, unlike you, I wasn't irritated when she died, or I wasn't sad or sympathetic.
What would be your top episodes?
I like Darmok Angelata Tanagra.
Oh yeah,
I love that episode.
That's
Honestly,
good.
I feel like a lot of people like The Inner Light, but that's one episode that I watched once and I never really need to watch again. And because if you do have it on TV and if there's an episode of Star Trek that's on, it's like, ooh, what episode is it? It's like, oh, it's The Inner Light. I'll change the channel.
Yeah.
I'm like, if it's Darmok, I'll watch it. I'm like, yes, okay, cool. I don't care what part of the episode is. I don't care if there's 5 minutes left or 50 minutes. I'm watching this. If it's The Inner Light, I'm like, how much longer till the next episode?
Interesting. I really like the first time the Borg are introduced as well. I can't remember what the name of that episode as well.
Q episode.
Yes, because it does two brilliant things. Like, it really establishes Q as like a guy who's not necessarily evil, but he is not going to like have any compassion for losses amongst your crew. Like, he is there to teach you some hard lessons, and he doesn't care how many people have to suffer and die as a result. And so the way they bring the Borg in, like, that was just the perfect introduction for them. Like, how they're so completely alien. They're such an unknown quantity. They're just like this force of nature that harvests everything in their path. I think, the more we learn about them and the more the series tries to expand on them, the more it takes away their mystique and they're not intimidating anymore. But the first time you see them, God, they're brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
I really love that episode.
And the fact that Q, how spiteful he is that he just did that so that way Captain Picard would ask him for help.
Yeah. But he taught them a really important lesson, and it's right at the end when he's talking to Picard, and he gives him a little monologue where it's like, if you can't stand a little bloody nose, then you should run home and hide under the bed.
Mm-hmm.
The universe is like this wondrous, incredible place with like, incredible treasures, but like horrifying enemies as well. But it's not for the timid. And it's like he's teaching them that like you shouldn't be complacent. You shouldn't think that you can handle everything, because there's stuff out there that's like more dangerous than you could possibly imagine, and you need to be ready for it. And it's just like, yeah, it's a great kind of truth for like TNG, but also just for people in life. Like, you kind of need to be prepared. You need to be strong and ready for like the stuff that life's going to throw at you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
well, just like so comfortable. That was one thing, is because when you look at the original series, they're still more like a military than they are in the Next Gen. In the Next Gen, they're like, yeah, we're just scientists and explorers trying to go make peaceful contact with people. And then he throws them right into it. And like, just, I feel like Whoopi Goldberg doesn't get enough credit for Guinan, but like when her character like sees that, she's like, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
But not giving any information. It's like, what do you mean? She's just that horrified that she doesn't want them to know about the Borg. Like, she just will not give any information aside from, we need to get out of here now.
I think because she knows, like, if I tell you about them, you're going to try and like do the sciencey thing and make contact with them, and it's like, that's just not going to work with them.
But they do it anyway. They still beam over there.
They do, yeah, and it's that kind of innocence that they have. Like, oh well, whatever species this is, we can reason with them. We can be diplomatic. We can be peaceful. And it's like, this is a race that you can't do that with. Like, you can't reason with them. You can't bargain with them. Like, they don't see you as human or like a living thing. They just see you as a resource that they can harvest, and that's all they care about. And it's like, what a brilliant way of just pulling the rug out from under the TNG crew. Like, this is unlike anything you've ever encountered before.
I remember when I watched it, I had heard I watched Terminator, and so the way that like the Borg gets described, I'm like, I remember because I was watching it with my dad. I'm like, Daddy, they're like the Terminator. Like, Kyle Reese is telling her, he can't be bargained with, he can't be reasoned with, like, and they will just never stop. I'm like, they're the Terminators of Star Trek.
Yeah. It's that relentlessness, even no matter how much you damage them, no matter how much like weapons you throw at them, it's just not going to stop them. And eventually they're going to overcome you, no matter how much you try to fight them. Like, that inevitability, like, there's something kind of horrifying about that. And it's just, the episode plays on it brilliantly.
Well, you actually like feel that intensity. And you're scared, even though we know Picard is going to live. We know all the main crew members are going to live, and they're somehow going to get out of it because all Q has to do is snap his fingers, which is exactly what happens. But you're scared, and like that anxiety of what's going on, what is this villain? And then when they get back and he has to brief Starfleet on it and they have to start prepping for it, it's like, oh shit, like this is something that they were comfortable, and now they have to prepare for the fact that it might take them years, but inevitably the Borg is going to get to them and they have to face them. And the only reason they got away and survived was because of Q.
Yeah. And he said it himself, like they would chase you down until they've exhausted your fuel. They'll wear down your defenses. Your weapons will be useless against them, and eventually you'll be theirs. Like no matter how strong you think you are, you're not enough to overcome them. And yeah, that's pretty cool. Like what a way to introduce an antagonist.
And you know what's funny is it's so weird. Before I watched The Next Gen, we had this little puzzle, and it's one of those puzzles where the pieces don't like connect. They're triangles, and you have to put them together. And it had all of the ships from The Next Generation. And so I hadn't seen it yet, but I was asking my dad. I'm like, what ship is that? What ship is that? I'm like, what's this cube one? He's like, oh, that's the Borg. And I'm like, tell me about those aliens. My dad's like, they don't really do anything. He's like, they just kind of like stick to themselves and they try to get technology. Just totally passive. So when I first watched that episode and it's setting it up like it's like, okay, well, shit's about to happen. I was like, in my mind, it's like, oh yeah, my dad told me that those, like, they just kind of stick to themselves and they don't bother anyone. Boy, was that a terrible description.
Yeah. That's not what the Borg are.
Nope.
Stybeck B here says, why do you torture yourself with Star Trek nostalgia, drinker? Just watch The Expanse and play Terminator Resistance, that cheap whiskey from Tesco. Yeah, I am still ready to get onto The Expanse. That's my next show to watch. Rob Aitken here says, we took a vacation to San Francisco. I asked a cop where the nuclear vessels are. He said across the bay while flashing the Vulcan salute.
Oh, that's awesome.
I hope that is true. That sounds great. The Justice 35. Love the stream working this election apocalypse. Just wanted to say you were dead on about Bly Manor. Of course I fucking was. I guess it was convenient that Dani wore her plot armor when she got grabbed in the last episode. Yes, it really was convenient considering the ghost kills everyone else. Yeah, there's an awful lot of things I would have said about that if I'd gotten the chance, but that's the way the stream went. Stephen Otten, I wonder how Picard would react to Slipknot, or even better yet, Bauhaus. Yeah, you wouldn't take it in his stride like Kirk does. I don't think he'd be shocked. He would apologize as well for hearing it if this is like the new Picard we're talking about, who's just terribly sorry about everything. Yeah. I guess they removed his bald as he got older or something. Like this Picard is just tragic.
No, it's the Picard from the episode where Q allows him to go back and not get into the fight with the Nausicaans. And so when he comes back to the future and he's just like in the blue shirt and he wasn't an ensign. No, or maybe he was an ensign. I can't remember.
He was a young sort of recruit, yeah.
No. He was his full age.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, when he comes back into the future. Yeah, he's like a lieutenant, I think. Like he's like a kind of mediocre rank. And
then he's just asked, he's like, well, I feel like I could be in a command position. And Riker and Deanna are just like, no.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it's funny, like, because Riker's, because he's like trying to think of something like positive to say about him. It's like you're punctual, I guess. You sort of do your work to a reasonable standard. Yeah, that's such a good episode though. Like it's got such a good message. Like sometimes like our mistakes are a good thing, and being willing to take risks and seize the opportunities, like that's a really vital thing in life. Like it doesn't always work out, but like, man, it's better than playing it safe all the time and just like meandering through and never really doing what you're passionate about.
Yeah, well, because they introduced that whole plot point in like a previous episode in a previous season, and saying that, oh yeah, because when he's talking to Wesley about it, he's like, oh yeah, like they stabbed me through the heart and I was laughing, and then because Q took him back and he's living in this hell and he's seen how terrible his life would have been like if he didn't get in that fight. And so he gets back in the fight. He's like, you know, his blood's boiling because he's having fun while doing it. And then he gets stabbed through the heart by the Nausicaan and he's laughing because it all fits and it was supposed to happen. I was like, remember when writing was good?
Oh yeah. Even in this movie, like the glasses that were first introduced in Wrath of Khan, like Kirk pawns them at a pawn shop so that he can get some money so they can get around, and it's like they even reference that the lenses are broken. It's just like, just little bits of continuity. Great.
And I love Kirk's reaction to Spock, where he's like, didn't McCoy give you those as a birthday gift? And he's like, that's the beauty of it. He's gonna give them to me again.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. Stephen Otten here says, I'm not a fan of Bajorans either. So you got a fellow hater there. Yeah. LT Netjack, Bajorans are what happens when the Prime Directive gets violated.
To be fair, though, it wasn't the Federation's fault the Cardassians invaded them. They just came up after, and those ungrateful assholes just wanted to take advantage. And then they're pissed because the Federation's like, no, you guys are too fucking psycho to join the Federation. Look at you. You want to blow shit up still. Calm the fuck down. Take a chill pill. Go, like, rebuild your culture and your civilization. Maybe because you guys were at war and occupied, maybe go, like, repopulate. Come back when shit is settled down, and then you can enter the Federation. And, like, nah, bitch, we want shit now. It's like, oh, my God. Ungrateful.
Stupid Bajorans.
Seriously, I'm just, if it wasn't for how terrible the Cardassians are, especially to Picard in The Next Generation, I would be on their side, but then you find out that they do horrible things. But it's one of those things where they're bad guys, but they're fun bad guys. Like Gul Dukat, he's the biggest sleazeball in the galaxy. But when he's on screen, he is so fun to watch. And he's just, it's just a good bad guy.
Yeah. I think that's always the thing with, like with movies or TV shows, whatever it might be. You can always have more fun with your bad guys than you can with the heroes because they don't have to like adhere to all those standards of decency and all the rest of it, and like they can be fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, like if you get that and you get a good actor to play them, you've got a good character right there.
Well, it's funny because there's an account on Twitter called Gul Dukat, and it is the funniest shit I read whenever he's like posting because it's like.
Is he in character like the whole time?
Yeah, he's in character posting his Gul Dukat, but he does like commentary on, and I hate politics, but he changes like American politics or like just stuff that's going on in the present day, but he makes it about Cardassia. It's so funny. It's such a good account. If you guys aren't following it, just go look up Gul Dukat and you'll know exactly which one it is. It's so funny.
I'll need to do that after this stream. That actually does sound good. Your boy Shinji here says, have you watched or would you consider watching Legends of the Galactic Heroes? It's anime, so if that's a turn-off, that's understandable, but it's considered by many to be a space opera done right. I've never heard of it, to be honest, so I couldn't tell you. Stephen Otten here says, which do you prefer, DS9 or Babylon 5? I'm going to say Babylon 5, because I had a real soft spot for that back in the day.
I have to rewatch Babylon 5 because I was a child, and so it was many, many, many years ago, and I know that I've seen all of it, but I remember almost nothing.
I mean, it's similar premise to DS9. It's like, a stationary space station, like, and there's lots of politics and stuff surrounding it, but Babylon 5 was just a bit grittier and like the tech wasn't quite as advanced and all that, and yeah, I quite liked it.
I mean, Brian, I have all the action figures like that I used to play with as a kid because I watched it. I don't know why. I just don't remember it.
They had action figures for Babylon 5.
Oh, they did. We had them.
Cool.
Yeah.
Brian Lewandowski says, I got a suggestion for future episodes. V with Doomcock and motion picture with Robert Meyer Burnett, if I may be so bold.
I love V.
V, God.
Like with the aliens?
Yeah.
The OG V, though, not the remake, right?
Yeah. Is the OG one where they'd like eat mice and stuff, like
Yeah,
really
yeah.
weird stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Yeah,
so good.
I remember V. Yeah, I think with Doomcock we're going to do the Rocky series first, so we'll see what happens after that. I would definitely do the motion picture, and if Robert Meyer Burnett wants to do it, then so be it. Maybe we can make it happen. OK Native says we got World War II rocket scientists. You got what? Wojtek. Wojtek. Cool. Stephen Houghton, R.I.P. Sean Connery, an absolute fucking legend. Yes, he was. Mark Campbell, hello there. What team do you follow in the SPL? I'd probably go for Hearts. Like they are, yeah, they're kind of like my local team in the SPL. So yeah, it'd be Hearts. Don't hate me. Action.com. What do you think about this movie not having a main villain? There's no evil whale captain defeat, no singling out people in real life. Yeah, I think it works fine in this movie because more of like it's like a problem that they have to solve. So I'm cool with that. And it's, it does obviously have environmental messaging in it, but it doesn't beat you over the head with it relentlessly. It's just more thoughtful than that. So yeah, I'm totally cool with it. It shows that films like that can work, I guess.
Well, especially after the last few episodes we had with the Klingons and with Khan. And then, yeah, this is just a problem solving, which we'd seen in Star Trek. I mean, even look at the Next Generation episode where isn't like the warp drive about to explode, and so Geordi has that holodeck episode where he's like falling in love with the chick that created their engine. Remember
that? Yes, actually.
Yeah.
I was getting confused there because I was thinking of the one with Troy where she's going through officer training and she has to like sacrifice Geordi in the holodeck to like stop the warp core breach.
No, I mean, it's something that had been in Star Trek before, and so it wasn't, even though it was, very different than the other films, it was still, they're solving a problem and they're going through this and they're having to figure out a solution to it, as compared to the motion picture, which was just basically another Nomad episode. And then you have obviously Khan, and then you got the Klingon episode. Now we got the goofy Star Trek where there's like a plot twist and it's like, oh, there's a probe coming to Earth and all of the ships are turning off. Oh, but it's actually whales. So we have to go back in time, get some whales, come back to the future, but then shit happens during it. And it's kind of like the Spores episode. There's no villain in the Spores episode, but everyone remembers the Spores episode because Spock's smiling. And the Spores aren't evil.
They were. The Justice 35 says, "Hey Anna, I love your content. What's your first impressions of The Mandalorian season 2?"
Thank you. First off, I found that it's just better for me not to talk about The Mandalorian, because if I do, people get pissed. And it's like, I don't know if you have this problem, but it's like you say something and a lot of people are like, yeah, go, keep talking. And then you say something that people don't like. And then all of a sudden, these people that have been, supportive, all of a sudden turn on you. And even though you're using the same logic and reasoning you've used the entire time, like basically for my entire channel, it's like World War III trying to talk about The Mandalorian. So I found it's just better for me to not express my opinions on it.
Okay. I mean, I did a review of like season 1, and I was kind of in between with it. Like maybe that's why I kind of avoided like people getting mad at me. But I was just like, yeah, it was pretty good. Like, it wasn't amazing, but it's a hell of a lot better than the movies. So I was happy enough to enjoy it for what it was, and that seemed to be all right. Like, but I haven't seen season 2 yet, so I couldn't say anything to that. I am planning to watch it pretty soon, though. I don't know if I'll do a review of it or what, but we'll see.
What I will say is I have very high standards for things, especially when the tone was set with the original series, or excuse me, not Star Trek, Star Wars, with the original trilogy. So that is the totem that everything else has to live up to. So when you have the potential to make something out of this world why would you settle for something mediocre and then take plot points from video games and do them half-assed compared to video games? That's what I will say about it. But yeah.
No, I think you've got some. I think you've hit upon some of the things that I said as well. So yeah, like I kind of get your criticisms of it for sure. I think I even made a point of that in my video where it was like, you know, when your standards have been set insanely low by the movies, like you'll almost take anything that's halfway decent. But then if you look at it in a more objective way, it's like, it's not that great. But yeah, it's. I think it's a show that's got potential. I just hope it realizes it in season 2. But I haven't seen any of it yet. Season 2, so.
I don't want it to fail. And I feel like people, the second you start criticizing something they like, they get immediately defensive. And so, I mean, there's plenty of shows that get better as they progress. And I'm all for that. If they decide to call Katie Lucas and say, hey, can you come help us like you did with the Clone Wars and have her come in after a few seasons and fix their shit, I'm all for it. But with the way that they're doing now, it's the problem with Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni is that they are idea people. It's like you get in a room, and I feel like a lot of people have never been in like in a pitch room or in a pitch meeting where you start coming up with things and it's like, okay, well, this has to happen because for whatever reason, we got Baby Yoda. Okay, so something's got to happen with Baby Yoda. We need this to happen because our stockholder said so. And then we have this merchandise. And so we need Mickey Mouse says we have to have A, B, and C in this show. Okay, so we have to do a show with A, B, and C. So we have to get to this point. So how do we go get A, B, and C to this point? And then Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni start shooting shit out of their ass and like, let's do this. Also, let's throw this in here so we can get nostalgia and like, because people liked this. Remember Boba Fett? Everyone liked Boba Fett. Let's get him in here. Let's get all of the stuff that people liked. So it's going to make money and it's going to distract people. And let's do all that. And then you have to have someone in the room that can take this bucket of madness and then make it work. And so they don't have somebody that can take the bucket of madness and make shit work. It's like when you have somebody in a kitchen and they've never cooked before and they have to make a dinner for 30 people. And it's like, how the fuck do you do that? So they need a chef in a kitchen. Right now, they just have people throwing ingredients into a pot. That's in the nicest way possible, the big problem with it. And it can be fixed. They were able to do it with the Clone Wars. They just haven't yet.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Automata says, to remind you of another discontinuity with the Picard series, compare the use of colorful metaphors here with the classic Kirk attempt, a double dumbass on you. Yeah, exactly. Like Picard is some weird world where like people say fuck all the time. Like, you know, in Kirk's era, they'd kind of moved beyond that, but apparently like it's a cycle and you circle back around towards swearing all the time. So whatever. Picard's a piece of shit anyway. No one likes it.
You know, this is something, I don't know if you get this because, I mean, I could be getting you mistaken with someone else, but are you the one that wrote books?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You're the one that writes books. Cool beans. So when you're writing, do you, like, you come up with obviously a story and then your character has to do things and then you know, you think the way that they have to do it, it's because that's the only logical solution to the problem. And so that's why the character has to do this. Even if it's difficult, that's usually the only way to solve the problem, right? And it's going to be exciting. It's going to fit within your universe. It's going to fit, you know, all of the rules with science, whether it take place in outer space, fantasy, real life, whatnot. And that's why the story has to happen the way that it does. And maybe there's like at the ending, there's different ways it can go into the next story. But usually the way that the character gets through the events of the plot is because that's the best choices. And if they don't make the best choices, either they die or shit happens. And so that puts them in a different situation. So when you're watching a show, does it bother you when you can come up with a solution and the characters can't?
Oh, yeah, all the time. Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. And it's like, there's obviously an element of like, okay, I know that like the characters aren't always going to be smarter than the viewer, and so there has to be an element of like, okay, I can suspend my disbelief and think like they have to figure this out for themselves. But like when it's at the level of like, I can think of like half a dozen different ways you could get out of this that would be really easy, and you haven't taken any of them, and there's no explanation for why. I'm like, yeah, this is just shit writing, and it takes you right out of the immersion. You're just like, yeah, I'm not watching a story that I can buy into anymore. I'm just watching someone's bad attempts at writing a story. That's what happens to me, because I can see the strings that they're trying to pull to make things happen and getting it wrong.
Oh, yeah. And so I ask you this because not just in like Picard, but like even in The Mandalorian, in the first episode, I was like, if this isn't a comedy and me personally just just a little hobbit earthling, if I can think of a solution to this, you have a problem. And so in Picard, I'm assuming that people that have been in Starfleet are far more physically fit and intelligent than I am. I'd hope so in the 24th century, considering, the things that they have to go to be in Starfleet. They got to be the best of the best. So I would hope that they're more, intelligent than I am or anyone else on Earth at like my time period, our current present, right? So when I'm thinking of solutions to their problems, that's a huge issue for me. And so, the episode where we get to meet Riker and Troy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they introduce the fact that their son died. Me, and I'm assuming you as well, since we both watched The Next Generation, we know how if Riker and Troy set their minds to things, not just them, but like anyone else in the crew, they can accomplish that goal. And yeah, you can say, oh, there's a no-win scenario, but even in the no-win scenario, guess what? Spock's alive because there is solutions to every problem. So when they introduced the fact that their son died because there's something wrong with his brain and there's something wrong with him, and the only way that it can be solved is by in a positronic android brain. That is the only thing, and that's illegal. So you come up with 3 solutions to that problem, and I'll come up with 3 solutions to that problem.
Okay.
This is your son. He's going to die if you don't. And apparently the only way is the positronic brain.
Right. So, and positronic brains have been, by this point, they've been made illegal, so there's not immediate access to one. Data has been destroyed in the events of Nemesis, so he's no longer around. So you need to get your hands on a positronic brain. You've got B4. So even if he is under lock and key, you would find a way to access his positronic brain, or like his head or whatever it is, steal it, get it to a place where you can work on it, find someone who can, help you with that, and use that to find the cure for your son. There you go. You could make a movie out of that.
I got one even simpler for you. The planet with the spores. If you go there or you find the spore and let it infect your child, it will cure everything.
Yes.
It will even grow back your organs if you're missing any.
Yep.
It's like I said 3, but just both of us are simple solutions. And we both know how Diana and Riker would hire the Ferengis, go to the black market. They would do anything to save their child. And you're telling me that Picard, Crusher, Geordi, they all wouldn't help? Like, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, this is, again, and you can put it down to nothing more than, like, okay, I can't rationalize this in terms of how a character that I know would behave. It's just shit writing from people who don't know the backstory of the series and don't understand the characters and just have a scenario in mind, and they've just bent everything around that. And that's why you have characters acting completely out of character in order to make certain things happen, because what they care about is the end result. Whereas, if you're writing a story, and this is the way I go about it as well, you think, how would a character realistically react in this situation? And what is their goal? What are they going to do? Okay, they put in motion a series of events that triggers the rest of the story. How do other characters react to that? That's within their personality and their skill set and everything else. That's the basis for your story. A character does something, to trigger some events, other characters react to it.
Yep.
But not apparently Alex Kurtzman and the rest of his friends don't understand that. So that's why you
feel like they've never seen it. I feel like they either went through, maybe they saw like half of an episode because they were flipping through channels and it was the only thing on, or they read like the little, 3-sentence summary of it. But I mean, all of these problems that they introduced don't exist in the Star Trek universe. Like the whole, Romulans, they don't like synths and they're I don't know, racist against synths. And it's like, don't you remember the episode where the Romulans specifically say, I would love to study you to Data?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like I could go on and on about Picard because it just makes my blood boil. Like, you're telling, like, why out of everyone in the galaxy, or at least that quadrant, why on earth are the Romulans, the people who their freaking star empire got blown up, why are they in charge of the Borg cube? Not in a fucking second would the Ferengi allow that, or the Cardassians, or the Vulcans, the freaking Vulcans. The Andorians would be over that shit in an instant. But you want me to believe that the Romulans don't have a freaking planet? They're in charge of it. Give me a fucking break. And then you got the guy that's like the senator, or the Romulan senator, that for whatever reason they all blame Picard. It's like, how is it Picard's fault that your dumbasses didn't get the fuck out of there in time? It's not his fault.
Picard's entire thing is like, oh, I'm sorry that I only saved tens of millions of your people and I didn't get like 100% of them. I'm such a failure. I'm sorry that Starfleet overruled me and took all my ships away, so I couldn't actually do anything. Like, no, like it's
not his fault that they're all just sitting there, like, for 14 years doing nothing on a planet. Yeah. Give me a break. Romulans doing nothing. Ugh. It makes me. Ugh. If I ever meet these people, I hope I don't. I hope for their sake I don't recognize them, because I will just talk their ear off in a very not nice way.
I would genuinely have been interested to know like what their thought process was with Picard, because it feels an awful lot like a show that started out with Dodge as being the main character, and they're like, nah, nobody knows who this is. It's not interesting. What can we do to get people invested in this? We'll bring Picard back. And so the rest of this plot is kind of bent around the idea of using Picard, but then a lot of the episodes, they don't really have anything for him to do, so he's just kind of sat in the background. That's what it feels like to me. And that's what I think they had to do with it.
Well, they use him to get you to like, okay, well, Picard wants to do that. Like, because Picard wants to help Dodge, we therefore have to, or I guess not Dodge. What's the other girl's name? Because he needs to go find her. Because he feels
yeah, the other one. I can't remember. Soji.
And then this whole thing where like Picard has this weird, I wouldn't say it's like father and son love. They played it differently. But Picard's like weird obsession with Data. And I'm like, okay, if you want to do something like this where they're regretting about what happened to Data, the character that is going to work the best for this scenario would be Geordi. Where is Geordi? Oh, he's not anywhere to be seen. How convenient.
Yeah. Picard was never that close to Data, and he was never that cut up about him dying. Like, he was upset about it, and clearly he grieved for him a little bit, but at the end of Nemesis, like, he kind of moved on and he was ready to do other things. And it's like the idea that 20 years later or whatever, he's still like desperately unhappy about it, and he loved Data apparently. That was just a really weird scene. The idea that Data was like this surrogate son for him or something, that was never played out in the movies or the TV show.
No, I mean, maybe like surrogate son would, the closest you can get to would be Worf, because he was always with him when Worf was dealing with the Klingons and all of that, and he was the one that stood by him when he was on trial, and he was the only one that knew about Doros and what really happened to Worf's family and the whole thing with the Romulans and the Klingons, which, if you want your Romulans to be a villain, maybe that could have been a thing. Something happened to Worf, and so he has that because they had that history, and so he needs to go avenge Worf, but the Romulans are the bad guys. There you go. You don't even have to call Michael Dorn. You don't even have to have him on, because they don't want to do that 25% difference, and they fucked up the Klingons, so they can't show actual Klingons. So there you go.
I tell you, like, honestly, Andre from Midnight's Edge tried to explain the way the licensing deal works, and like my brain just kind of shut down after about 5 minutes. I was like, no, I don't get it. It's just bonkers. Like, why have you made this so hard for yourselves? It's ridiculous.
And there's a very simple solution to that. Set it in the future to where everything looks fucking different. There you go.
Yeah. ActionCom here says, why does dividing the crew into teams work in Star Trek 4 but not in Star Trek Beyond? I think for me it's because like they actually have intelligent goals in Star Trek 4 and they're able to achieve them, whereas in Star Trek Beyond they're just kind of blundering through and they've not really been divided up logically. It's just that's where they happen to land on the planet, and so they're all just kind of trying to not die. That's their only objective in Beyond, whereas in 4, like they've got a series of problems that they have to solve that logically build on top of each other in order to get them to their end result. That's the difference for me. One's smart and one's dumb, if we want to put it in simple terms.
The whole plot for Beyond was just painful. I don't know about you, but I figured it out almost instantly when they were presenting the problem, and I'm like, okay, so that's Idris Elba, and he's just an alien now. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the fact that they showed the footage, it's like, yeah, it's got to be him. And his entire plan just made no sense. It's like, we've been trying for hundreds of years to get the pieces of this bioweapon that's apparently so dangerous, but we've already got like this fleet of drone ships that can destroy the most powerful ships in the Federation with no effort. Mm-hmm. Like, you've already got a weapon that's more important or, you know, more powerful than the weapon you're trying to make. Just use that. It's so dumb. Fucking hate these new Trek movies. They're just awful.
Well, I mean, okay. Star Trek 2009. Romulans. Again, I'm baffled at the people's lack of knowledge of Romulans. But the Romulans go through the black hole. They go back into the past. Okay, this dude claims he loves his wife and his unborn child, right? And also, he's a fucking Romulan. They're obsessed with, you know, everything must be for the Romulan Empire. You know your star's going to go supernova regardless of what's going to happen with Spock. Why don't you go tell your fucking planet that and say, hey, we're Romulans from the fucking future. We got all of this technology, this advanced alien technology. I guess it's technically not alien, but future technology. We also have these wonderful things called computers that have all of the recordings from history that is your future that we can give to you. So that way the Romulans have this advantage over the rest of the galaxy and we can take over. Thinking like a Romulan, but that is the Romulans' goal, right?
That's it.
Wouldn't he do that? And then also, in retrospect, he would save his wife and his unborn child because they would get the freak away, or they would either figure out how to prevent their star from going supernova, even though that does eventually happen to stars, and they would be able to move their capital from Romulus to some other planet out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of planets within their galaxy or within their empire. So they could all survive and take over the galaxy, and then the entire Federation wouldn't exist. Well, it would exist, but they would have taken it over, and the Romulans would rule the Beta and Alpha Quadrant. But no, they sit there.
What they actually do, they do nothing for about 30 years while Kirk grows into like a man. And then they wait for him to show up again. So I'd love to know what they were doing in all that time, just sitting around, chilling.
Well, somebody told me that there was a deleted scene, which I have not seen, that says that they were captured by the Klingons and imprisoned for 20 years. I'm like, that makes it fucking worse, because that means the Klingons had access to their technology and they didn't do anything.
Yeah, none of it. Like the more contrivances you put on top of it, the worse it gets. So I don't buy that for a second. Wicked Steel here says, I like to see Idris Elba for James Bond. I mean, like I think we said earlier, I think Idris Elba is awesome. I'd love to see him in a James Bond type role, like, but just not playing Bond himself, because like Bond's a white man. Like, as unpleasant as that sounds, like you can't just go changing the character. I don't think it's not fair. Just give Idris Elba another cool spy to play.
Did you know Idris Elba has a foot fetish? I
didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like, I guess like that's his biggest turn on, his feet. So like
feet. It's weird. I don't get it.
Yeah, I guess when he was filming The Mountain Between Us, when they have the sexy time scene,
Oh yeah.
she had to keep her socks on because like feet were getting going.
You're gonna set Idris off. No, don't do it. Yeah, well, each to their own, I suppose. LT Netjack, the way things are going, Brie Larson will be Jamie Bond. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure she'd
You
love
will
to
have
play
a
that
lot
role.
of content then for our channels.
I know, totally. She would do it just to stick it to the patriarchy. Joshua Riddle, HC was runner-up for Bond when Craig was... All right, sorry, Henry Cavill was runner-up for Bond when Craig was cast about over a decade ago. Henry is now Craig's age when he won the role. It fits well. Yeah, absolutely. He would have been too young like a decade ago.
Oh no, yeah, Henry's a man now. That's one thing. Like my obsession for him became more apparent this year because I saw him building the computer and I'm like, and The Witcher, it's like, holy shit. Because I mean, the first time I saw him was in The Count of Monte Cristo, and he's like a boy in that movie, and now it's like he's a man, and it's like, oh my god, like every time I see him, my uterus explodes.
Sounds painful.
It's glorious in the best way possible.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know what to equate that to, really. What was the next one? Action Com. How was Sarek's final hurrah? Namely, his admission he was wrong about Spock's career choice. Yeah, it was really nice little scene that between Spock and his father at the end of this movie. You know, when Sarek admits like these people are of good character, and Spock just says they're my friends. It's like good. You know, he's connected with that human side of himself. Roger P. As an addict, I can't have Middleton any longer, but here's a chip for you to have one for me. You're profoundly unique and fun to listen to. Love your reviewer perspective. Cheers. Oh, thanks very much, man. I appreciate that. David Steele. Props to Connery for going out on his shield in League of Gentlemen, but wish that wasn't his last movie. R.I.P. the one and only Bond. Yeah, very much so. Michael Deach, Connery oozed toxic masculinity, thus his appeal. Yeah, it wasn't even toxic. It was just great masculinity. Like that dude was just full on a man. Like I don't know what else to say about him. He just didn't take any shit from people.
And the women that complain about toxic masculinity are women that would bend over backwards for like a man like Sean Connery. Like that's what they want, but they bitch about it like they don't. It's like, give me a break. I know those women.
See, people talk about, there's that weird like disconnect, isn't there? It's like between what they kind of claim they want intellectually and then what they actually find attractive. Yeah. And they're like two different things. Like, I guess you've got a different perspective on that than I do, but like, yeah, it kind of seems like it would be more logical to be attracted to like a guy who's like strong and confident and like, yeah, all the kind of traditional kind of masculine traits than some like emotionally needy, kind of sensitive soy boy type guy. I don't know, like.
No, I mean, I know so many girls that complain about toxic masculinity. I want a guy to like, I will only date a guy if he's a male feminist. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure. Let's see how that goes. Then they complain the entire time they're with them. And what they really want is a man to be a man. And that's what gets them off. But then they're totally in denial of it in real life. But when you actually see things unfold, it's like, you're just a hypocrite. But
and do you think they say that because like that's what they've been told that they have to think, but then like they're kind of at war with their own like psyche or whatever, like, you know, there's that conflict between what they've been told they should find attractive and what they actually find attractive. Exactly.
And they're told by society, this is what you want, this is what's right, and then they try it and then find out, but they're, you know, in that constant mental battle with, this is what I'm told is right, but it's not actually right. And you have to come to terms with that. And that's part of growing up as well. Yeah. But I don't know. Every time I see women that do that kind of shit, and I'm like, sure.
It's such a weird contradiction. Yeah, I can't imagine having to deal with that day to day.
Well, a majority of my friends, like in real life, not virtually, my friends are girls, and this has like been an ongoing thing since I think like middle school when we all started liking boys. But I could never imagine being a man and like a straight man and having to deal with women. I don't even know why women that are, bi or lesbians want to deal with women. It's one thing being friends, and like I grew up with sisters, so I'm like, hell no. I would never wish that upon my worst enemy, having to deal with like a indecisive woman. And I as a woman, I feel bad for every guy I've ever dated because I know I'm a handful and I'm a pain in the ass, and I'm so thankful that my boyfriend puts up with my insanity, but I could never do it.
I mean, I think, not all women are like that, and I guess like you kind of get a sense quite quickly whether it's going to work or not. And like if you're smart, you'll just be like, no, this person's just going to be an absolute pain in the arse. Like they're just like, we're not going to get on, and we're just going to clash over everything. So like we're just not going to go beyond first date kind of thing. But it depends on the person. Like, so a lot of people who don't spend their lives on Twitter or whatever are just a lot more chilled, and like they're easier to get on with, and like you just have a normal relationship with them, if you know what I mean. Like you just, things are easier, I guess, than they're made out to be. Like when the shit we see on YouTube and like the kind of horror stories that you hear on social media and stuff, like I guess that's not really reality for most people. Like most people are just more like moderate than that and easier.
I don't know. Well, I mean, you live in Scotland, but I don't know. I feel like I've lived in the most crazy places, like at least like where I went to high school in, and then when like living in San Francisco, maybe I just have terrible luck, but I feel like all of the crazies that I see on Twitter, I'm just so because I've met all of those types of people in real life.
Yeah.
That I'm just like, oh my God.
I genuinely think, because I've not met many people like that in reality, but if I did, I'd be like, well, nice to meet you. See you later. I don't ever want to talk to you again. Like, I just wouldn't like try and engage with them for the most part, because it's just not worth the hassle. Like, they would just piss me off.
Like a college class with them, and there are like 10 of them in there.
Yeah. See, that's I guess the difference. Like, because I didn't go to like a liberal college or anything like that, so I didn't have that experience, and I've never like had to deal with folk like that I've been stuck with.
I'll give you a crazy example, because I didn't think I was going to a liberal college. I just was like, I want to learn how to draw and to animate things. I got told that I needed to change the design of the character because my alien character, mind you, because it made another classmate insecure about their body. And I said, this is an alien character. Why the fuck does that matter about your own insecurities? But yeah, maybe you're lucky. Stay where you are, aside from, I don't know, maybe have like better restaurants, but there's crazy people out here in California. I would not advise anyone to move out here.
California is kind of like the home of the crazies, isn't it? Like, generally speaking.
Well, the problem is, it's like people that were born and raised here are freaking normal. It's all of the other weirdos from all the other places in the world that they all move here, and then they infiltrate us, and they just make it hell. Because if you ask any of these crazy people, none of them are from California. They just moved out here because it's the place to be.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
The Night King here says, Bond and the Russians worked together in the Cold War era. Then Pierce Brosnan came after the Cold War and started mowing down Russians in GoldenEye. Interesting. Yeah, like, I suppose they didn't want to antagonize the Soviets during the Cold War, so like they were portrayed as just like rivals rather than enemies. And like the real bad guys were usually
always like sleeping with their like supermodel women.
Yeah, man, they had some good actresses then. But yeah, like they were rivals, and the real bad guy would usually be some mega villain that wanted to destroy the world or whatever it would be. So, yeah, even then, like in like something like GoldenEye, it was like a rogue Russian general or something that was trying to use the GoldenEye. Led by, what was his name? Sean Bean. Like he was the bad guy.
I always remembered The World Is Not Enough because I just was stuck on it. The fact that the guy had a bullet in his head and it's like slowly going through his brain. And I was like, how does he function? But I felt like I was like, oh, it's like a kindred spirit because I have like a bullet in my collarbone. And so I was like, oh, somebody else got a bullet stuck in them. And I was like, well, I'm glad mine's not in my brain.
Do I want to ask how that happened?
Probably not.
Okay. All right. It's bringing back memories of Tatiana, like bullet scars and stuff. Louis the Plank. Yeesh, love a little Sean Connery talk. He was awesome. It's great to talk about good Trek. Cheers, Anna and Drinker.
Oh,
cheers to you, man. Night King. Gotta love when Connery shot his gun, he did a pose. They'll pose. That was the thing. The arm has to go out to the side when they fire. Samurai Squirrel. If you actually read about humpback whales, you find that they aren't really all that amazing or different from us. I don't know. I think they probably are.
They are very amazing. If you ever get the chance to see them, they're like incredible.
Yeah. Saying here, they struggle to perfect their songs for years, and they have inequality and hierarchy. Really? You mean they're not a perfect communist society? Damn it. No, it's interesting, actually. I don't know much about humpback whales, I have to be honest.
Most whales are matriarchal.
Are they?
Yeah, they all there's male pods, and then there's like the female and baby pods, and they only come around when it's baby making season, and then they go their separate ways.
It's like elephants, isn't it?
It like is. A lot of the animal kingdom is like that.
Yeah. Tigers is not tigers, sorry, lions. Like it's the females that do all the hunting and stuff. Guys are there for show.
The boys are there to like fight other boy lions and to protect their territory. And if like I don't know, what would they fight aside from a lion? I don't know, some other kind of predator, then the boy lion has to defend it. But it's so cute when you see like Mufasa and Simba, because it's like, oh, that's true. Like the mom is out hunting and like Mufasa just gets to chill with Simba. I'm like, oh, yeah, did that right.
Yeah. Mr. O'Neill says, he played a Spaniard, damn it, I love you guys. They must be talking about Ramirez from Highlander. I thought he was Egyptian originally, and then he moved to Spain, where he learned about swordsmanship and stuff, and then he became a bunch of other things. But I thought he was Egyptian originally, but I could be wrong about that.
I have a very hard time watching that movie because my mom scarred me for life when I was a child, because that's like her I don't know those my mom enjoyed that movie too much in front of her children. So.
Oh man, like damn man, you've had some life. You've been shot. Like you've been exposed to
we're
stuff
not going
like
to go down the rabbit hole with this. Well, let's keep
let's move on. Let's move on, Drinker. Philippe Abrigo says, hello, Drinker and lovely Anna. First super chat here. Thank you for reviewing this movie for us. Makes me happy in this crazy days. Cheers. Cool. Hopefully you've enjoyed our little summary of the movie. We went off on crazy tangents, but it was fun all the same. PSX Hacker. Hail Drinker, Voyage Home is one of my personal favorites. It has a good feel to it. Did you check Spock versus Q? You can find it on Audible Trial. I haven't listened to that yet, but people have recommended it to me, so I must give it a go.
You have to watch the video, because there's where they were at a convention and they're having a debate, and it's even their mannerisms, because they're both in character.
See, I feel like Spock would win a debate, but like Q could win just through like sheer omnipotence.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but yeah, it'd be really interesting to hear. Like, I assume both actors are just like extremely intelligent guys, and they could have a really smart debate. Stretchy Hulk. Drinker, always a pleasure to hear Star Trek dissected. Ever consider doing one of these for episodes of the original 60s series like Spock's Brain? I don't know, man. Like, it's a bit more niche when you get down to the level of like individual episodes. If I can get through the movies one day, like I would consider that an achievement. Someone's going to have to cover like the Final Frontier with me. I don't know who, but I think it's going to need a lot of booze. Action Com. The captains of the Excelsior and the Saratoga carry swagger sticks. Welcome to the unwelcome element of Starfleet. Yeah, like I know the Excelsior captain did. Like he had some kind of like baton thing that he just carried around, I guess, to hit people with if they weren't doing a good job. I didn't notice the Saratoga captain had one, but maybe she did. It's definitely a welcome element. I think a captain should always have a hitting stick. Predator 1987. Hey, Drinker, first time donating. My mum actually worked on Star Trek 2, 3, and 4 with the special effects team back then. I was so jealous she got to meet the whole gang. Damn, man, your mum's like a legend. That'd be awesome. I'd love to know what the special effects brief was for this one as well. Like that dream sequence when they travel through time. Just make some weird stuff appear. Ross Mitchell, a solid movie with great moments. Need to watch again. Any chance of a stream for Babylon 5, an underrated gem? R.I.P. Sir Sean, the greatest James Bond. I would really need to rewatch Babylon 5 because it's been like 15 years or something at least since I've watched it, just to get refreshed on it. But yeah, I could talk about it one day. Ryan DeLucci, that Star Wars girl knows her Star Trek. Bravo. Anyhow, great show, folks. Loving the conversation and nostalgia. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Daniel Neuberts, I heard Gary and Az gush about Farscape on a recent live stream. You should have them on and talk about it in a future vid. I'll give all the dollars. Yeah, I'd love to talk about Farscape. One of my favorite like sci-fi shows of all time. And hardly anyone seems to have watched it. Such a shame.
I think I have.
It's really good. Like, I don't know. I can't really sell it to you like in the space of like a minute or so, but
I'm Googling so I can see a picture because that'll spark my memory.
It's a really kind of quirky show, but actually has incredible moments of great drama, like especially season 3.
This was on, and I don't think I was like, you know, when something's on in the background, but you're doing other stuff. I know my parents watched this. I was probably playing Sims or with action figures.
See, I watched it in its original run, like back when I was in high school, and it just totally captivated me.
Yeah, I know Jesse really likes this show.
One day I'll talk about it. Where is the next one? Pavlo John. Hey, Drinker, I just watched the EFAP Avengers meme trailer. It was fun to see your avatar fighting the good fight. Keep it up. Yeah, it was an honor to be included. That meme was incredible. It was like 20 minutes long. It was just epic.
I got to punch Thanos in the face, guys. Or Quentin. Yeah. Or no, was it the movie, Bob?
I'm not sure which would be more satisfying, to be honest.
No, it was cool.
All of them would be good.
They used like Siri for my voice, and I was like, "You guys could have like messaged me. I would have recorded something for you."
Yeah, because they put in like Scotland forever at one point, and it clearly wasn't my voice. So I was like, "Oh, you could have got something from me. I would have recorded it for this."
Gone the whole Braveheart way, and I just put Mel Gibson over you. Scotland.
Yeah. Jesse West Bateman says, "Cheers, sir. Thanks very much." Big Barrett Bob says, "Live long and prosper, Drinker." Thank you, I intend to.
Peace and long life.
Riff Magos. Hail, Drinker. I love your savage critiques. You're a damn good Scotsman. Thank you. I'm not quite Sean Connery level, but I do try. Stony D. Cheers, Drinker. Any chance for a Hunt for Red October stream? Would love to hear your take on such a classic. Buckaroo. Yeah, I would do that for sure. I might even just do a proper review of it one day. Mad Ghost 4. FYI, Drinker, a new USS Enterprise CVN-80 is currently under construction. Cool. Yeah, the US Navy should always have an Enterprise on the books, so that's good to know. David Buchter, hail Drinker, hail Anna. The aircraft carrier is the USS Ranger. My brother-in-law was in the Navy, and he's in the scene with Chekhov running through the hangar.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's so cool. I just love that, like, we're talking about this random movie, and we've found people already that, like, were in it.
Well, you know what's funny is I'm in a Fast and the Furious movie on complete accident because... I mean, I think it was Fast and the Furious. They were filming, and it was on my walk home, and they were filming in front of my apartment. And so I was like, I need to go home because I was in college, and like I had been in class all day. I was tired, and they're like, nobody can cross. I'm like, fuck this. And so I just went, and they couldn't do anything once I got in my building. But in one
Did
of
you,
the,
did you have to sign like a release or anything? Or did it just like have you
I
as in
was
the
pretty
background?
tired, but somebody, I think one of my roommates told me that I was in it, but I don't know. I didn't sign it.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Automata here says, takes the Breen in DS9 to destroy the GG bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge?
Breen. Yeah, I think it must be. The Breen, do they do that? Not the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay, Native. The Presidio was a decent Connery flick. Presidio? I've not seen that one, actually. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a rundown of my favorite Sean Connery movies. So I was going to do like The Man Who Would Be King, The Hunt for Red October, Medicine Man. I really love that movie. And maybe pick a couple of Bond ones that he did. But I'll see. Blue Satoshi. I think the drinker's mixing up Mexican food with Taco Bell. No, Taco Bell's truly shit. I ate there like twice and I fucking regretted both visits. LT Netjack, Taco Bell isn't Mexican food. Yeah, that's true. It's just, it doesn't even really taste of much. That's the weird thing about it. Like whenever I ate there, it was just like really bland.
I mean, I'm biased. I like Taco Bell, but that's just when you're going to fast food, you know what you're getting. You're getting fast food. So I've grown accustomed to eating Taco Bell, but I would much prefer having something from a taco truck.
Todd Tyler here says, Drinker is correct when it comes to his take on Mexican and Italian.
Oh my God, no.
I'm sorry, Anna. You know it's true.
Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. No.
There we go. Blue Satoshi here says, and he probably conflates Italian food with Olive Garden. No, I don't. Again, that's one of those places I tried once and I was like, no, that's pretty crap.
Don't you love how you can tell what part of the stream you're reading super chats from just based on the
Yeah, totally. Yeah, there's some more stuff here. Thomas Richter here says, then all food is the same. It's some kind of sugar, some kind of protein, some kind of fat, and some content of water. I mean, yeah, if you boil it down to its chemical elements, I suppose. But yeah, I think I was going for a slightly different take. Justin Stoll, I have to agree with Drinker. I've lived in Mexico. My wife's from Mexico, and we live in Texas. Mexican food sucks. My wife almost divorced me.
Oh my God, no.
I don't think Mexican food sucks. I just think it's kind of like quite similar.
Oh my God, no. I'm surprised. You must be really good at something if a Mexican woman didn't divorce you after you telling her that Mexican food sucks. Like, oh my God.
I can only go by what chat is telling me here, and I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's okay to be wrong, but to be this wrong is very alarming.
But then if so many people are wrong, are they actually right?
No.
Okay. Loki, Christ, I can't even say this. Loki Scully Jotun. I highly doubt the American restaurants that she's been to are better than the European restaurants that he has. Just saying.
I highly doubt that
bit
the
of a diss there.
Restaurants. I'll give you for the Italian ones, but for the Mexican restaurants, you're not going to get better outside of Mexico. You're not going to get better Mexican food in freaking Scotland than you would in California.
I would say that, yeah. I would be inclined to agree. But yeah, I have eaten at some pretty decent restaurants in Italy. The steak there was excellent. I'll give them that. But then that's just steak. You can get that anywhere.
You don't have to get pasta.
Yeah, you do. I'll move on. Stephen Naughton. Drinker, you are drunk. Italian food is great. It is with a heavy heart that I must unsubscribe at this time. Damn it. No, so you're one up there. I've got like 3 and you've got 1. So, and another one for me here. Chris.
All 4 of you are wrong.
Well, here we go. Here's another one. Chris Topher. I agree with your Mexican food analogy. Also, hi, Anna. So he pulled it back. He said hi to you, but he says you're wrong as well.
No.
What can we do?
No.
Let's see if we've got anything more. PSX Hacker. On both of your points regarding the ideologues who complain about lack of diversity, clearly they haven't seen the same Star Trek that we did. Yeah, exactly. They just didn't shove it in your face like obnoxiously like in the past. It was the more effective kind where it's just people that are good at their jobs doing what they do.
Well, they conveniently forget. Like, they're like, oh, Star Trek's full of white men. It's like, okay, well, you're conveniently forgetting about Sisko, Janeway, Chekhov, Tuvok. I could go on and on. I mean, if you want to get really technical, like Spock, well, Captain Kirk is Jewish, first off, or William Shatner is Jewish, and so what is it? Sometimes they get offended sometimes when you say a Jewish person is white. So technically, you really only got one, or I guess.
Well, yeah, you've got Sulu. You know, you've got an East Asian man. You've got Uhura, black woman. You've got Spock, who's a Vulcan. You've got Chekhov, who's Russian. You know, Scotty, who's Scottish. Like, yeah, like you've got a diverse range of people. And it filters all the way up to like the senior ranks of Starfleet. You know, the Admiral in Star Trek 3 is a black man. Cartwright is black. You know, you could go on and on and on. Like, it just keeps going.
Well,
there was always a range.
Picard. Remember when the two-parter episode where Starfleet is infiltrated by that little alien that's a bug that gets the spike in the back of their neck, and they go to that one planet to have the meeting, and Picard sees the one captain, and it's a black woman. He's like, you were the youngest person to ever graduate Starfleet Academy and get a captain and get a ship. And I'm like, that was a black woman. They've obviously never seen it because the way that they're pitching Discovery, it's like, oh my god, it's the first woman to ever be in Star Trek. Also, she's black. Bow down to her superiority. It's like, oh.
Such garbage. It's just like selective memory, I suppose. Indie Tiger.
That's why.
Yeah. Indie Tiger here says, Uhura said it best. In our century, we've learned not to fear words. Yeah, but apparently words are violence in this century, so what can you do, eh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you call somebody retarded on Twitter, you're banned for life.
Yeah.
Or hey, dude, you're banned.
Yeah, if you tell them they have to learn to code, apparently that can get you banned.
Really?
Yeah, apparently. That was a meme going around, like when all these, like, you know, publications like Vice and Vox and stuff, like they were laying off staff. People were like, I learned to code, dude. And yeah, apparently that was classed as hate speech, so people were getting like banned for it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great. What a wonderful world. It's a total mystery why Twitter stock has dropped like a quarter in the past like couple of days. Thundernut here says, my favorite part was Robert De Niro complaining about not having enough money to pay off his ex-wife during Corona. Is that true?
I don't know.
Maybe. Robert De Niro is a special person. He's got TDS pretty bad, apparently.
What's TDS?
I believe it's Trump derangement syndrome, where you just spend all day, every day, like ranting about how much you hate Donald Trump. It's like, okay, you can disagree with a person's politics, but like at a certain point, it just becomes like virtue signaling, and it's just tiresome.
You know, he's a little bit older. If when I get to that age, first off, I'm going to say, F the rules. I'm going to go be like Captain Kirk, and I'm going to go climb El Capitan because I might not live through this. So I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my life while I have it and not spend all day complaining about a politician that I might not even be alive to see the end result of the election. So the way that people choose to spend their time blow my mind.
I think a lot of the time it's just attention seeking. It's like, if I say that this unpopular person is unpopular, then that will make me popular. Great. You
want attention? You're Robert De Niro. Go to the fucking grocery store. You'll get attention.
I know. Stephen Otten says, hanging with Drinker and Anna on election day. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Thank you. I have no idea how the election's shaking out. I'll have to check after this.
I'm going to do it right now.
I would imagine they'll start having some results come in round about now.
They get like electoral. I don't know how.
Do you guys have exit polls in the States?
What does that mean?
Well, like here in the UK, like at polling stations, when you go to vote, like they'll have a
Oh
thing set up where you can go and say like, "Oh, this is how I voted." So you start to get a feel for like how it's
Oh,
shaken out.
I don't know, just because they didn't in San Francisco, at least the ones that I went to, but I've done mail-in ballots. So, funny story. When I was living in San Francisco, when I became 18 and was able to go vote, I went, it was during, I think, midterms, and so I had a big project, so I had to leave at the very last minute to go and vote, and they ran out of ballots in English, so they only had ballots in Mandarin. And
Okay.
yeah. And so I'm like, this is not only is this California, but all of the Chinese people blows everyone's mind. The people in San Francisco don't speak Mandarin, they speak Cantonese, because when they came over to America, they were the workers, and only the higher class people really spoke Mandarin. And so the people that are Chinese in mainly in San Francisco all speak Cantonese. So it blew my mind that first off the ballot was in Mandarin, but then I'm like, at least Spanish I can kind of figure out, because I have no idea what any of these symbols mean. And also, I'm in California. Why on earth are there no English ballots, you know? And so I wrote down, I don't know if my vote counted or if anything happened, but there was none of that. And then I've just done, the next time I went in, guess what? Only ballots left were in Cantonese, ironically. So I've just said, fuck it. I'm only going to do mail-in ballots. So I don't know. I can ask keep these. But right now, Biden is winning electoral votes. He has 85 and Trump has 61.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I guess we'll see how it shakes out over the course of the night. What's the next one here? Stephen Yarno. I think we've only got a few left, actually. Star Trek 4 was the first Star Trek film I saw in the theaters, and it's still my favorite. Thanks for making election night fun. Thanks, man. Hopefully we've livened things up. Stephen Otten. I first found Star Trek 4 on opening weekend with my young astronauts group. We won a competition, and the prize was getting into the movie for free. I'd say that's not a bad prize, actually.
Yeah.
Going to go see a movie.
And it was a good movie.
Yeah, Star Trek 4, man. God, I can't imagine seeing that at the cinema. Like, so long ago. I think I was barely even born when this came out.
I was not born when it came out.
Where's the next one? Sorry, I just had to refresh the super chats here, so I have to find where I was.
You're fine. I'm actually, my bladder's about to explode again, so I'm going to go take care of that real fast.
I'll get a few more done. Yeah, David Steele. Trek 4 was my all-time favorite of the series. Best use of all the cast members. Thanks for reviewing. No, thank you. Glad you've enjoyed it. And yeah, like I said earlier, I think it did make really good use of all the characters in it. Like, nobody felt wasted, and none of the scenes really felt like flabby or anything. So it was a nice, tight screenplay, and it was real like enjoyment. It was a real pleasure to watch the thing. Carlos A. Smith. It was a Scandinavian ship, the Whale Hunter. It was. Yeah, I thought so. The language that they were speaking seemed to be Scandinavian rather than Russian. Stephen Otten. Scotty's smirk when he admits he sabotaged the Excelsior is priceless. Yeah, it really is. I love that scene. PSX Hacker. Drinker, with all due respect, I have to agree with Star Wars Girl here on your lack of food taste. Portuguese guy here, we have lots of good stuff. Yeah, I've actually been to Portugal for a couple of holidays. I just can't think of like anything uniquely Portuguese as opposed to like Spanish or whatever. Like when I was there, I was just eating tapas type food most of the time. So I don't know what dishes you have that are unique to Portugal, but if you do, I'd love to try them. Joshua Hobson. Drinker, you inebriated and articulate critic. Quigley Down Under is a fantastic Western with a great cast, fantastic score, and a great plot. Cheers. One day I'll watch it. John Dorsey. Having one of the worst weeks of my life, and hearing you two discuss this movie helped put the light back in my eyes. All hail to you both. Well, thank you. I'm sorry you've had a crappy week, but hopefully the next one's better. But I'm glad we were able to cheer you up a bit. Don Grossman. Check out Something to Die For in stores November the 19th. You're welcome for the free plug, Drinker. Yes, thanks very much. Something to Die For, the final novel in the Ryan Drake series that I've written. It comes out on November the 19th, so if you get a chance, give it a try, I guess. PSX Hacker. Drinker, you were hammered on the Bly Manor chat. If I didn't know any better, I would say they're shilling for Netflix, and Rags needs humility.
What happened?
Yeah. We were discussing Bly Manor, and it was like me and Mauler, Rags, and Jay, and all three of them really loved Bly Manor, and I was more like, yeah, it was all right, but I didn't love it. Like, I had a few issues with it. Bly Manor.
What is that?
So, well, do you remember like The Haunting of Hill House? It was like a couple of years ago on Netflix.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Yeah, so it's like it's not a sequel to that, but it's like done in the same vein. It's like a haunted house somewhere in England this time. And I just found it kind of it was more of like a trite kind of love story rather than a haunted house story. So yeah, so it was missold, and I think it was mismarketed, and the love story wasn't even all that good. So I didn't really get into it that much. Whereas I don't know, like I went into that sort of chat just like kind of interested to hear their take on it, and I think Rags went in more as like, I'm gonna like see this as a debate that I need to win at all costs, and so it just was. I realized pretty quickly what the chat was going to be, and it wasn't really going to. That just kind of went from there, I guess. But it is what it is, I suppose. Nathaniel Larson here says, Rags was difficult to watch on your stream. You, sir, were a gentleman. Well, thank you. I guess I was kind of like, well, if I try and get into like the same level of debate that he's in, it's just going to devolve into like us shouting at each other. And so I was just like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'll just try and keep the peace and like maintain like a fairly diplomatic sort of stream. And that's what I tried to do. But yeah, it's just what happens sometimes. I think like, I think guys like Rags work great on EFAP. But like when you're just trying to have like a more polite discussion, it doesn't work quite as well. But that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, there's some also when you're planning out a stream, sometimes you take in like people's personality types on what's going to work best. Like, cause there'll be times where I set up a stream and then people are like, well, why don't you have this person? Why don't you have this person? I'm like, either we're trying to have a stream go this direction and either, have a civil conversation or have maybe a heated conversation or an in-depth breakdown. Your mind like immediately goes to, okay, well, this person would be really good. And like, maybe this person's personality will click well. And so, yeah, but, I don't know. I really like Mauler and Rags. I know that I was actually surprised at how much like Mauler is a horror fan. And I could give two shits about haunted house movies or TV shows. Everyone lost their mind when The Haunting of Hill House came out. The first episode was scary. The rest of it was, I don't know, just at the end, it just was like family drama and non-spoiler alerting, people died, and it just felt like anticlimactic after having that like big start and then the few episodes where it shows the kids' backstories. But when I saw that one, I didn't even remember the name, but I remember everyone kind of talking about, oh, Netflix came out with another scary thing, and I'm like, well, the second movie, I'm done. Like, I think this
is what you find with most horror, whether it's movies or whether it's TV shows or whatever. Like the initial premise and the questions that it raises are usually way more interesting than the answers you eventually get. Like, most of them tend to fall flat in the final act, because that's when you figure out what the true nature of the horror is and how it came about and stuff. And it's always kind of disappointing. Like, the thing that makes things scary is when you don't really know what's going on, and like it's this unknown force that's like tormenting you or whatever. But once you get the answers, it's like, oh, okay, I guess that's it done. And that's, I guess that's one of the issues I had with Bly Manor. And yeah, Hill House kind of suffered from the same thing, where it had a disappointing ending. But the bits leading up to that were really good. There was lots of good scares in it, I thought. So that was the difference.
After the episode, when people were posting on Twitter, like, oh, look at how many ghosts are in this one frame. So artistically, I think I liked Hill House in that sense, but the actual, like, whenever you get into ghost stories, I'm like, okay, either this is going to be really whimsical and you just kind of got to take it for what it is, or if you try to do seriously, you can't explain the ghosts. At least for me, what I found works. It has to be a mystery, because once you start explaining it, there's going to be flaws. And personally, I don't believe in ghosts, so when I'm watching it, I'm already taken out of that. That being said, I like to watch TV shows and movies about aliens, and magical force powers and telekinesis, but ghost movies, it's like, eh. And then I found when you talk to people that they're really passionate about this kind of stuff, it's hard to get your point across. Like I had a really hard time talking to somebody. I do like Halloween conventions where I like go there and I sell my art. And somebody was upset that I didn't have a painting of The Exorcist, and like, that's the best one. And I told him I thought it was more of a how nicely. I didn't say it was stupid, but I went on and on about how unrealistic it was, and how just the things that even though the little girl was possessed, the things that she does, like. Just not to get too into it, but some people I found are just, you can't have a rational conversation about that kind of stuff because horror fans are horror fans, which is completely fine. But
yeah, like Bly Manor goes down that same road of like literally explains exactly the mechanics of how ghosts function, and it's more like a video game where there's set rules that you kind of exist in. And immediately when that sort of thing happens, I'm like, no, fuck off. Like, this is so dumb. Like, it's not in the like slightest bit scary or interesting anymore, because you've just explained the entire like premise of how it functions. So that was kind of my issue.
Did you ever watch the movie Rose Red?
Rose Red. Weirdly, the name's familiar. What happens in it? That might jog my memory.
So I like the concept of it better than the movie, but the concept is that it's kind of based on the Winchester Mystery House, where the woman, she married a rich man and they have this mansion, but so the mansion never gets finished being built, and she's like collecting souls, so people just mysteriously die. And because that's what happened with the Mrs. Winchester, is that she married one of the brothers that invented the Winchester rifle, and because those rifles were used to kill so many Native Americans, they said
yes,
he was haunted. But then the movie, it's more of she's the villain, and people are dying, so she's constantly collecting souls for the house. So a bunch of psychics go to the house to try to communicate, and they all just kind of die and are getting killed by the ghosts. The ghosts aren't explained, but the thing is that she's evil and the house is evil, and they're trying to just collect souls. That stuff doesn't bother me, because it's like, okay, it's a bad guy, it's a bad evil thing, and if you go in there, you're basically going to die, and the ghosts are going to try to kill you by, I don't know, having a chandelier fall on you, or I don't know, swallowing you through the carpet. It's ridiculous, but it's so ridiculous that it all fits in its own universe, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like I kind of view, for the most part, I view horror films as being like a roller coaster. Like, get on it, and you get some thrills, like you get like jump scares, and like it gets you a foreboding atmosphere. It pulls certain emotions out of you by like engineering things, and then you can go away at the end of it and just be like, oh, that was fun, and move on to the next thing. Like, I don't need a horror movie necessarily to be like super complex and like super airtight and like this great artistic endeavor. Like, it's kind of doesn't need to function on that level, I think, for me to work. But it's like each to their own. Like, I guess people look for different things in order to feel like invested in it. I'm just like, yeah, this is just like disposable entertainment, really.
Yeah. Well, see, my favorite movie is Silence of the Lambs, and I think of it more as like a psychological thriller, but it's whenever you go back when Blockbuster used to exist, it was always in the horror section. But that's something that it's based on somebody trying to solve a murder, and you're dealing with a pure sociopath and a psychopath, and because it's based in reality, it makes the terrible things that are happening that much horrific. And that's the type of stuff that will make me scared, is when it's something that could happen. Or like, even if they did a movie about, if you were in a concentration camp, and from the point of view of like a Jewish person or a Jewish child, and having to go in and getting experimented on by an evil Nazi doctor, that sounds absolutely terrifying. And that's something that, doesn't matter your background, that that's a scary situation to be in. That's the kind of stuff that scares me, not a movie about ghosts. I'm just sitting there, okay, yeah, the jump scare will get you, but once you've watched it once, it's not going to scare you anymore.
No, that's a really interesting perspective, actually. I've heard other people say the same thing. Like the horror that really gets to them is the things where they feel like it could happen to them in real life. Because like you say, with the supernatural, like you can just be like, yeah, none of that can happen because it's not real. Like it's just all made up. But like if it's a serial killer or like someone hiding in your house or something like that, like those are things that could conceivably happen to you as a person, and that makes it more engaging because it's believable, So yeah, I can sort of get behind that. That's
even in movies like Jaws, like you don't see the shark until the end of the movie, and that's because they put Bruce in the water and he just disintegrated.
Yeah.
But so just having the music, and I mean, they didn't even have to show the shark in the movie. They could have showed them shooting fins and blood in the water. That movie is terrifying. That is the scariest movie I've ever seen, and I'm still to this day terrified of sharks. But again, that's reality. What I can't, if they were to do ghosts, and I think that they've done it okay in like Star Trek, where it's not a ghost, it's like an alien spirit, and because it's an alien that exists in a different like dimension or a different plane of reality, that's what can make it scary. And so when it's explained in that way, my mind can accept it. But based in our reality and there's ghosts in a haunted house, I'm like, okay, so just leave the fucking house. It's not that hard.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you stay there, I'm not sympathetic to you.
Yeah, totally. Gianni Greco says, Drinker, Space and Above and Beyond, a kick-ass, well-done 90s sci-fi show that never got enough credit. I have to admit, I've never watched that one, to be honest, so I couldn't say. PSX Hacker, would you consider reviewing The Rock, The Hunt for Red October, or one of the Bonds in memory of the great and extraordinary Sean Connery? Yes, I would, actually. So stay tuned.
Have a favorite Bond movie?
Ever?
Yeah. Or you could go by Bond.
I really like Goldfinger.
Okay.
I love the villain in that, and I love the fact that like Bond quite often has to resort to his wits rather than using gadgets and stuff. And I thought it was just like the quintessential Connery version of Bond. And like I said to you before, I really like The Spy Who Loved Me. Out of all the Roger Moore ones, it's the one that's actually pretty solid, and it's a really good version of Bond that you get to see there. And I've got kind of a soft spot for Goldeneye. I quite like that one. But yeah, those would be my three probably. Do you have any?
Yes. So I always liked I always liked the one with in outer space. It's with Roger Moore.
Moonraker.
Yeah. I always
wow.
Well, okay, I was really little. Like I was
the cheese levels are high with that one, man.
I know, but I was little and I loved it. And then I watched it as a grown-up and I was like, I had much more good memories watching this than watching this right now as a grown-up. But when I was a kid, like now I understand why my parents were like, Anna, do we have to watch this again? But I liked it, and
the innocence of childhood.
You know what? It was good. And again, I was way too young to be watching James Bond, but I liked, like, my parents are like, why does Anna like these movies? Because, there's grown-up stuff in it, and it it didn't bother me. I just thought James Bond, he got lots of kisses, and I was like, well, dogs
Yeah.
get lots of kisses, so it never put two and two together. But I liked the gadgets. I liked. I thought Roger Moore was good, but especially when I was little, I thought that Doctor No was hilarious because the villain had a third nipple, and I could not get over that as a kid.
That's I don't think that's Doctor No, because the villain in that is Scaramanga, that's played by Christopher Lee. The man with the golden gun, I think you're thinking of there. But yeah, that is a weird thing.
With Sean Connery, where he has because Sean Connery's pretending to be him, and then they're like, "Oh, he has a third nipple."
I think that was a Moore one, but yeah, he does get a third
Am I
nipple
wrong?
to impersonate him. I'm pretty sure that was the man with the golden gun. Yeah, like I think chats with me on this one.
It was Doctor No. I need to go back and rewatch all of these movies, but I liked The World Is Not Enough and From Russia with Love. I think GoldenEye I only watched once. But am I getting my James Bond movies mixed up? This just means I need a much needed James Bond marathon, which I'm fine with.
Yeah, it's there's been quite a few of these movies, and it's easy to get certain ones mixed up. But yeah, the one you're thinking of is Man with the Golden Gun with Roger Moore. But it does involve three nipples, so
I just
right
remember
there.
being a kid and thinking that was the most hilarious thing I had ever heard.
Yeah.
I was very easily amused when I was a child.
Yeah, I do remember from Moonraker, Jaws gets a girlfriend, which is just awesome because she's like 5 feet tall or something. She's like half the size.
Oh my goodness. Oh my. It's funny thinking about the things that like you watch them years and years ago, and then you watch them now, and it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
The things that they were able to get away with, and that my mind like made excuses for.
Oh yeah, totally. Night King here says thoughts on Stargate SG-1 or Stargate Atlantis. I loved SG-1. Atlantis, yeah, I was starting to feel a little bit played out by that point. Like, I think the whole thing with the Stargate universe is just like they'd done everything by the end. Like, it had been on for so long, they'd kind of covered every storyline you could do, and it was just they sort of ran out of ideas. It didn't get bad or anything. I just think it like reached its natural end.
Yeah, Stargate SG-1 was amazing. I didn't like, excuse me, when David left. Is his name David, or am I fucked up there too?
Right.
David.
Daniel?
Right?
Daniel Jackson.
I was close. It started with a D. When he left, I kind of was like, meh, but then I can understand because he's been doing it, and it's like, yeah, we kind of covered everything. Atlantis, I tried to watch, but then the whole premise of they're going through this, they're going to get stuck there, there's no way to come back. I'm like, out of all of the Stargates and planets you've gone to, you didn't find some kind of technology to fix this? Like, I would have done that. I didn't think it was smart on them to send a team through knowing that they're not going to be able to come back. I wouldn't have sent a team through until I had, an exit strategy. That's just me personally, which I think that they had plenty of resources to figure it out, but they didn't. So right off the bat, the premise was hard for me to get into. So I think I watched like half of season 1 and just didn't continue.
Yeah. It's it was kind of like once they got past that initial premise, it was kind of just more of the same. But like their base was like less reliable than the SG-1 base, and like they came under attack and all that sort of thing. And they were trying to like learn more about it because it was like, mostly unexplored. So it was an interesting premise, but like you say, it's kind of flawed when you think about it. Like they should have just had a better strategy there.
Yeah.
Samurai Squirrel says, on the relationship stuff, some say that women like a man who is very calm and controlled, an emotional rock on which the waves of her storm or feelings crash. Maybe that's where the sex appeal of Spock comes from. I don't know.
Well, I'll say as far as all of the men in Star Trek, it's like, it's just a thing that we all have. It's like we like men in uniform. So, also it's like the intelligence is like very attractive to all women, I've found. And I mean, Leonard Nimoy isn't like typically like the gold standard for attractive, but I mean, there's something about him that makes him attractive. that makes sense?
Yeah, I get that. I mean, like,
Also,
I guess there's
women,
sometimes
women were pretty.
yeah, I mean, there's sometimes there's like women that you see like, and it's the same thing where it's like they're not conventionally beautiful, but like it's something about the way they conduct themselves where it's like they just become appealing. They become like they've got a kind of magnetism about them that like gets you interested, and you can that makes them attractive somehow. Yeah, it's a weird thing, but it's like, yeah, I don't think you can boil attractiveness down to just like a simple formula of like, well, if they look this way, then you will feel this way about them. I think there's something more to it than that. So, yeah, I
Mm.
get that.
Well, see, I always thought Kirk was cute, and then Kirk doesn't have like a shred of chest hair, and then Leonard Nimoy had the episode where like he's not wearing a shirt. I was like, hello.
Yeah, like whatever floats your boat, I suppose. Like
Yep, yep,
it's
yep.
just that thing. Um, Daniel John here says, finally drinking after the liver test. Passed. Arizona, USA. Well done, man. Enjoy your beer. Stephen Otten, it was an extra movie. Sorry, I was an extra in a movie called Quiet Victory. It was partly filmed in my high school. You can find it on Amazon and Netflix. Ah, cool. 200 Watt Studio. I watched The Rock last night. Such a great film. It is. It's good fun. And it's it's funny to see Nick Cage in it. He was so young back then. Thunderhead. Sad to hear about Sir Sean Connery. His father was a Native American, from the from the Smack Maho tribe.
That was a good one.
Well, it's all right to smack them if they're getting out of line.
Oh wow, you did that very well.
Well, we're both from Edinburgh, so I guess I can do that same accent.
Oh, there you go. Do you guys have like a statue dedicated to him?
Uh,
And if you don't, why not?
I haven't seen one, but now that he's dead, he probably will get one.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
mean, the town that I grew up in, so I went to the same high school as George Lucas, and American Graffiti was supposed to be set here, and like the high school was like my high school, even though they didn't film it there. So we have an American Graffiti statue in the town.
See, like Edinburgh is all about J.K. Rowling still. You go to cafes there and it's like, oh, J.K. Rowling wrote like half a page of her book here like one time, and that's their claim to fame. And they'll have big signs everywhere. It's like, oh, fuck off.
Potter.
Yeah.
Are you a Harry Potter fan?
No way. No.
Really? No.
Yeah. I
Sucked into
it's
it.
fine for people who love it, but like I just I've read part of it, I've seen the movies, and I was just like, nah, I'm not getting into this. I don't feel it. Like Lord of the Rings and stuff, love it, but like Harry Potter, it's just too farcical for me.
Oh, well.
Each to their own, I suppose. But yeah, just never quite got it.
My childhood.
Yeah, I think a lot of people.
Because I remember the first movie came out, and then me and all my friends saw it. And it was great, and then like we all were reading the books, and I remember waiting in line for the last book to come out at Borders, which doesn't exist anymore, and like all of us staying up and like reading it, and then the movies coming out. It's a fun time to be alive.
Yeah. No, to be that excited about a book coming out, you don't get that very often.
Oh, the line was like around the parking lot.
I still remember back then, actually, like some guys like posted videos up on YouTube, and it's like they'd gotten a hold of a copy like in advance, and they were just walking along the line, just reading out spoilers to people.
Oh, asshole!
And people were crying their eyes out about it, like, no, don't.
Well, remember that's like one of the plot points in The Devil Wears Prada is that the what's her Meryl Streep's like she has twin daughters, and that they want to read the Harry Potter book, but it's not out yet. So Anne Hathaway's character has to find the manuscript to Harry Potter and get it for the twins.
Oh, damn. That's a pretty good going. Like I mean, manuscripts are around for a long time before the book actually comes out. Like, man, like the first book I did, I had written my second book by the time the first one came out. Like it goes through a really long process. So yeah, like it would be quite easy to get a hold of it, I think. And you get advanced copies that get circulated around like in the industry, and it's like, well, this book's going to come out in like 4 or 5 months, but like here we've got copies now you can read. It's easy done.
Mm.
Yeah, another one here. Mark Campbell. Haha, a good team. I'm glad it's not Rangers. Yeah, you don't want to go. Basically, if you're in Scotland and like people ask you, do you support Rangers or Celtic? That'll determine whether you're going to get knifed in the face or not.
Oh,
So
so which
it's
one should I say?
neither. Just walk away, I would say,
So I'm
because
American and
both.
have my eyelashes.
Yeah, pretty much. Like both teams are based in the same city, so like they've just got this like really intense rivalry, and it's like, yeah, if you're in the wrong pub in the wrong part of town, like yeah, you can get knifed easily for supporting the wrong team.
Well, yeah, I was surprised to learn because I had some friends in college that were from Ireland, and they were telling me that Belfast has like the #1 hospital in the world for stab wounds, and I was like, "What the hell? Why?" And they're like, "Well, you all Americans, you guys have guns. We don't have that up there, so all the gangs use knives, so that everyone just stabs each other." I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
true, and because like, well, they don't make any noise either. Like you fire a gun, like everyone in like half a mile is going to hear it.
well, not
A
if you have a
knife,
silencer.
what's that?
Well, depending on where you are. If you're in a big city, people are setting off fireworks every single day and there's traffic and stuff. So even if you hear a gunshot, sadly to say it like doesn't affect you.
Okay.
I heard gunshots yesterday and I didn't think twice about it. And I'm not in a bad neighborhood, but
Do
I
you
don't
like? Is there a part of you that's like, man, some guys just copped it there?
no, I just
Done.
think somebody's being stupid, like somebody shooting cans in their backyard or somebody setting off fireworks.
Okay.
But
But yeah, like I
I
guess
was
like
not aware of
generally
the
speaking,
stab. Do you
yeah,
have to
like
worry about
generally
that? Getting
speaking,
stabbed?
what's that? Sorry.
Do you have to worry about like just going out and walking down the wrong alley and getting stabbed?
Uh, nah. I mean, like generally speaking, it'll be because of some like argument or whatever. Like so, like if you're in a pub and like you can get into like a drunken kind of argument with somebody, you'll know if it's going to kick off big time. Like, but they'll usually wait until you're outside. Like, they won't like go for you in the place because they'll get set on by the bouncers or whatever. So, yeah, you just like if you do get into an argument with someone in a pub, you just kind of want to watch your back when you're leaving because that's when
That
they'll try and jump
sounds
you.
so safe.
Yeah, but you won't get shot. That's the important thing.
Okay,
Nobody's
I've
got like.
been shot, and I would rather be shot than stabbed.
I mean, I'd have to take your word on that one. Like, it seems either way, like it's going to be pretty
Either
unpleasant.
way is bad, but I mean, because I doubt that if they're that close to you, I doubt they're just gonna stab you. And if they're gonna stab you, I doubt that they're just gonna do it once. So it's like you're gonna be like Arya getting stabbed over and over again.
Maybe. Yeah, it depends if they set out to like properly do you in, or if they're just wanting to like, I guess, scare you. Like they could just cut you with it, in which case, yeah, you'll move on. But man, I'm kind of intrigued how you got shot now, but I shouldn't ask. I know it's not polite.
And I was a
Um,
little, I barely remember it.
damn. Okay, I'll move on.
I'll tell you off air.
Okay. Paul Riley, do you know your boy Zach? I'd love to see the two of you team up for a review stream. I've heard of him. I think I've seen some of his videos, but no, I've not streamed with him before. But
I think you and Zach would like do well on a stream together.
Okay.
Depending on what you guys are talking about, but
yeah. What does he cover mostly?
Comic books. So his channel used to be Diversity in Comics, and he did a stream with Az Hill versus Babyface. I would recommend maybe watching that interview if you're not too familiar with him, because Az asked him about like everything that's happened to him and like in the whole comic book community. I don't know if you're a big comic book fan, but yeah, he likes movies and stuff, so you can talk to him about that.
Okay. Jabberwock here says, hello from the trenches at Starfleet. Hello to you, Jabberwock. The Leviathan, Franciscina, Pastias de Nata. Oh, fuck, I must have mangled that one.
You don't speak Portuguese.
Yeah, I do not. But hello to people from Portugal. Indie Tiger, Mulligan for president. We need a do-over in 2020. Mulligan. Yeah, we really need to do over this year because it sucks. Silver, Rags is pitiful. Clearly he needs every win he can get. Nothing more than an ankle biter like his avatar suggests. EFAP is starting to suffer from it now.
Be nice.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, like people have got different styles. And like a style that works well on EFAP is really engaging and funny. It just might not work well with other streams, and I think that's probably just been a case of that here. Evar Jantz. I used to be a hardcore about EFAP, then became a stream of only an hour of actual content, with Rags making explosive statements just to make them. Okay.
Jesus.
A lot of Rags hatred going on here.
I know. I think one of the problems is like if listening, and it's like you always know what the answer is when you're in the chat and you can just type it. Like I know I've misspoke in a couple times in the stream, and then all of a sudden there's like 30 people in the chat that are correcting me. It's like, yeah, I know. But I'm in the middle of a conversation, so you can't stop in the middle of a conversation to correct yourself. Mm-hmm. But I feel like sometimes people take things too seriously. And I shouldn't say seriously, but too personally. Like I remember I was on a stream with someone, and it wasn't on my channel. I was invited onto somebody else's channel, and it was their guest, and we were debating something. And this was like almost 2 years ago. And then the person messaged me after that. Somebody that was a fan of my channel had sent them this long email just saying, how like dare you be so rude to that Star Wars girl, and just going off on him. And I was like, what did you do? I don't even remember you being rude to me. And we just talked about it off air together. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but I think this happens all the time. And it's like,
yeah.
You know, people when they're arguing passionately about something, like they'll, you know, like they can sometimes be quite forceful with it. And it's rarely meant as like maliciously or anything. It's just that's the way debates shake out sometimes when you've got different opinions. And, you know, we're all smart enough and kind of mature enough to just like take that for what it is and kind of move past it. And you know, I think that's the best way to do it most of the time.
Yeah. And I would say that all of us kind of, especially to do kind of what we do, we all have more of I would say more dominant personalities. And so when you have a bunch of people that have like A personalities all on a stream together, I mean, 9 times out of 10, there's probably going to be like a passionate debate about something, or like a passionate discussion about something.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's you really get it on things like EFAP where there's a lot of people. Like I've been on streams of that where there's been like 5, 6, 7 people, and like they'll, you know, it's like a bunch of people trying to fit through a door at the same time. Like they all get jammed up, and like everyone's trying to talk at the same time. And it's just, that's the result of having so many people with like a passionate interest in something that want to get their opinions across. Like it's a difficult one to manage. Like
I get shit when I go on EFAP because I don't talk, but that's just because I was always a fan of EFAP. And so I'm like, I know what my opinions are. I'm not there to hear my opinions. I'm here to hear like what Mahler, Rags, or back when Wolf was there, what they have to say. Because I already know what I have to say. I'm interested in what their opinions are. And then people are like, well, Anna doesn't talk. And I'm like, well, to be as nice as possible, if you want to hear what I have to say, watch my streams. But a majority of people watching EFAP aren't there to hear me.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, personally, when I go on, like, if I don't engage with it, then I'll just switch off and I'll end up not even paying attention to the conversation, in which case it's like, well, why am I even here? Like, so like I very much go in with like, okay, I'm really going to like jump into it because I have to kind of take the bull by the horns and like be part of it. Otherwise I'll just like kind of lapse out of it. And like then I'm just like, I'm kind of sitting here at 2 a.m, like listening to like other guys talk and not really contributing anything, in which case I would just feel like I was wasting my time. So like personally,
if I have something to say, you know?
Yeah.
Like I feel bad when we were on the stream and we were talking about cuties and you obviously hadn't seen it and you had nothing to say about it.
I was
the worst when you're on a stream and it's like, I actually can't contribute anything to this.
I know. Yeah, I felt bad. Like I had to kind of jump in at one point and just say to Southpaw, like, look, I get that you're talking about this, like, and I hate to be like hijacking your stream, but like I've got nothing I can contribute. Like maybe we could talk about a couple of different
I think
things.
we talked about the boys. Well, because it was a stream to talk about cuties. So when you said, "Oh yeah, I haven't seen it and I don't know too much about it," it's like, oh no.
Yeah, because I think it was a bit of a miscommunication because Southpaw like invited me on saying like, "Oh, do you want to come and like on stream with me and talk about the boys?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And then when I went on, it was like the title of it was like discussing cuties or whatever, and it's like, wait, no one told me you guys were going to be covering that. Like, I haven't seen it. I haven't even watched the trailer or anything. Like, I feel like this has been
Don't
changed
do
at the last minute without telling me.
Yeah, well, no, like the last time I was on EFAP, it was like a debate about something that I had, the opening, how they do the opening before they get to the video. And whatever it was we were talking about, I had absolutely no interest in. So I kind of just shut off. And so when they asked me, I'm like, I just, from the bottom of my heart, don't care. Like, it's like, I can't contribute because you guys all obviously passionately care about this. And I'm like, I could care less.
It's tricky. Like there's been ones that like I've been invited on, and it's like I can just sense like I don't care enough about the thing, or I don't know enough about it to be like a good guest, and I've just said, nah, I think you should find someone more suited to this. And I think the very first one that I ever went on, it was the first live stream I ever did, and it was an EFAP, and like the first hour was like going through EFAP memes that I had no like knowledge of, and so I was just sitting there like, oh yeah, like that's funny. Like I don't get it because I've not watched this before, so I don't know.
It's okay. I was invited on a stream to talk about My Little Pony, which I've never seen a single episode of.
Right.
And so I was like, the yellow one is pretty. They're like, well, that's this one. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Well, this is why, like, when I do my streams, it's like I'll get my guest and say, like, okay, let's pick a movie between us that we really like or don't like or whatever, like just something that we know about and care about, and then we can have a good discussion about it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm glad that we did Star Trek, and I'm glad that you actually know about Star Trek.
Yeah, I do. I try my best. There's just one more super chat to go, and that's us done, I think. Hail Drinker and Hail Anna, thank you for reviewing my favorite Star Trek. Wrath of Khan is very close. I trained as a pro wrestler under the Hart family, but got soured on the scene. Keep it up, you two. Man, okay, that's random, but pretty cool at the same time.
I think you got another big super chat.
Oh, has that just come in while we were doing this?
I think so, because it's still on the chat. I just pulled up.
I know the big ones will like linger. It might be that we've covered it already, like because I'm just like going through my like super chat list. But I'll see. Oh no, here it is. Yeah. So 6 turning, 4 burning. I've actually used Star Trek 4 in talking with whale and dolphin trainers at SeaWorld Orlando to find out if anyone has ever tried to communicate with whales and dolphins. They said they'd never heard of anyone doing that, but they all thought it was a good question.
Did you? How did you phrase this question? Has anyone ever tried to Vulcan mind meld with a whale?
Yeah, like you just get in the tank and just start melding with them. I don't know.
Tried to do that with Tillicum and ended up getting parts of his body ripped off and dying.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it to most people.
No.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, by all means, try to decipher what they're saying, like some other way. Just don't get in the tank with them. I do think, though, that's all the super chats covered now. I think I'll just refresh it one more time, just make sure I've not missed one.
For you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's like 2:30 in the morning.
Oh no!
This is where my brain starts to shut down. Yeah, that's all covered off now. Cool. I believe that would bring us to the end of our stream. I think, like, honestly, like, Anna, I just want to say thanks very much for coming in and doing this and giving us an awesome chat and like letting me talk about like one of the great Star Trek movies. Like, I'd forgotten how good it was, and I appreciate you like recommending it.
Oh yeah, thanks for inviting me. Yeah, I was shocked when I gave you my list of movies that I like, and you're like, oh, let's do this one. I'm kind of like up in the air about it. I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm glad I was able to show you the way.
Yeah, this is the way. Just because it's been so long, like since I'd seen it, I think I'd forgotten how enjoyable it was, and like seeing it in the context of movies now, where I usually end up like kind of depressed or disappointed in it. Like, wow, this is just a movie that inspires real happiness and joy, and
Mm-hmm.
damn, it's
It
not a
really,
bad thing to
really
have.
good at the end.
Yeah, it really does. Oh, one more super chat just popped up there, actually. Von Neely, where can I get your books other than Amazon? You can probably get them on Barnes and Noble. They're on Audible. They are on iTunes. Like,
Ooh, Audible.
all,
Do you read them?
nah, I don't read them. They wouldn't let me do it as the drinker, so they got some like terribly posh English man to read it.
Why didn't they have Mahler do it?
I know
Can
they could have
can
done.
you request people?
Nah, I didn't get much choice in it. But I got some
Really?
say over how he did the accents because some
Oh.
of them were way off.
Mm,
But he did a good job ultimately, so I'm pretty pleased with them.
that's cool.
Um, yeah. So no, that is that, I believe. So I guess that's us. Anna, like, tell us, do you have anything you'd want to plug? Anything you've got coming up? Your channel?
Well, I got like a super big project, which is why I haven't done a video in like almost a month. But it's almost done, and then I can actually talk about it. But I'll give you a clue. It's a painting, but it's like a project for the not just my channel, but it's a thing. It's excited. Get excited about it. Get the anticipation rolling, and
Nice.
fingers crossed that I can finish this before I go out of town this weekend. But yeah, I have a new art channel because YouTube's like, heh, screw the algorithm whenever you post an art video. So if you want to watch my art videos of me painting characters, you can go check that out. And aside from that, I don't know. My mind is in a very paint, do art stuff right now, not content. I am going to be doing a video on this new anime that I saw, which will be my first video on anime, but I was pleasantly surprised at how good it was, and it was funny because like there was scenes that I'm like, this is from Star Wars. Like this is when Luke is leaving Dagobah and Yoda's like, no, you need to stay here. But it's good. And then like there's another scene that's straight up Obi-Wan and Anakin on Mustafar. I was like, ah, I like it. I know where this is coming from, but I still like it anyway. So
Okay.
on that.
I'm intrigued. Well, I've put the link to Anna's channel in the description, so do feel free to subscribe to her. She does some great content, and I'll be re-uploading this stream to my second channel, The Drinker After Hours. So I'll do that tomorrow probably, or today since we're now into tomorrow already.
Well, it's
but
tomorrow
yeah,
for me, not for you. So
yeah, exactly. But yeah, otherwise that's all we've got for today. So I guess we're going to go away now.